Ladies and gents, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is time again for our Age of Mythology Deathmatch tournament. So, I wanted to start a little bit early today because this is a little different from what we normally do. So, just to quickly go over things, we've got this bracket here with 8 Deathmatch players. It's pretty small, I know. Honestly, Deathmatch has been on the struggle bus, right? So what we're gonna do here is actually significantly change the game. Just trying to listen to the complaints of the Deathmatch players and make the game mode a little bit more interesting for everyone, hopefully. So the idea is that we just showcase this and then we go to the developers to see what happens. But 240 pounds in the prize pool today. We've got some rather strong players like Matador, Ryuk, Grassengroom, Darfnox, Tiger Boss, Revolt. I don't know much about Nito and Isomarto, however. So anyway, the top 6 big names in the deathmatch community at the very least, and in Age of Mythology, definitely some of them, right? You guys know them. Let's talk a little bit about the mod before we get going. So Deathmatch has been rather snowbally. You have this insane amount of initial population and you basically get overwhelmed and you die in 5 minutes if there is a little bit of an issue, right? And you do something slightly wrong, you just get overwhelmed, especially since Siege was buffed. So what's gonna be different in this mod is both that we're gonna change this aspect. We're gonna try to remove those 5-minute stomps, which are even prevalent at the highest level, by the way. And the other thing is that we want to make sure that the feelings of nostalgia that were kind of lost in the transition between the original game and Retold are brought back a little bit. While also reducing a little bit of that late game building spam that is kind of nasty. And there's some balance changes mixed in here and there. So what are the changes? We've got, let's zoom in a little bit so you can see better. We've got blind pick first and foremost. That's just integrated from Hagrid's mod, which enables our tournaments to not have to use these pick and ban cases. You can just pick your god, it's hidden, it's fine. You don't have to do extra steps. We're reducing the fortress limit because the maps didn't increase in size, so it's kind of weird that you can build so many more defenses. We're also bringing down the power of Siege, however, with the Engineers upgrade getting nerfed so that it's an even change. But the actual core stats of Siege were increased in the live game, right? So this is kind of bringing it back to where it was while letting the buildings be a little bit stronger. We're increasing town center HP so that it's a little bit harder to destroy those. They should be definitely a focal point of the game. Deathmatch always revolved around these. Now Deathmatch, some of you guys might not know, it's the game mode that starts with the really high resources and you advance through the ages very quickly, as you just need to build the buildings to advance and researches are immediately done. You don't have to click them. So yeah, it's this spammy mode. you build up really fast, you claim the map, you claim the town centers ideally, although in Retold you don't have to because you have 16 houses, so we're reducing the 16 houses. Where in the original game you would show up with 120 population army around 2 to 3 minutes. In Retold, you will show you show up with 180 population, and that can be overwhelming and immediately cause a loss, right? So we're bringing that down a little bit. Tower limit also reduced. So weaker siege, less spammy endgame where the map is full of defensive buildings. Right. And we're reducing the god power cooldown because Deathmatch typically has a little bit more favor than the other game modes. Norse constantly fights, right? So they're basically generating favor at an insane pace, and they're able to cast god powers back to back, like flaming weapons. So bringing that down so that it's, significantly less often that god powers get cast. I think actually this might not be active. I think it still might be 1.5x. We'll see. Either way, less is better there. Because in Deathmatch, it's truly back-to-back-to-back god powers every time they come off cooldown, and it used to be a huge problem. With god powers like Pestilence especially, you would just shut down early production. So yeah, Atlanteans get the same thing. There's a bunch of tweaks here, giving their citizens a little bit more survivability, because obviously they would get spammed at and just armies would suicide into them. Pretty easy to kill, right? And you don't have that many because they build fast, so it could swing games very, very hard. Yeah. You are able, however, unlike in the original game, to easily make several of them by through aging up. So, you know, there's a give and take to that. And then some small balance tweaks, which we don't need to talk about much, just encouraging the use of Valor and Traitor in Deathmatch. Wasn't really used before, whereas Hesperides tree is actually huge because you can easily afford the recasts, and then you get 3 or 4 Hesperides trees, so, which also means that you get units that don't cost population just flooding the map, right? The Dryads are super, super nice, for sure. Then a bit of a nostalgia thing, Lance of Stone will give Contarious heroes a bonus damage against buildings. That should be very nice nostalgia right there. They can go out and prevent some settlements from coming up, get out of there again. It's gonna be great. Tartarian Gate recast being reduced is a pretty cool change for the Atlanteans. And we've got basically it puts it on par with the other powers, whereas Vortex got a recast cost, because in Deathmatch it's actually really good god power. You keep relocating, right, and just smashing town centers back to back. It can be pretty impactful here. And then we've got the Argus, which has a bit... It used to have a one-shot, one-kill kind of special attack in the original game, right? So we're bringing that partially back. It will still have the acid explosion, so that ugly green blob it casts on the ground, it will still explode, and it will actually be stronger than before, so it can one-shot villagers if you're not careful. You really have to micro to defend against this, so that's gonna definitely create some tension and some cool moments, I think. And the single target damage, whatever it casts this initial spit on, this is an actual Hawk Tua, it's gonna take 200 poison damage per second. So that thing is going down, whatever it is. A Colossus might survive maybe, but I can't actually think of anything else that would survive. Yeah, I think like a Colossus might survive, but anything else probably just goes down. It's nasty. Then we're bringing down the Man of War health so that the water maps become a bit more sensible. They get a bit more range back, but, you know, they should be killable. They shouldn't wipe your entire army. Okay, then for the Chinese, we have a problem in Deathmatch with the Pioneer limit, because they have like their lanterns, right, which cause the damage on the ground. If you have a lot of them, like let's say 20, 30, then it creates a problem where you can just keep casting these lanterns and just litter the ground with them. And it's just Pioneers. You just can't push, you can't use Myth units. It's not fun. So let's limit them. Let's take away the Chinese anti-Myth unit powers a little bit. Let's reduce the Sage limit, which is an absolutely insane hero as well, by the way. Just copying and stunning Myth units. And this way, we open up the ability for the other factions to be able to play Myth units against Chinese. So that should be a lot more entertaining for sure. Then there's a lot of minor balance tweaks, like China is super, super good at Deathmatch. They have amazing buildings. They have amazing workers in the Kuafu, right? So we're just toning down their overall army just a little bit. Drought is a very good god power in Deathmatch. You wouldn't think about it as good in Standard, I know. But in Deathmatch, you're easily able to pump out a ton of X cards, right? And they're really strong. So even them, we're gonna have to tone down a little bit and make them a little bit more vulnerable to other siege. But Drought really makes it so that they can just go and delete an entire base. Drought in Tiny is a nightmare. Exactly. So because of that, you can imagine it has the same kind of impact in Deathmatch, where there's a ton of buildings, you have a ton of siege. So you really don't want to deal with that, honestly. It's allowed to exist, but it needs to be weaker. And then the Xinglong, it was actually recently nerfed, so I'm not sure we still need this cost increase. I think actually the favor was now 24 in the live game, so this patch note might be incorrect. Yeah, it's 24, not 26 in the original, but 330, that is accurate. So it will cost a little bit more favor. Chinese favor is something you just can't raid. It's so difficult to limit it as the other player, so I'm pretty sure this is not going to be a problem. You just run around with 5 dragons, you stun people with Li Jing, and they just have to take the full damage of those water burst attacks. It's nasty. These Chinese heroes are basically demigod tier. They're better than the Greek H4 heroes. So we're just introducing a little bit of population cost and favor cost increase and a little bit of damage nerfs. Overall, Chinese might be on the medium end, at the, maybe on the low medium end as well with these changes, but we can always take out some stuff from the mod. Either way, I really hope that some of these top level considerations could make it in the live game, but maybe just something like the population or the deathmatch specific stuff with building limits. I don't know, something like that is the goal anyway. Then Isis gets a little bit more god power blocking radius, so that the initial monuments are useful even without empowerment. Like if you go Tot, you get pestilence, and then that's it. You can't make anything, and you get rushed. Right. Then we brought back the anti-cavalry bonus against siege, because the villager bonus against siege is gone, right? So we need something to shut down 2 heavy siege plays. We don't have that right now. Priest is going back to pierce damage instead of divine damage against myth units, but they gain more pierce damage against humans. So this basically means that you are able to play heavy myth units against Egypt again. And units like the Colossus, the Fire Giant, the Rock Giant don't just get absolutely shut down by Priest. You probably want to strategize around it and go for additional myth unit support to take those things down. Which, speaking of which, the strategizing comes in with the Mummy. So they gain back their single target instant kill with the reincarnation. Well, it's not instant, it's still, you know, just poison damage, but it's very significant, 200 per second. And they get a slight normal damage reduction because, well, they just one-shot the strong stuff, right? We've got things like the rock being able to land, not being removed. So it just does hot pickups. You can keep flying and drop your catapults and pick them up again without the rock having to move an inch, which is going to be extremely useful. You can take villagers with you, wall in your catapults, and just keep picking up if you need that. But the rock does lose a lot of health, so it's very easy to take it down with all these extra tools that Retold offers, like the Greek heroes being able to shoot up and whatnot. Yeah, the rock is gonna feel that for sure. Okay, and the mercenaries will no longer decay HP, but just have a 60-second lifespan like in the original game once more. Which basically means that cavalry mercs, and maybe even to a degree the normal ones, you can just rush at the beginning of the game and try to pick up some villagers here and there. It's also very useful against Norse, where you can just make a handful of infantry and scatter them around the map to see where they're building at the start of the game, because it's so useful to have visibility over the Norse side builds. Then for the Greek, we got the Pestilence reduction. I already complained about Pestilence, you guys understand it. Then we're bringing up the ceasefire duration to 60 seconds. It's a whole doubling, but at an increase of cost and repeat cost. So it will be much more expensive to keep using this, but it will shut down god powers. It will have a long cooldown, so let's say you do it to flaming weapons, right? To shut it down with ceasefire. And that second shutdown will be too late. By the time you cast it, the second flaming weapons is almost over. So that's the idea here, really. That yes, you can shut down one god power, but then the next one you're taking on the chin, for the most part. it's kind of not worth to shut down the last 10 seconds of it, right? But what it does enable is you take over a settlement, which in Deathmatch you have these lower build rates for the settlements, right? Well, here you will be able to do, let's say, an underworld attack, quickly destroy a town center with your siege, and then bring some villagers through. The other guy shows up, and then haha, you click ceasefire. TC is now yours. You can have much more population, which is very important in this because there's a net 15 population reduction in this at full free TCs. So if you gain a fourth, you can have quite a bigger army than the other guy. Other than this, Underworld can now be repaired. Some of the coolest ever deathmatch games revolved all around the Underworld passage, where one guy just did this mega underworld with a ton of siege, wiped out an enemy base, established their own in the enemy base, and they would fight over that shit for half an hour. Those are definitely very memorable, and it's just gone because you can't repair the underworld, and a bunch of archers would shoot it down with their what's it called, the burning pitch, right? So that's just kind of unfortunate. Other than this, there's a bunch of small balance tweaks here. Nothing really to highlight, except the Tyros. Oh, actually, sorry, there's several things. The special Greek units can now be trained in military academies, archer ranges, and stables, which is a pretty big deal. So it makes them just a lot more available, like in the original game, and we should see a lot more often. I'm really looking forward to that personally. Hetyros in particular have been reworked to be their original design, so they'll have a bonus damage against buildings, but their AoE has been completely removed. So yeah, that should be very interesting, especially with Poseidon focusing on the cavalry path, so Hermes, Dionysus, and Hephaestus. That's when the Hetyroi are gonna be absolutely nuts against buildings. As for the Myrmidons, maybe they're gonna be a little too good like this. Let's see. Oh, and Polyphemus gets a little bump. More crush damage, especially on his smash, which will be really good against single targets now. So really hoping that he can one-shot kill a myth unit, at least most myth units. Let's see where that goes. Okay, the other stuff is not really much to mention. Japanese are getting very, very small tweaks, right? They're actually a really good civ, really well made for deathmatch. The only problem for them is, I think, some of the god bonuses may not be right, so this is just very early days. We're gonna see what happens, but I'm getting a feeling that, how do you pronounce the names again? Amaterasu and Susanoo are likely gonna be the ones that really benefit from their perks and initial god powers and whatnot, whereas Tsukuyomi just kind of doesn't have any of his bonuses, like faster advancing, affecting deathmatch. So I haven't addressed this for this mod, but yeah, it's something to look out for. Anyway, Shinigami coming back 3 times for the cost of a lampade. That is way too cost effective. We're gonna make it at least 4 population and see what happens. Also, the latest patch significantly buffed the damage of the subsequent ones. So these are gonna be very, very scary in deathmatch for sure, because you're gonna have a lot of them and they just keep coming back and you're barely spending any favor. Then Divine Prefecture, although it's a Mythic Age upgrade, increasing your work rate of your buildings by 60% is just too much for deathmatch, because it pumps out villagers like there's no tomorrow, and there's basically no economic fears if you go for that. Although your god powers and myth units kind of suffer. We're just going to be careful with that, because we've seen this before with the old China in the Legacy game, so let's just be careful. And the Onmyoji limit has been introduced. These mages are super, super strong. If you have 17 of them, which is very doable in deathmatch due to your high starting resources, 17 of them can one-shot a barracks. So you can just imagine how they run through a base when you have a slight advantage. So I was like, okay, let's keep the stats, and then and then just have a limit on them, right? So they can't just one-shot your buildings as you have an advantage, but they still keep their power in fights. You have to micro a bit more, keep them alive. Should be interesting. They're really expensive, so maybe it's okay. And of course, we've given an extra villager to match the Greeks, because these guys actually have to make the Mikos in order to generate favor. Then for the Norse, we've got small balance changes. Really, there's nothing systemic or structural that has changed. Walking Woods is really terrible in the live game. It just doesn't have any stats that would work in a fully upgraded environment, so we're giving them some stats. What else is there to note here? Not much. Oh, the Nidhogg can be healed. I guess that's a big deal. That's a pretty big deal. Gain some stats. And then hopefully that would work. We'll see. We'll see. The Fafnir gold donation was a bit much. So, you know, if you make them, you can be pretty sure they'll get taken down eventually. And it's just too much to give 300 gold to the other guy. I think that could be lower. Thimble Winterwolves, funnily enough, are completely ridiculous in Deathmatch. Once you get a pack of 8 or 6 even, they go absolutely nuts. And in Deathmatch, you can very easily make 20 of them at once, right? So that's 2 or even 3 pretty much unstoppable, impossible to catch wolf packs. So we're gonna be careful with that and give him a bit of extra favor cost, because you have so much favor in DM, and make him 3 population, because for 2 population they're just too cost effective. So yeah, let's see what happens with that. I think this Ragnarok Pierce armor actually got changed in the live game, didn't it? Or was it just attack? We'll see, but the live game did change their attack. That's for sure. We're reducing the Fire Giant HP as well to... increasing the Fire Giant HP so that the base version and the Granite Blood version with Hell isn't that much different. It just slightly reduces the gap between the two. It's just Loki was way too good before this. Okay, and one thing I didn't actually note is that you can gain regeneration on your Son of Osiris, as well as your priests, with Spirits of Maat. I think that's super cool. So we might see some Egyptian players or Isis players actually going for Nephthys, which is very uncommon in Deathmatch. Also, Olvadi subscribed, so thank you very much indeed. Question in the chat, do you need the mod for the tournament? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. It's linked in the bracket, so you should be able to download it from there. And then people can set up their games in a minute. So we've got... Let me just read out these... Thanks to our manager Fufuksaki for updating all the labels here. These are the matches we're looking to cover. We've got Matador versus Nito. We've got Darth Nox versus Tiger Boss. We got Ryuk versus Isomarto. We've got Grassengroom versus Revolt. I'm going to start with Grassengroom versus Revolt on the stream here. And then we'll look to cover the winners semis and the winners finals, loser semis, loser finals, and the grand finals. Maybe if the games end up being very long, we'll not do this loser semifinals, right? But you definitely would love to see the winner semis. Yeah, Grass versus Revolt as a first is pretty intense. I agree, Legend. I agree. We are actually without delay here on the stream, so we can very easily communicate with you guys, but the players will be on delay. The game won't start? I have it on right now, so I think the guys just needed to, like... Okay. I think they figured it out. Wow. Strange, sometimes when you issue mod updates, it just breaks the game. Wait, the guys are now setting up. Grass says he woke up. No, wait, Revolt says he woke up. No, both just woke up. Revolt is getting a coffee. They're woke now. That's it. Who do you guys think will win? We could do a little prediction here, game by game. They don't have to actually do a draft or anything in our tournaments. So they can just pick whatever god they want. The only thing is they can't do the same god twice. Saturnaikai is a legal map. Yes, it is. It is. So it's not an island map, despite what it might look like. Ah, Fofusaki will do the predicts. Thank you. You're very nice indeed. Meanwhile, I can show you guys what the special map looks like while the guys set themselves up. How about it? So, launching. This is the most special map, so I really do want to take a quick look at it with you guys. Right, so this is all shallow water. You can see the animals walking on it while you can walk on it too. And you could just make a dock anywhere, including right on top of the fish, which is really nice for like efficiency, right? And it also means that you can fight with your land units where your ships are. So I think that's incredible. In the deathmatch, you'll be building both docks and military buildings, land military buildings among each other. And you'll have ships fighting among the human units. I think this is super cool. Obviously, it also means that siege ships will be able to go to town centers and try to prevent them. But yeah, that's that map. We're super quickly gonna go into the editor and show you all what these instant kill myth units look like, because that's probably the one thing that isn't super obvious out of all the changes. Editor. And then give mummies some targets. Let's give him a Colossus. That's probably gonna stay alive. Although maybe without upgrade, it's not the case. Colossus. And then give him a bunch of hoplites, which are almost certainly gonna go down. And then we'll do the same with some Argus. And put some extra stuff there to be able to do things. Oh, we need to shut off the AI, right? Off we go then. Right. So they just take super quick poison damage. Humans basically die immediately. The Colossus will die as well, I think. Yeah, but it has some chances to do some extra hits. And then we'll take a look at the Argus as well. As you can see, the poison damage is absolutely nuts. And then there's an explosion as well for anyone that stays in the blob. So yeah, basically stuff dies. Stuff dies. I want to test all the Colossus with the whole set of stuff. Run immediately. Let's see if we can do that real quick before the guys start. We have still like 2 minutes. Where is the Grand Tech? Grand upgrades. Oh man, they changed so much here. Player set tech status, there we go. And then for player 2 we give hand Talos and duplicate that, shoulder of Talos. And let me try that again. See if they survive now. You know what? It actually might survive. No, no, it doesn't survive. Never mind. Never mind. Everything dies. It's a long duration. Okay, let's see if... but it can leave a pretty long time, so that's quite a bunch of extra hits. It's still basically an instant kill. I think it's interesting anyway. Maybe the Colossus should survive. I don't know. That's all stuff to change. Oh. Joey is in the YouTube chat. Welcome. Sorry, I missed you. The bracket link in the description goes to the last Deathmatch tourney. Okay. Why can't I edit it in the live stream view? That's so annoying. Legend doesn't want the Colossus to survive. Right, our boys still haven't started, so we're able to fix that link problem. Funnily, nobody watches on YouTube. Just Joey. Guys, I'm just saying your ad blocks work there. Most of the time. Anywho. They're gonna start on step, and we've got a lobby link. Nice one, they've started. We can join any moment, just to... Oh, wow, that's a long delay they've set. Don't we only ask for... I think we asked for 3 minutes, actually. I wonder if there's like a 2-minute setting. That would be nice. But yeah, step is just the most straightforward map there is. It's totally empty in the middle. And you can do what you want in terms of building everywhere. There's really nothing in the way. Some resources are in the middle, so there is that. Oh, by the way, we've got our new casting tool. And you know what? We've got like these fancy intro cards for the Japanese as well. It just happened. You'll see. If anyone even plays Japan, that is. I hope they will. But there's plenty of gods available, so... Yeah, and also, we're making the casting tool available to all for free. So that's another aspect of that. So any streamers will be more than welcome to use it. And if you know they happen to add any other gods, we'll update it whenever that comes. I'm still really hoping that there will be some of these major gods getting added, right, for the existing civs. It's kind of weird that Freyr is just sitting there and then all the others are just twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the next thing. I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Okay, we've loaded in. Let me just set this up. Oh god. There's no Japan here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the very first game in the winners round 1 of our Deathmatch tournament. In the red color, we've got a Zeus player. This is Grass. And on the other side, well, it's another Zeus player. I'm so sorry. I know Japan is out, but we've got another Zeus mirror. Oh no. That's quite unfortunate indeed. Either way, we've got a Minotaur from Grass already looking to harass these villagers. Guys, Deathmatch is the game mode where you've got a ton of resources at the start, 18,000 each, and also some favor. 200 favor in the real game, but our balance mod reduces it to 100, so there's a bit less myth unit spam. And your mission is to get to the mythic age while making some buildings, protecting yourself with army. There's gonna be some flooding here. Oh god, that manticore is a monster, both literally and figuratively, because it's going after these defenseless villagers. Oh no. Will Revolt not be able to get the fortress up? It takes quite longer than it does in the old game to build them up, so you gotta commit heavily to it. And maybe we ought to reduce that a little bit as well, so that the non-Egyptians can also get a good uptime. But Grass manages. He's up at Mythic in under 2 minutes, so well done there. He's gonna have Hephaestus here for the Mythic God. So it's gonna be a bunch of Colossi. I suspect Revolt would go for perhaps Hera. We're about to find out. He's spamming a lot of ranged. Yeah, Hera is getting pre-queued already, so Lightning Storm will be very nice to have. A Medusa spam will be very nice to have as well. I'm assuming Revolt has saved some favor for at least that, but it doesn't look like there will be that many. Now let's see if he also remembers that the military academies can now make Myrmidons in this mod. There's a lot of things that got changed. Principally, the main thing that got changed is that the house limit is lower, so you can only have 12 houses. But your town centers will be more important because they actually give more population. Overall, it's a net reduction of 15 population. So that's how much less you'll have. I don't recall if it's 220 or 215. We're about to find out. Grass very quickly went for the settlement and got it built. Revolt is just happy fighting in the middle with all these peltas. I mean, they will do okay damage against the Hippospis. Those are not particularly tanky, right? But overall, Peltas are quite weaker than Toxotes in terms of their DPS. So 10.4 from these guys and 6.3 pierce per second from Peltas. So don't let the numbers confuse you until you hover. Alright, the first Myrmidons are coming out. Revolt is making fortresses all day, all night. He wants the free Myrmidons from Hera. And the Medusa should be able to take care of that Colossus, but Revolt, I think, just doesn't have enough units. Now this one Hippospis on the villagers actually might cause some trouble if Grass doesn't shank it. Imagine killing all those villagers with one dead Hippospis, basically. But yeah, the Petrobolos have been working very nicely here on the military academies, even though the mod does reduce their overall damage compared to the live game. They've put on some hurt here, for sure. I guess we have to remember that it's not just about their damage, but the buildings have had a reduced crush armor. So, in the past, they were like 10% crush armors, right? But that's gone now. Anyways, the villagers are probably going to be sniped here by Revolt, and Grass is coming back with an underworld passage to try to protect, but the Petrobolos will reset the TC anyway, and it looks like the Vils are dying. But two of them do make it out. You never really want to do this hyper defensive underworld, and this one is going to also get sieged down, so we're not going to see the strat that's been enabled by the balance mod. But hey, nobody is dead at 5 minutes. I think that's progress, right? Because like one of the big problems with Deathmatch so far has been that the games are extremely short, and this still might be. But so far, nobody is getting absolutely wrecked in the beginning. Because the population numbers are just smaller, right? At 180 on 2 TCs, you just can't exactly overwhelm the other person so much when they also have defenses. Colossi are absolute tanks, however. How much damage can they possibly soak up? Revolt is kind of lacking the heroes and the Medusa spam, but the favor is coming in. We've got a restoration from at least Grass's part, but Lightning Storm is coming very, very soon, and he's already losing the army. Revolt is doing a fantastic job of building up here. It's just, I'm a little worried about his gold in the storage, right? So he really does need to keep up this momentum and make a real push happen. Grass is starting up the trade, which is very, very nice. And he won't be able to use an underworld now because he just used it. Revolt working on the third town center, and the wolves actually catch the villagers. That's probably another thing we want to change in Deathmatch to make him passive. Or something like, or defensive, or whatever it's called. They don't hunt down the villagers. Man, it feels a lot more like the original game now in terms of pacing. This is a good thing. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve with the mod. So hopefully the existing AOM Deathmatch players are more interested again in playing after seeing stuff like this. Let's see if the tournament keeps up that trend, however. Alright, Revolt attacks the third TC. We'll take down a lot of the caravans, so that's gonna hurt Grass quite a lot. I'm a little worried for Revolt running out of the resources though, like the wood and the gold is starting to be quite troublesome. He's made a lot of peltas the whole game, right? It's definitely being felt. Can't afford many Medusas anymore, but here comes the Lightning Storm. There's really a lot of stuff here, so he genuinely didn't need it, however. Villagers are shanking the siege on the other side, but yeah, the Lightning Storm will take out most of all this. Unfortunately, there was no repair on the underworld, but yeah, Revolt does take control over this area. Fortress from Grass might actually come up here. But I mean, he's losing so much in total resources. I think it's a good time for Revolt to leave, however. Like, there's no need to stay here, take the tower fire and whatnot. There's also a lot of Toxotes now out of Grass. So if all this dies here, that would not be a good thing for Revolt. Even if he catches his own 30C without much issue. Good that he's full population, but yeah, it really is time to leave, I think. Can't deal with that Bellarfin. Although he has Bolt, he has Favor for it. Might be a good idea to use it here, just to make sure to win this fight. Oh no, some of the boys aren't fighting. Ah, where's the attack move? It's okay, there's another attack on the main. Maybe this can do something. Also, hope you guys like the overlay and all that. The intro cards. It also includes Japan. It's available for any streamer to use for free. And we'll keep updating it as new content gets added or god bonuses change. Colossus gets taken down, no doubt. There's enough heroes and Myrmidons here. The Myrmidons obviously don't care about the armor with their divine damage. And Revolt's on 3 TCs. Let's see if he can recover his gold for the most part. That's the most important resource for him right now to focus on. He's getting a little focused on the food as well, but maybe a little too soon, I would say. Oh no, the woodcutters went to wood instead of gold there. That's unfortunate. Yeah, the resource priorities are always weird in AOM. How that works out. Have to remember also that Grass, behind all this, he's got the Plenty Vault, right? So he's generating 12 resources per second that Revolt isn't. And the longer this game goes, the more of a problem that will be. Is Revolt actually building up to a second Lightning Storm? Perhaps by the time this goes off of cooldown, he'll be pretty close, actually. A little bit problematic that there's so many hoplites, but Revolt retreating into his healing temples. There's a lot of healing temples here, by the way. And the fortress tower spam It could be pretty good, but there's a lot of archers here. So you really have to lure them in a little bit more. Now the building spam has been nerfed a little bit in the DM mod. So first off, the limit is lower. You can't make 30 towers, but you just make 20 like in the past. And there's 10 fortresses, not 15, but we're very, very far from that mattering. They're still pretty strong. And also the town centers have gotten a health buff, but I mean, they don't have a lot of crush armor, and these patrol bullets are still very, very strong despite the small tweaks to them. That health is going down pretty quick. But if the TC hadn't been buffed, this would be down already. Eventually the Helipolus will go down. Revolt's running out of resources. He doesn't have population anymore, but neither does Grass. So as long as Revolt just pulls back and sits behind these buildings a little bit to bide his time, things could work out. But Grass is printing villagers and trade from 3 town centers and 2 markets. So in the long run, he's gonna be ahead. And we already talked about Plenty Vault, right? I seriously doubt he's gonna get the second one at 300 favor. That is very expensive indeed. But perhaps the 1 minute ceasefire might save Revolt. That is also one of the changes that came with the balance mod here. So it's much longer, but it's much more expensive to recast. And the cost escalation is quite high also. At least the villagers will have built this without any issue. And maybe, just maybe, Revolt has enough villagers now to gather the gold. He's on the job here. And if he can manage to pop out enough units, then this could be survivable. Remember that Belorphin is basically dead, so the high number of Peltas here could absolutely change the fight. You just have to micro to not hit the Colossus. Oh no. Okay, Bolt comes through. But will it be enough? The infantry is going after the Petrobolos. That's not bad at all. But this Colossus is just soaking so much fire. There's not a single Medusa out for Revolt, as he's probably still trying to save up for Lightning Storm, but the number of prayers is just not high enough, and he's getting pushed back. The Petrobolos and the slow creep forward with Grass's buildings. He's trying to get up a fortress here if he does have that, which he does now. But these villagers shanking didn't help enough at all. And now just an additional tower or 2 will be more than enough to protect the Petrobolos. And Revolt should lose the 3rd town center. His trade never really got anywhere. There's very few caravans, as you can tell. And although the income is there for both players now, Grass just has the bigger standing army by a little bit. And I think he will be able to cut off Revolt in the corner unless something crazy happens. And the Myrmidon printing is just not enough, despite there being 6 fortresses. Slowly but surely, Grass is gonna mow this all down. Petrobolos delivering quite some siege damage there. This one has almost 8,000 damage. Over 8,000. Not bad at all. It is difficult, however, for the infantry to punch through, that's for sure. There's 2,000 HP on these Colossi. We really do need the Medusa out if you want to do anything. But hey, you know what? Revolt's creeping back up. If Grass doesn't actually max out, it's not that helpful for him to have a bigger population cap, right? Of course, if he does max out, that's a very different story. Okay, let's see if Revolt can shut down this TC from happening. It shouldn't take too much effort. He's got plenty of infantry here. And the Myrmidons actually are cutting down that Colossus like there's no tomorrow. Things are looking pretty good there. Maybe it's possible to beat this back. This is not looking too bad. Though I do think Revolt should add more hoplites, as they're quite tanky against something like a Peltast. Belorphin and the boys are taking down the Petrobolas. This might be Revolt's chance to make a comeback, as his buildings will no longer get wrecked. Okay, there is some hope here. The population is about even somehow. Maybe Grass will overmake villagers. Does have a fairly sizable trade after all, and he's praying a lot. So if there's no significant results from that, then, you know, he's making a Colossus every now and then, but it's not very consistent, right? So it's a very big population commitment. 17 vills, that's basically what the extra TC gives him. It's not quite that, but it's close. Although Revolt will be knocked off that gold mine. He still has the other one. So all is not lost. The trade has also grown substantially. We've got a second underworld. It's not gonna be a lightning storm, but just disrupting the trade is pretty good as well. Lots of caravans are going down. Revolt has a chance to build up something here. And Grass is responding by walking there. He doesn't have 200 favor, to get this done. Let's see if Revolt remembers to repair the underworld, however. Oh no, he's pulling the vills to hit the Helipolis. There's no one coming to repair. This will go down again, won't it? Boo. Okay, where are these caravans going exactly? Just idling. So is Revolt actually doing damage? Well, he's trying to take the TC, but he'll need some siege of his own, which he's now getting. Do remember these temple. Oh, he's getting Medusa. It's really nice of these temples to heal up the siege as well, right? That's super useful, I think. The Revolt's built all over this, so it will be an absolute pain for Grass to clean this up. Well done, well done. He's making a comeback happen. The mental is strong. But there's a catapult push going to his main. If it starts taking the houses down, Revolt is in serious trouble. Let's see if he can pivot to that area as well. Grass isn't without teeth. Fortress might be getting sieged, but it looks like this Petrobolas will take down the Helipolis. Revolt's starting to lose houses. His TC will go down at this point. The 4 Petrobolas are doing so much damage to it. This is actually crazy how fast they can siege that down, even with the buffs in. I mean, that drop in crush armor, honestly, is just very notable, right? These last few patches really changed the building tankiness against siege. Oh, Revolt sounds like he's rebuilding houses, but in the back he's not actually causing any pressure. He's just got the buildings. Grass is committing very little troops to clean it out. But the third TC is up. It's just about re-securing the main now. Can that be done? Maybe. I mean, there's plenty of praying villagers that you could take off the resources. Unfortunately, Revolt doesn't have the regular resources anymore. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. And Grass bringing the boys from everywhere. Then again, they will have to deal with Medusa. That's not the easiest. You have to have Belorphin out, basically. Oh, Colossus attack here. But the Medusa will more or less shut it down. Grass even bolted to make sure. But there's another one. And there's a Bellerophon. So, yeah, Revolt has got this. He's rebuilding the main. Looks like Grass's Plentyvault advantage is nowhere near as big as I might have suggested. Because he never actually got the second one, right? So, he's making Colossi, he's making bolts happen and whatever. And Revolt's just super happy to spam Medusa here. Which are actually changing the game a little. It looks, however, that the settlement might get downed. Just a few seconds away from finishing, and the Helipolis gets it. Ooh, that's very painful. Lots of resources lost there. Almost all of it, actually. So you would have to make a call to actually stop that. If you don't want that to happen as Revolt. Okay, the free Medusa absolutely shrekking these Tuxodis. But once again, the Helipolis should be able to shut down the settlement. It won't come up. Oh my goodness. Oh, that hurts. Did the spectator UI get updated recently? No, I think I'm just on the left side resources mod. Which I didn't realize I've enabled. I forget what it's called. Well, Revolt is gonna try one more time, but what he really needs is like a trio of Petrobolas here to take this down. It's just so difficult to do when the other guy has so much more population and resources. There's no temple here anymore either, so no healing for the nearby troops. Grass just has way too much cover. He can make a few more Petrobolas, which he is doing, and then the rest of the houses can be targeted to even reduce the population gap further. He can also go after the actual production, which Revolt isn't doing a lot of at the moment. Like, he's making some infantry and that's it. Could make some archers, some siege, but he's not doing enough and has to give up here as there's no way he can rebuild. And even over here, Grass has walled up, right? So this is super annoying for Revolt to deal with. Great play by Grass. And nobody picked a relic, did they? The relics even give a gold trickle, so in these super tight games, you'd think they would. This one gives you 6 monkeys as well, which is great. A hero regeneration was on the map. Wait, did Grass actually take? No. No one likes the relics. Only I like the relics. Well, let's see how the other games are gonna go. This is a best of 3. Grass winning most of the categories by far. KD especially. Pretty meaningful, especially when you have to deal with Lightning Storm and Medusa and you still win it. That's impressive. I think Revolt needed more Medusa. But now neither player can go Zeus again. Let's see what they do next. That is 1 point for Grass then. Next map will be Savannah. We should be able to join in just under 2 minutes. That's actually Revolt picking the second map. The losing player always gets the map pick. Legend says Helipolis are like super units. Well, yeah. I think you have to have them. What gets really helpful is if you have it yourself, because then what you get is Helipolis versus Helipolis, and they're pretty good at taking each other out. So it reduces their threat level a lot in these mirror matchups. Just 1 minute and we're off. Go Prodromos? I don't know about that because they really suck against archers. So if you back up archers, the telepos with archers, then the Prodromos will just melt. So I wouldn't recommend it. They're gonna be good to respond to like ram raids and whatever. But even then, why not just go Hoplites to Zeus? They're fast. They're less population as well. Tankier. Okay, we are loading into the next one. Fortunately for me, they didn't change their colors or anything like that. Welcome gamers to game number 2. In the red color, we've got Grass, and he swapped over to Loki. So expect a whole lot of myth units. On the other side, building his base automatically with magic. This is Revolt. Gonna be relying on these Nuva perks, which are super useful. You can make a ton of extra military camps in your blessed areas. China's pretty good in DM like this. Like, you don't even have to have a single house builder. This is very much just a Nuva only thing. Let's hope the military camps get upgraded as well with the training towers. And then they'll be able to absolutely print. Whereas Loki, well, we've got a 100 favor start now, not 200. We've changed this in the mod so that Loki players like Grass can't just make 14 giants in this early game phase where you're fighting with a ton of berserks. The berserks die. You get some favor back from Valhalla's Chosen, and their fighting itself generates a lot of favor, and it just snowballs with then flaming weapons doing even more damage, more favor. Gotta be careful with that. Is that a heroic age? Hold up. No. I think we are. We're still in heroic, so Revolt actually cast his clay peasants from in the heroic age. In the mythic age, you get more of them, so this was weird. And also, he went for wrong, which is unusual in this matchup. Wonder what the plan is with the 2K birds. I mean, they're really fancy, but Loki's gonna have fire giants and kind of melt them, right? I love halberdiers out. But there is no cavalry. Talent Scepter goes up without much issue. But the back TC definitely could be under easy attack here. Yeah, very strange god path overall from Revolt. I would pick all the opposite gods here as Nuva personally. But here come the swordsmen. They might actually just get this DC down. This is insane. They got the divine damage on them, right? So that definitely is helpful. Is Grass gonna not repair? Oh man. He just lost his TC. The back TC isn't happening either, but finally he's starting to make some throwing axes, which are gonna be super helpful here. He's got some fire giants out, but it's just 5 of them, not like 10. Much to the comfort of Revolt. So let's see if he can get out enough heroes with these Imperial Academies. Get his unique hero out as well. He's already got some Pioneers, but they have limited powers against these guys. Tiger Cav are out, but will generally speaking struggle against Berserk, just to the soft counter stats. Generally, Revolt just doesn't have the population he could have. He already has 2 TCs, working on the 3rd one. There's some random fire giants in the back here from Grass's side build as well. The Tiger Cav and the actual Tiger are more or less dealing with this though. So that's looking pretty good. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, the onslaught at the front is still a little much. I think he's got an axe guard on the job. They have 500 health, which is pretty damn insane, honestly. slightly nerfed in DM with their cost and population cost. Got Jiang Xia. And what he does is basically nerf enemy myth units. It's always very useful to have around. A bunch of mountain giants are being made, hopefully to bonk these bases. Well, let's see if Revolt actually lets them. There's no help here, so it's very likely it will go through. There's a second one coming as well. 23 seconds left. Let's see if... Ooh! I mean, Revolt really focuses it up with all these guys. Flaming Weapons is coming through, however. Fafnir gets spawned, but the heroes are on the job. There's a Sage as well. More Fire Giants are being made. This is still really scary. Grass reaches 9 Fire Giants. One of them is copied. The TC stays up. Repair is in, and the Arrow Fire should be taking down the Mountain Giants eventually, but there's 2 more coming. This is absolutely overwhelming numbers. 10 Fire Giants during Flaming Weapons as the damage output of the Norse army goes absolutely nuts. Can Revolt protect himself? He's almost out of gold already as he's built a lot of defenses. And the Tiger Cav ain't cheap either. Although only 50 gold, that's actually pretty cheap. What is he spending all the money on? These heroes aren't... This isn't even a gold cost hero. Those swordsmen aren't expensive. So I guess he just made a lot of towers? That's gonna be it. 10 Aximal spells still, and there's a rock giant now. My goodness. Okay, well, if he puts these Kuafu to work, on gold especially, then things should be fine. But we still don't see the Mythic Age hero. Where is he? Where's the Nidhogg? I've seen it getting cast. Oh, looking for gold miners, I see. In this deathmatch mod, you can actually heal the Nidhogg, so that's pretty cool. It might be difficult, but Healing Spring is available. Not a big issue. Blazing Prairie is doing some work. But honestly, Grass mostly moved out of it, so it's really not that bad of a situation for Grass to take it. He's getting through all these pesky buildings. Eventually, he'll arrive at Revolt's TC, right? It's a really good location to attack. But honestly, he's losing out on a little bit of steam as well. He's down to just 100 population. What is going on with Grass? Tons of portable ramps coming through. I think the villagers alone, and finally Li Jing is out. There we go. He stuns them all. Let's see what happens now. Looks like Grass is being pushed back pretty hard. Will he be able to recover his economy? He's triple pumping from markets. That's a pretty good number, 21 caravans, but this is a short route. It would have been a bigger route if you put the markets here and trade with this back TC. Also, in the age of automatic farm placements, what is this? it doesn't matter too much, but it does matter a little. I think the Nidhogg... Grass definitely did not read the patch notes. This boy is about to get sniped, even though he has Healing Spring that he still didn't use. Oh no. Could have healed it. Fight another day, you know? Revolt definitely looks to be winning this one. And this is with a heavily nerfed China. So he's gonna be pretty happy with himself. I'm pretty sure if he just keeps pushing here and trades the army away, he'll be fine. Although he lost a large chunk of the human units, as long as the heroes just do their job. Target the fire giants, everything should be fine. Good choice to bring the fire archers. After they win the fight, they'll be able to get the buildings. There's not much else in the background here. Finally, the healing spring is cast, but just a little too late. Hopefully Revolt realizes that his fire archers can delete the buildings. Maybe he'll go do something about these caravans, because if allowed to continue, then Grass actually might just come back. He's getting a lot of raiding cav right now, which will help significantly with all these archers. Also got a good number of Huskar. So he's definitely making the right units. And he's got enough of them now as well to make something happen. Vanish could be used, of course, just to disappear this whole army. We're gonna have a bunch of white horse cavalry as well. What kind of relics do we have here? Staff of the Innises. That's like regen for Vils. Then we got the Ring of Nibelung for gold trickle. Then we've got the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm for Myth unit regeneration. Now that would be amazing for Loki. Then we got Shirang, which is a wall regeneration rate. Doesn't matter too much. But that's once again 8 fire giants. It's just this time Jedi or Revolt. Sorry, Jedi is his old name. He's Revolt now. Absolutely revolting. Anyway, we've got the significant hero count from him. Even a sage in there. Although ideally that would be free. Oh god! Well, the archers are gone now. If Grass just keeps doing that, eventually he'll be recovered here, I would say. Just wait for those Sons of Muspel to get their abilities back. It should be good to go. They're ready now, but they're also stunned. Heroes are doing some good work. The cav distracting them is nice. Bunch of Javelineers are getting added in. It's a lot of micro burden. I don't know about that one. But finally, the heroes do get a little micro there. I would love to see just a shift click on these Sons of Muspel. That would be very nice. But I think Revolt is finally in printing mode, so China should be able to persevere once again. Takes a long time for these guys to clean up the back, for sure. There's also a ram raid getting prepared. But with the Sons of Muspel going down here, does Grass really still have any steam left? Not much favor for him. Unless he's just not getting that many kills. Can't afford the flaming weapons because of that. Cave Troll gets copied. Amazing. Another stun on the Son of Muspel. Another one goes down. One thing Li Jing isn't very good at is stopping these ram raids. Definitely shouldn't focus on that. I think the heroes are getting focused again on the Son of Muspel. The ram raid in the back will be kicked off. There's 6 of them. The Revolt really has no defense. You have to remember the Kuafu actually are not very good at stopping them. They just throw rocks. Siege weapons can take that all day long. Oh, look at this. The random vills out in the... What are they doing? Shori is farming outside of their walls? We got the heavy portable rams now attacking this 45 TC. The vills are on the case. The Tiger Cab are out. And that might be enough repair. With some luck, Revolt can hold. Oh goodness, he can hold absolutely. This is great. Lots of firepower here from the Valet and the TC. So all is well, I would say. Ah, he even copies a Draugr. He's got the Sages. The main front, that might be falling for Revolt, however. So Grass is still doing a pretty good job. His lone portable ram not getting dealt with. These little raids kind of tearing Revolt apart. As Grass just gets an advantage on one of the locations. TC might be falling. The Sons of Muspel are a long-term problem. There's not enough resources to repair. So these Kuafu, while they're very mighty, really able to out-repair all that stuff, they just can't repair. I think this might be it. Imagine if these Sages had been around, like, giving China all these Myth unit copies. It's just absolutely ginormous. It would be very helpful for Revolt. Now he's on the back foot. It doesn't really look like he can recover easily. There's even the Fafnir coming for these villagers. Oh god. There's no heroes here. If all these Kuafus just get Fafnired, that's gonna be nasty. But I don't think it's coming to that, because the Huskar and Berserks will do it. And the Revolt has to give up. Grass advances already here to the winners round 2. And Revolt has to go through the losers bracket. I mean, he's done at least a lot better in this game than the first one. It really looked like he was winning at some point, right? But Grass just recovered with some nice multi-prong attacks, distracting Revolt and hitting him where it hurts. That's been pretty good overall. The kill to death has actually been insane. Like, I think Revolt should have gone for the opposite god path. Every single minor god path should have been the opposite. That would have given him a better army. Those dragons in the air also significantly help you hold the Norse melee units at bay. If you just micro them, you can avoid the fire giants. 27 of them. Jeez. That's insane. But off we go to the next one. Let's see what that's going to be. So that should be Ryuk versus Grassengroom. Matador is going to be fighting against Darth Nox. So I think we'll just go with these guys because it's ready right now. And we'll cover Matador versus Darth Nox after that. And then these guys can just do the losers bracket, and we'll probably not be covering match 12 because that's progressing quickly as well. These matches are overall quite fast. And then Isomarto and Revolt can fight. Yeah, let's get this. Ryuk versus Grassengroom first. Okay, and then Matador and Darth Nox can have a short break. Oh, these guys have been waiting longer, actually. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. That's fine. Go ahead, guys. No. I'm doing it. Sorry for misunderstanding. I didn't see your message, Profuxaki. I see they're hosting. This is going to be another best of 3 here, but then we're going to move on into best of 5 territory. So yeah, gamers, please go ahead. And then Ryuk versus Grass will cover you guys after you guys have a break. Okay, looks like they're gonna start on step. And we'll be just like a 3-minute wait until we can get going. Alright, it's now spectatable, but it's a 2-minute wait. Just checking on all these chats. I think everyone's fine with this. Matador is absolutely insane as a deathmatch player. Like, this guy... I don't know if anyone can realistically beat him in a tournament series. He's really fast. He has good builds. The only one weakness he has is he's a bit slow to get TCs, but I think if he saw the patch notes, he'll know that now. If he saw the previous tournament cast, he'll know that now. And he's had no problems so far, so... this balance mod does make everything quite different compared to the previous tournaments, though, where he would just be able to brute force his way through and get these 5-minute victories, right? I'm not sure you can do that with the lower population limit. So if you just don't have the 180 population to bulldoze through the initial build of the other guy, I think this might slow down Matador a little bit and we might get the 10-minute games now. He'll have to macro, get the DCs, get some siege. But he still has absolutely nuts micro. Particularly, I want you guys to watch his... the little things, like watch how he separately controls the archers and how precise he is with the targeting there. It's gonna be kind of nuts, and he's really good at kiting with them as well. That's kind of his table. So Darth Nox, he's an up-and-coming gamer. Pretty good at DM, he learned the build orders and everything. So, at the very, very minimum, Darth Nox should offer some resistance here. But Matty is just a little tip-top level guy, you know? It will be difficult to beat him. If anybody picks off 2 games him today in the entire tournament, I'll already be surprised. He's that good. But anyway, we're about to jump in here and find out what happens. Oh, I did the colors wrong. Great. Nearly there, gamers. Nearly there. Welcome, gamers, to our round 2. Oh, the winner's semi-finals, actually, of the Deathmatch tournament. We are here with our red gamer, Darth Nox, playing as Kronos. And on the other side of the map step, we've got Matty, our many times Deathmatch champion, playing as Zeus. Now, Deathmatch is the game mode with high resource starts. You can just find it in the drop down of game types, anywhere in the game. 18,000 resources to start, 100 favor. We are playing on modded balance as well. It will reduce like the house limit so that it should be a little less spammy. You won't get 180 population in your face. And you've just seen how quickly those villagers actually converted. Their conversion time has been drastically reduced. So, you know, it should be a little bit better to be Atlantean in this mod. For the Greeks, one of the big changes is that in the military academies you get Myrmidons, and likewise with Poseidon and Hades for the special units. The Guardians of Io will be insta-kill, so this is gonna be interesting. Let's see one of them on the Hydra. Oh no! It spewed the poison into the Jason hero, but that didn't quite work. So I really hope we still get to see it. Matador just pumping out a lot of infantry and Peltast, which is going to be a fantastic composition in the long term. Let's make sure that Darfnox is actually making all the mana she needs. I'm not sure he has enough production here. And Matador is kind of overwhelming already. He's got his Hydra. He's working on his fortress in a very focused manner because they take such a long time to build, right? So he's got like 4 villagers on it. But he's also getting the TC with an unusually high number of free villagers. For Matador, that might as well be 1600. He always just sends 1 villager, but I think he listened. He finally changed his ways. Okay, the Argus has been taken down, so I guess we're not getting any insta-kills. A lot of heroes were converted, but Darfnox is just getting absolutely overrun with a wall of hoplites and the Peltas supporting them, so if there's any Arcus whatsoever, those are gonna get wrecked. And the Greek infantry is just doing great. They're about to get a restoration boost to run and ram into the buildings. Not sure why gold was being mined already by Darfnox. It's way too early and he doesn't have quite enough production. Nor is he getting any blobs. The Medusas would shut them down pretty hard if microed well, to be fair. Especially if, like, escorted by Bellerophon. That would be pretty nuts. Alright, Matador almost has his TC. He's also securing the front. And with just 150 population, he's still seemingly overwhelming. But he can't quite attack into the palaces. It's just, you know, the one thing you would really need here as Atlantean is a ton of fanatics in order to be able to punch through the front line. Well, with 2 palaces, you can't have enough of them. So even though we've got Darfnox on 2 TCs, he's just not enough buildings to be able to produce fast enough to outproduce his unit losses, right? Matador's killing stuff faster than Darfnox can make him. And also, Matador is quite insistent that Kronos is in fact not good. Yet, Deathmatch players keep picking it all the time. So, there is that. Well, Zeus is certainly one of the best gods in Deathmatch. Just got super nice infantry, and your hoplites with Sarissa and then bronze to follow are gonna be absolutely nuts. We've got the Guardian of Io, but I'm not sure what it will take down because these Medusas should just be able to petrify it, right? And the bronze infantry is just not taking any damage from the army. Unfortunately, the Guardian of Io ability gets used on some random hoplite. Again, it can one-shot kill. It delivers massive poison damage in this mod. It's not like the original game, or sorry, the live game. It's more like the original game where it does a one-hit kill. And then this poison blob also explodes afterwards. So it could take down technically a Medusa with the special, but it's just single target. Well, Manors are now getting sieged down by the Helipolis, and Matty does win in just over 5 minutes, so Darfnox needs to come up with something much better if he wants to stay alive in this match. Matty is kinda bonkerinos. Didn't even let our man cast his implode. That's how good he is. And Zeus, you know, you're supposed to be able to do some damage, but it should at least come to the mythic god powers, right? And then an underworld or something like that, although it was bronze this time. Well, we didn't get that. This was a very, very quick game. Not many resources were gathered throughout the match, as you can tell. Maybe 1,000. Just over. Matty outkilled Darfnox 2-1. That's the production difference right there. We're jumping into the next game shortly. It will be Darfnox's map pick, and hopefully he doesn't pick one of these weaker Atlantean gods. Even in the Deathmatch mod, I don't think we've necessarily given them enough sauce to work with. we just... oh, damn. I can't. I have to restart my game. Sorry, guys. Hopefully we won't be late. Come on. Unfortunately, when you try to find the games, sometimes the lobby browser just goes and dies. It's something. There's a lot of players like that that have a copy of Retold but don't play. It's unfortunate. Especially from the old crew. Like, what's going on with that? Rich just mentioned Yoshi earlier. That's one of them. That's one of the gamers. Hey, I can't actually connect to the online thing. What the hell? Okay, it's working. Slowly. Okay, we are seeing Matty's match, but we're late. They're actually playing on the new Japanese map, Setonaikai. So there should be a little bit of water action on this one. Together with land. It's shallow water, right? I'm stuck on the please rate screen. Okay, hopefully our game won't crash or anything like that. Oh my god, we got Japan. This is gonna be good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a new map, Setonaikai. This map has both land and sea. The sea is land, in fact. You can walk on it, you can build on it, it's great. And there's fish, still. Anyhow, we've got in our blue color, this is Matador playing as Loki. On the other side, the red, playing as Amaterasu, this is Darfnox. Great to see some Japan for the first time in a casted deathmatch game. It's also tournament, so... Got the Razor and Kawaitachi. They're not very strong or anything, but they should help in the initial defense against any flood. Now, the docks are being built in the middle quite heavily, and there will be a lot of ships. They are supposed to be pretty decent against, you know, just army units in general, but, you know, the land units, if they have burning pitch archers in the midst, then that should be great. But we'll focus a little bit more on our Japan side of things. We got the Raiju, who will be able to stun enemies. Of course, if you run into the heroes, they'll go down. We've got a bit of a fleet action from Darfnox as well, but the hammer ships happen to counter the siege ships, right? Although these siege ships actually have divine damage and they're lightning. So these are converted, and that might make quite a big difference, although stat-wise they shouldn't be that great still. We got some samurai out. That's what Amaterasu is really great at, that she, through her god path especially, buffs the hell out of samurai. Especially you'll see in the Mythic Age once they get to sumo tech. We also got the Honenkyo. I guess that's how you pronounce that, right? We got the Naginata riders trying to help out, but they are not going to be very good at this. So we should rather see more samurai and some range units as well. That is a lot of siege ships. Holy. We got a big shield cast on Raiju. This is the solar shield god power, which basically makes them immortal with this 1500 shield. And for the Mythic Age, we've got the Asura Overlords, which can scoot and shoot without having to stop. Quite amazing. Then they're pretty good in the melee as well. And the coolest Japanese myth unit, the Omibozu as well, who can teleport on water, which on this map should make some great synergy. I'm not sure that there's a very quick and easy way to deal with these freaking junks. Maybe fire giants will cut it. I don't know. Yormund Elvers are getting mixed into the fight. This is some really interesting business, but our Japanese player has gotten very overeager to take the TC. The backward should come up, but Matty at the same time also focuses up his TCs. So I think it will be a 3-2 situation unless somebody goes and stops that. That's a lot of siege ships. Holy cow. Matty's actually getting torn apart. This unit is insane. What is happening? They nerfed the lightning ships. We're playing on a mod game, so we have the changes. Is this not supposed to be their stats? Did I miss a change to add to the mod? What's the thing actually giving them the backflips? I don't see any battle boars here. Looks to me that the Yormund Elvers are covering this just fine, but the Champion Draki not so much. Oh, they have a special attack to make them... Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know Yormund Elvers had that. It's been a while since I did a cast of this. Speaking of backflips, we got that at home in Japan. The Thunderburst is in. This is like a Shockwave X5. It's amazing. But it is also over. And Japan, well, so far they're doing good with resources, right? Darthnox has got to be happy with himself. Maybe he'll also shift into some mages, whatever they're called. I keep forgetting the names. It will take some effort to learn all this. Undermine's in, and the ships are getting thrown back a little bit. Maybe we need a bit more throwing axes, actually. Because they have burning pitch, right? Ram's getting cut down very quickly by Samurai. Matty is doing alright, but I'm worried for his resources overall. He's trying to get a 4th TC. While he's not mining quite enough gold, he's having to spend food on gatherers and he's running really low. Can he actually push through the Japanese army here while they're recovering pretty well at the same time? And any Myth unit gets respawned by this Goshin Boku God power as well. I'm not seeing a whole lot of other units, it's just these siege junks. Oh, you were saying the junk were even better before. Okay. Well, I didn't know they're this good. So this is new to me, but it's cool. It's maybe a little too cool. Definitely Matty is feeling that way, having to retreat through this. He overstayed his welcome here, I would say. And he most certainly doesn't want to cast Nidhogg on this, does he? Maybe he does. Oh, he's doing it. Where? Oh, outside. Oh! Oh, bonk. It didn't kill anything. That's a very underwhelming slash there. It got a good hit, but it didn't even destroy longhouses. It most certainly didn't kill the ships. The samurai are doing that job. Matty had units in the arrow ships? Really? I didn't realize. Okay, well, let's see what that Nidhogg can survive. It seems like this divine damage is just absolutely nuts against it. Better run. And this is a buff Nidhogg, by the way. Significantly higher damage, especially crush. Should make a big difference. But yeah, Matty has to chill. Hide behind some defenses. That's it. Get the Walking Woods. We've significantly buffed the Walking Woods here in the DM mod, so they have a lot more health. Although not all of them, apparently. I missed one. What happened with this? Why is this one so weak? It's the same type as the others, no? Apparently not. Anyway, you can see how big the stat difference is with the DM buffs. Sorry for missing one, I guess. Darth Nox will be losing the base because he hasn't had any defenses around, or heroes, or repair. Shanking these with villagers is not the best idea. You want to repair the TC and let your army do the defending. Fenrir's Wolfroot spawns as well. You know what would be great? Fire Giants. Where are Matty's Fire Giants? He's been very merciful this whole time, not making a single one other than the free one he got. Why no Fire Giants? Now his buildings are getting wrecked, and he might actually be forced into a resignation. Darth Nox is making it work. Well, the TC gets rebuilt pretty quick. Still really good resource situation overall for Darth Nox, I have to say. But we still haven't seen any of the mages. Like, they're so good, but the siege ships just do the job, apparently. Japan has many siege options indeed. Matty actually gives up. That's a huge victory there for Darth Nox. He really needed this. I bet he's going Japan again. Susanoo should be really good in Deathmatch, so maybe we'll see a very similar thing over there. I do wonder if this would have been different with Mass Fire Giants. Because he basically could have torn through the ships with that, right? But like this, the kill to death was very much in favor of Darth Nox. Yeah, I don't know. It's something to try out. They can walk on water. It doesn't put out the fires. Let's see where the next game is gonna go. Yeah, Matty's gotta be not happy with that. We'll be able to join right away for Savannah. This is the third game in the series. Oh no. Oh no. Gamers, we are here in game 3. Matador is getting put on match point. He's here in the blue color, playing as Freyr. Then on the other side of the map, Darth Nox is going back to Atlanteans, which is a great surprise to me. I really thought he'd bring another Japan game. He could have just swapped to Susanoo and done exactly the same thing, just with slightly weaker samurai. And then maybe just, you know, beef up the other parts of the army. That would have been just fine. I'm not sure why he's not doing that. He's clearly struggling with the Atlantean start against Greek, right? In the first game. And now going up against Matty's Freyr is gonna be probably equally scary, because these Freyr units are pretty nuts. And especially the Berserks will be very scary. Although he's not really going for the Bragi path. It's more like Tempest. And Tempest has been nerfed in this most recent update, right? We did carry that over into the Deathmatch mod, obviously. We didn't change everything. So it's gonna last slightly less time. I'm not sure it's the best choice for Freyr, honestly. But yeah, Matty will be just securing the middle of the map. He's not securing any TCs, which might mean that Darth Nox has a bit of potential here. It's also going for Hecate, interestingly, so we might see some Lampade action. Vidar is going to be the pick for our Norse gamer. There, Greasy goes down very quick. And do these Contarius actually have Lance of Stone? Yes, they do, so... Oh, yeah, of course, there's a Cephalian Bird. So these guys have now bonus damage against buildings, supposedly? Wait, why doesn't it show? Did I not make that? Oh, no. What happened? Is that just missing from the UI or actually gone? I'm not sure it's working. I think the change didn't work. Not sure what happened there. Well, Well, that's unfortunate. Because a lot of them are being made right now, but either way, I don't think they're going to be used against buildings because Matador is all over this business. Did I turn off the mod? No. No, I think I just made a data mistake. Good unit composition though, with the Chiral Ballista getting added to take care of the infantry. And then we've also got the Caladria, which should be healable. Yeah, it did get some healing there. That's nice. And it's regenerating also because of Hecate's Mythic Rejuvenation upgrade. Also works on the Stymphalian Bird, which got a significant buff in the most recent update. We also carry that over. Where these Contarius, I mean, they're cheap, right? So that's nice. The Catapelties have to do some of the heavy lifting against this cavalry, though. And ideally, the Contarius would be crashing into the throwing axes, not the cavalry directly. Matty is working on the TCs now. His back TC will take him 300 seconds to build. That is maybe a little too much. But so far, so good, right? The Lampades are keeping everything at bay pretty much. Turning people into chickens. That's why you see all the chickens here. Darth Nox just not allowed to grab his third TC. The Rams are here! They destroy the temple. Could go after some manor, so no more Lampades. And there's many more Rams coming, supposedly. 2 TC status now for Matador. So much easier to defend, as you can see. And the throwing axeman count is getting quite high, so any infantry getting made here is just not as meaningful. He's having a pretty good time overall, but Tempest will ruin the day of this entire Atlantean army as they get slowed down. And also, well, you know, it's doing a lot of damage. Some of them get frozen, and it's not like they take less damage while being frozen. Wow, that's almost the entire army dead. And the main TC is being sieged still, so Darth Nox actually never got to find out with the Contarius heroes about the buildings. Golden Bursty is getting called in. It's pretty close. Oink oink, buddy. It's so strong. That AoE damage is absolutely melting this army. It's a hero as well, so the Lampades can't help. Oh my goodness. Matador can just keep printing whatever he wants. He's also getting a back build into the base of Darth Nox. It's actually Matador's base, he says. Might even be able to capture this Hesperides tree. Not that Darth Nox actually made any Dryads from this. TC is up. Will we see a Tartarian gate? Because it's ready to go. But where? Where would you even use it? I mean, you could get rid of this Asgardian Hill Fort. Or try to put it into the trade route by just flying something over like a Caladria and then putting it here on the markets. That's actually a really good strat with that, because the spawn's defended, so you have to send a significant force to beat that. It's fairly cheap to recast in DM as well with this mod we have. Just 200 favor. Good kiting with the throwing axemen, so most of this group can't really attack much. And they'll eventually lose, of course. But we've got Fenrir getting summoned in, and will it actually do much? Honestly, that wasn't that bad for Darth Nox. He will happily take this. If it had exploded in his army, his entire ranged line would have exploded. Okay, there's a Tartarian gate. This is just in the middle of the army. So I think it will also go down very quickly. Although it's gotten buffed very nicely in the recent updates. You can't really use it like this. It will add some help with these Tartarian spawns at least. It's not nothing. Matty can't handle everything at once, but at least he got rid of the building. And now the spawns will actually fight Darfnox, so he's helping to take out the problem. And then Matador can just get back to normal fighting after this. Yeah, see, they're now fighting both players. There's another Asgardian hill fort in the corner, or the side. So expect more ram raids. And with all these Jarl, it's very difficult for Atlanteans to deal with this. Because you would want fanatics, right? Or catapulties. But it's not easy to deal with the throwing axes. So what do you realistically do? I'm not so sure. Dryads would be nice, that's a really good point. And they're coming! They're coming. Ideally, you'd also have lush everywhere. Look at all those chickens! This is insane! Lamphades, guys. Lamphades is something. And finally, with the addition of Dryads, things should look different, especially once their numbers grow. Can we perhaps get a third tree? Although it's 200 favor, I'm not sure it's going to be easy. That's one of those things that this mod also changes. Make it a bit more expensive so that Gaia doesn't snowball. But Darfnox is doing well once more. Honestly, Matty is getting a little low in resources. Is Darfnox just gonna win? It's entirely possible right in this moment. So if there's enough food income, which there is with 19 citizens on food, if he pushes into this TC and kills the caravans, Matty actually won't have income. So this is the opportunity. Just stay outside of this hill fort, which these archers are outside, and just snipe the ox caravans. Things should be fine, but they are getting surrounded now by Jarls and Huskarls, so this is gonna be maybe not working out after all. There's still a chance for Darfnox to put this away before Matador grows too big. Because once Norse gets too big, you just send rams down every area until one of them buckles eventually. Core army is good. We would love to see some fire siphons, I think. The chat is also calling for it. And then, you know, you could just push through the main area very easily, get rid of this production. All you need is like 2 siphons and then just keep focusing on the army. There's now 8 Dryads, so perhaps waiting wasn't the worst idea. But something needs to happen, and soon, because Matador has beautiful map control, he's got a beautiful economy. He's pumped out all these caravans, so if he's full pop and has a bit of a bank, he genuinely can't lose anymore. And the more hill forts he gets, the more food income he has, because, well, you guessed it, he's got this upgrade here called Feast of Renown, and that gives him 0.5 food per second on top of the other bonuses like the healing near the hill forts. Finally, we're seeing a fire siphon. Very good. But it looks like the throwing axemen will be eating up the Murmillos. Oh no. Darknox didn't pull back. His population is falling drastically. And I think the fire siphon won't make it. There's no additional ones following through either. Will there be a ram raid from Matty? Not yet, he's not ready. Barely has the resources to maintain what he's doing, so he's just gonna go directly here. Alice needs some urgent repairs. The villagers are right inside. At this rate, the palace should be going down. Why are some of the forts white? They're from the god power. So they're Asgardian hill forts. They have... they're basically the same statistically. They have some extra range. But you can just build them by placing them with the god power, which is awesome. Very useful help. Yeah, the throwing axemen are just so high in number at this point. 210 versus 177 population. That Matador seems to be pushing through. Again, in this mod, we've got slightly lower population counts. So it's normally 235 at full 3 TCs. Here it's 210. It's a little harder to push. And by getting up some defenses, you can hopefully survive. But there's only one palace here now, as Darth Nox unfortunately didn't protect himself very well. The Archers are trying to take out some of the throwing axes, but the TC not being repaired will be going down, and Matador gains an even larger population difference. And I guess apparently the throwing axemen are siege weapons now. Why not? Doesn't need anything from the back. He can just plow through up front. Another Ascaldian fort getting built here in the back. It would just take 1 minute by itself, but then you put some other builders on it, it goes faster. It's a very nice god power. Matador, however, takes the win, and he's going into the winners finals. Darth Nox has to fight through the loser rounds. Matador only won the largest army and most kills categories, so he definitely did out micro here. Darth Nox. There weren't enough defenses or myth units or siege or lush. It was just very difficult to deal with this mass Norse army. Although the outkilling wasn't actually that huge of a deal in this. But considering that they're like Jarls, it's not that bad for Darth Nox. Either way, there were just not enough defenses in this one. You know, if you have a bunch of forts or palaces, then they can kind of melt the cav. And I guess next up we'll be looking at the series between Ryuk and Grass. That's what's coming up. So in terms of the brackets, we are here. Match 6 is coming right up between those two, and the Matador is waiting for the winner. And then depending on whether there's time, we'll go into this loser semis, but probably not. We'll see. If this winners finals is quick, then no problem, obviously. And yeah, Matador did some Jarl dances as well. That's right. So basically, if you move them around, they can dodge projectiles. It's really not fair to say that that Matador didn't micro. That's ridiculous. Plus, he was kiting with the TA. Okay, Ryuk vs Grass is now hosted. The first game is also going to be on Step. Soon TM, guys, soon TM. Just 1 minute 30 until we start. Oh, and then we can check the progress on the losers rounds, of course. So Nito was defeated by Tiger Boss. He's now waiting for the loser of the game we're about to cast, or the series. And then we've got Isomarto actually defeating Revolt. Well done, well done. Darth Nox versus Isomarto coming up. Hope you guys have a good game. Tell you what, if the tournament is very, very short, I'll cast that as a bonus round at the end. How about it? Just a little longer. No worries, Nito. You'll get them next time. We still have another tournament coming up in this year. And then we'll see how we do it in the next year. We'll probably structure it without a prize pool though, because well, we have 26 viewers, so you know. Maybe I'll play myself as well. Right, if you win, you won't get defeated. That's great advice for next time. Well done, Chandler. Okay. Let me just set up the gods and we're off to the races. Ladies and gents, we are here with another winner semifinals for our deathmatch tournament in the blue color, playing as Hades. This is Ryuk. And on the other side, his opponent in the red, playing as the red Loki. This is Grass. Just another reminder for anyone just joining or watching on YouTube, Deathmatch is the game mode that starts with high resources. You can pick it anywhere in a lobby. What you do is you get your upgrades for free, so you don't have to click them even. Just advance through the ages. Even the age upgrade is just 5 seconds. Then you spam a bunch of buildings down, claim the map, grab those town centers because you need the extra population. Spam, spam, spam. Make an economy so that you can keep spamming. That's it. Fight late game style. In just 2 minutes, you'll be mythic. Maybe 3 minutes if you're building a lot of fortresses. But yeah, we've got an Ares pick here from Ryuk. So Pestilence is definitely a huge threat for Grassengroom, who doesn't spread out his buildings. He never does. He always just goes for a big middle push. So Ryuk should definitely be able to put a stop to this. And I'm really curious, will he go Artemis here? Because the archers of Artemis, yes he is, those gain a poison attack, and in high numbers, they are absolutely brutal. So it'll be very interesting to see what he does with that. Also, do remember these hoplites actually have a divine damage, so they're pretty good against the buildings, but there are some throwing axemen here. Ryuk, I think, is going in a little too deep. Hill fort is being made on the side by Grass. Ryuk is almost done with his houses. Now this is on a modded version of the game as well, so there's some balance changes, like for example, Pestilence won't be quite so huge, it takes a lot longer to recast, so you just can't spam it forever. And another big thing is that the special Greek units are available now in the regular buildings, so the archer rangers for Hades can make the Gastrophiles, and you don't have to spam them from the fortresses. So you can focus more on the siege and the heroes with the forts, and your archer rangers can just make your archers. Right, you gotta be a little careful here. You do want to cast a good Pestilence on all this to slow down our Norse players. He is now trying to get both TCs at the same time, but there's no protection there, so if Ryuk just sends a handful of these units, he will be able to keep Grass on just 2 TCs. All this poison is doing significant work. We've got a good amount of Gastrophaneros as well. But they won't be very helpful against the myth units, I'm afraid. They don't have a bonus damage against them anymore, unlike in the original game. Maybe that upgrade ought to be re-added or something. Might be too much though with Zeus. Pestilence is covering almost all the buildings, so it will be very difficult for actually Grass to keep spamming. Or will it? Because he gets a free fire giant to spawn in the middle of the fight, and that was a really good special attack that wiped out most of the Greek army. Ryuk's actually really on the struggle bus, but he is on 2 TCs way before Grass, which is nice, but Grass is also reaching it, and he's about to be on 3, whereas Ryuk has another minute plus to go. The heroes are out, and they're gonna be a bit of a pickle for Grass to handle, but the throwing X-Men are on the job and they're very quickly focusing them down. Likewise with the Hippospis. Oh my goodness. They just disappeared. I bet Ryuk wasn't expecting the Loki pick here. And that's while Pestilence was on, so Grass isn't even at his full power yet. And he's not used Flaming Weapons or Healing Spring. Well, Perseus at least petrifying one of these Sons of Muspel, but it doesn't quite go down. It's very unfortunate news for Perseus, who isn't that strong himself, honestly. It's tough for Greek players against these very heavy Myth units. Well, Ryuk is going into the main. He had a little bit of a side build, and there's some Gesher Featheros. I actually missed these archer ranges. That's one of the cool aspects of this change. Obviously, the Gesher Featheros, you can just build an archer range on the side, make some Gesher Featheros, and then snipe the TCs, which is exactly what Ryuk is doing here. The other units are just here to help protect. The trouble is, this is an enormous army from Grass, and the Underworld Passage is destroyed, so we've got the full-on base trade now. For some reason, Ryuk is mad at the armory. That can't do anything anymore, but his own TC will be falling, it looks like. And this is still before Flaming Weapons is cast. He doesn't have a lot of buildings to fall back to. I'm worried he won't be able to pump more stuff. But hey, Earthquake is coming up. Grass doesn't have houses. He's losing out on population quickly. But here comes the Flaming Weapons. I think he will destroy all the buildings. Ryuk has to very urgently rebuild here. Maybe cast a second Sentinel if he can. Let's see what he's going to be capable of, but he doesn't have any favor right now. Grass's base is also being destroyed by the Gesher Featheros and the Petrobolos. We've got a dragon in the back. Oh my goodness, you can't cast that on Hades Artemis archers. Look at the poison damage. This dragon is gonna fall on the ground in tears. That's it, bye-bye. So long. Thanks for all the stinky trail. That was a wet fart. Guys, never ever ever cast that on Poison Toxotes. The poison damage stacks, right? So Ryuk is earthquaking himself. He's done. That doesn't cause a lot of damage, by the way. But it might at least get some of these fire giants. I wish he had used that on the base, but he just doesn't have enough units left to live on. He's got the resources. It's not the army. Can he rebuild the houses, perhaps? So many rams, man. The Gastrophides count is just a little low. No, that can't have been a misclick. There's no way. He's holding on to dear life. I did not like that earthquake. It does crush damage, but it's not enough to take out Myth units. Oh no. Well, that's gonna be a very swift Grass victory there. And even though Ryuk had a good counterattack, man, if he had used that on another TC or found the houses or something, he would have actually had a chance to survive. It was very close. Just don't try to destroy an army with your earthquake. That's really the lesson here. 308 kills versus 197. But do remember, Ryuk has a much wider god pool in Deathmatch than Grass, so he can maybe recover this. It's the best of 3. See what he does. Why no one abused Japan? Legend is asking. Well, I don't think Japan is OP. We've tweaked a handful of things that are too strong, right? And I think the rest of it is actually okay. Like, okay, maybe those lightning ships are a little too good. I don't know. We'll find out. Either way, they're loaded into the next game. That's going to be on Silk Road, by the looks of it. Shinobi? I mean, they're good, but they're gonna go down to anti-infantry very quickly. If you have a lot of defenses, they're not gonna break through that either. So, if you have 3 fortresses, then your TC is fine. It's the mages have gotten nerfed because they have now a limit. Can't catch them. Sure, you can catch them. They're just 5.5 speed. So, if you go where they're heading, then you can just pick a shorter route, right? Add foxes. It's not gonna destroy your base with defenses, though. And then you can attack elsewhere. Just leave some handful units to deal with the job. Like, put some axemen on your control group, you know? That's all it takes. Then your entire rest of the army can go and do damage. Yeah, their special is really good. No doubt about that. Like, I'm not saying you're gonna catch them and kill them. I'm saying you can follow them around, more or less, and stop them from wrecking your base. And meanwhile, you're spending less on that, population-wise, so the rest of your army can actually attack. It's not a game ender. If Japan is ahead and they hit you with that, then you're screwed. That's for sure. Okay, we're loading in. Let's see what gods we get. Ooh, that's interesting. More of the same. More or less. Okay, more Greek versus Norse. Ryuk in the blue color is bringing a little bit of Poseidon to the table. On the other side of Silk Road, we've got Grass playing as 4. Huh? What? That's Poseidon. I misclicked. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. We'll do them again. We got Poseidon. Already captured one of these trading posts, by the way, Ryuk did. And we've got 4. That was on me. Looks like a Bragi play. So we're gonna have more flaming weapons. Ryuk is gonna have Ceasefire. Ceasefire is significantly boosted in this mod that we're using. It's gonna last a lot longer, so it's 1 minute duration. It can basically shut down the first flaming weapons, during which you can then make sure to capture your TCs. But the second one, not so much, right? It's just gonna have a slower cooldown than flaming weapons, so that could be problematic. However, because Ryuk is going bronze, I think he can counter the second flaming weapon with bronze. Or he can just go for an absolute tempo play and shut this all down. Hillfort is being made by a single berserk, but the Pegasus is seeing this, so I'm not sure this will work out. Ryuk is a little slower to the Mythic Age, but not by too much. The Mythic Age pick will be tiered, by the way. I'm curious, will we see a lot of wolves here or not? What we are seeing so far is a ton of throwing axes, and they're pretty good at dealing with any Hippospis flood. Because, well, by the time these guys walk close, the throwing axemen will have already murdered them all. So actually, Hippospis is not a counter to TA. You're gonna want a lot of archers. Oh, they're going for Hephaestus. Now that is interesting. Ryuka is really looking to get a ton of gold. He's already set one of the trading posts, 2 of the trading posts to gold. And then there will be plenty vault as well. So these, if you have all 3 trading posts, then you have something that's better than plenty water already. But on top of that, it's, well, imagine 2 plenty wards and a trade post. You're never gonna lose. You barely need villagers, honestly. What does the trading post do? It generates resources and you can select which one. And then there's 3 of them, so you can select it with each. It's really nice. Love this map. It's rewarding your map control a little bit. Okay, there's Polyphemus. So he's gotten some extra crush damage in the mod. And his bonk is way better against single targets. Especially Myth units, not so much the humans. Humans just get thrown. But Myth units get wrecked. Okay, the Hillfort should be going down here to the Colossus and the Hydra. I wish the Hydra was fighting units instead, because it would grow some extra heads. Regeneration is much higher for Hydras, but it's just overwhelming damage here, so it doesn't really matter. Polyphemus gets taken down as well by massive focus fire. Ryuk didn't save him. We've got a bit of a problem for him with Grass already being on 3 TCs. Despite the initial flood, and the throwing X-Men are just absolutely wrecking the infantry. We've got flaming weapons. I think ceasefire has to be used, and Ryuk needs to focus up this TC because 3 villagers is actually not enough to build that thing. Maybe some of these guys should transfer over. It's a full shutdown. But like I said, the recast is going to be expensive. The cooldown is going to be in favor of that as well. 180 seconds here and 230 here. So the next one, if they cast exactly on cooldown, the flaming weapons will be uncounterable. There's no ceasefire for that one. Huh, where's Cersei? Maybe we could add her, but I don't think it's very essential. Okay, these Hetyros don't have AoE anymore. They have anti-building damage. So they're not gonna really help in the direct fight. But if you send them to take down the houses here, that could work out very nicely. Okay, there's all the villagers, so this will be built up without much issue. Very strong ceasefire indeed. This will help Ryuk significantly. He's got good amounts of resources. So if he can keep at least one of the trade posts, and then his plenty wall should cover him for the most part. But what I really think he needs is more defenses. Like if he had 2 forts around here in the middle of the fight, the throwing Axeman would have a very difficult time to punch through that. What is that ram doing? That ram watched too many Halo Wars 2 streams with the wiggle thing. Pinball Winter's going on. Some of these villagers are about to get caught, but Ryuk did ring the bell. So most of the bills will be safe. The regenerating Hetyros are also fine. By the way, the wolves are regenerating too, because they're Myth units. Oh no. Please, 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 guys, if you make wolves, don't do it from one temple. They're so cheap. Just make a second, third temple. Make them together. You're not gonna make your villagers from 1 TC, right? You're gonna make them from 3 TCs. It's the same principle. Colossus is not a bad shout here, though. At least if there's no hearse here, then it's very, very useful for sure. A ton of militia out, but it looks like another fortress will be down. 16 militia now. But Ryuk is just struggling. He can't seem to deal with these throwing axes. Even Polyphemus might not be enough of a tank for this. Although, finally Grass's army is falling apart as there's no more melee. Ryuk has saved it. He saved the day. Oh god, another ram raid coming in potentially to the TC. Got a hella pull this, so this could open up the path to the market in the corner. See if the villagers can handle the rams, but they're gonna be backed up by Fenris wolves, and there's a lot of them. That's a good thing Ryuk is here with the army, but he'll almost certainly lose the TC now. Of course, Atalanta will be the most useful hero against these guys. Their speed is gonna be pretty insane in a big group. And Grass is trying to get the raids on. Now, we've had to nerf these wolves in DM because look how fast they are. It's very easy to get the favor for them. This man has 400 favor right now. So, like I said, you could just have 2-3 temples constantly spawning these. And they're running around at 7.6 speed. They're pretty much able to wreck your economy and just run away. Even with your fast hero following them. Alright, Ryuk will rebuild this. So you need a lot of defenses, you need a lot of walls to shut them down, because then there's gonna be so much less favor gathering for the Norse. And eventually you just catch them in these situations. Kill a few, and then their speed might drop low enough for Atalanta to catch up. They're still 7.6. And then they regenerate. It's insane. That's a small group. So for whatever reason on the regular game, they're just 2 population. Well, we've made them 3. And we've given them a 20 favor cost because it's just... you get too many of them. Look at this favor. You can still cast the flaming weapons in a moment. Although this time there will be another ceasefire ready for it. It's just Ryuk has spent his favor too. He actually can't do it. Where's the wolves? For some reason Grass isn't healing them up. He's fighting a fortress instead, which is not gonna work out. Fortress has some pretty good hack armor. Oh my god, there's 10 battle boards in the queue. What is going on? Why don't you make a second temple, sir? This is insane. I think people are allergic to second temples. Shocking. I say shocking. No problem making many hill forts though. Grass is definitely doing that. And he's punching through Ryuk, so, you know, we can't complain too much. What he's doing is working. And Ryuk is definitely on his last legs here. The Hetaeros do have an anti-myth unit damage here. That's helping at least a little bit. Maybe he can punch through the army once more, but he just kind of lacks the population, the resources, the everything. So if Grass comes back with a bunch of wolves and raids the economy, that would be the end. Oh, he's got flaming weapons, of course. Well, bronze is available, I guess, but it wouldn't help that much. The army is too small. Not the best position for those raiding cav. They are getting speared pretty nastily. But once the throwing axes join the fight, it's not gonna be that easy for anyone to hide. But the boar's happy to tank here. Hippolyta at least is sniping them very nicely. Good micro by Ryuk there. And there's the desperation bronze. So man, Ryuk is really on his last legs. The fortress is being destroyed by the rams, so that will spawn some more militia for him to defend himself with. But yeah, the main army is still falling, and there's no way to stop the Norse. This Grass and Groom Gamer just a little too strong. Ryuk will have to fight through the losers bracket. And Grass is going up against Matador next in the winners finals already. We're having a pretty quick run here. Almost 500 kills to 428. Definitely this Poseidon thing was a little better for Ryuk. If he had the favor for a second ceasefire, I think he might have survived, but things just didn't quite add up here. Yeah, nerf Norse, man, nerf Norse. Chandler posted that earlier for good reason. Maybe Norse is a little too good now. Even after some changes. Yeah, winner's final, exactly. I think we can set it up. Just need a 2-minute break for myself. I'm just gonna really quickly go to the bathroom and we'll carry on. But these guys need to set up their map picks and everything right away anyhow. So yeah, I'll be right back, gamers. And we'll carry on then. Thanks everyone very much for waiting. Appreciate you all. We're setting up the next one now. Which is gonna be Ryuk versus, Matador versus Grass and Groom actually. And the lobby should be up, so let me see if I can find it. Yeah, they've just started on step. Will be 2 minutes 30. Before getting right in, this is our first best of 5 of the day. This is where we are in match 7. Excuse me, refresh. In match 7, Matador versus Grass and Groom. Winners finals, best of 5. And in the losers rounds, Ryuk is going to fight Tiger Boss next. Then the losers semifinals should be happening after that. I think with how that worked out, we can cover that actually. The match number 12. We should probably take a look, see what happens, and then we can just go through the rest. Unless this is taking a very long time. So if we have like a 1-hour game, then obviously Fofuksaki will make a call on whether we should cover or not. Yeah. Hopefully the gamers don't have to wait for us too much. But if it's the other way around, then I'll cover. Just 1 minute 30 left. I wonder what gods these guys will play. Do we expect a Norse mirrors here, or will Matador just do something else? I mean, he's pretty good at Egypt as well. He might pick that up. I haven't seen this man rock drop before. I'm pretty sure he'd be great at that. But it's just so much easier to build a death ball and, you know, outproduce the other guy and plow through them. That's pretty much what he does. It's his strat. It's his style. I think though the multi-prong would really suit him. Just a really capable high APM RTS player. Then again, you could just be Norse, make some wolves, run around. "30 seconds. Yeah, we haven't gotten to see a lot of the elements here of the changes. Reacted a little bit with the side build and the gas graffitis. That's about all that mattered. Oh, Chandler, the soundtrack makes you sad. I'm sorry. I thought it's just pretty chill. It's very atmospheric. Oh goodness, my game is laggy. Oh, it's all good. Just a replay catching up. Or the spectator mode. Alright, here we go. Welcome to the winners finals, ladies and gentlemen. Our first best of 5 in this deathmatch tournament. The game mode with high resource starts. We'll go over that in a second. In the red color, we've got Grass spawning as our Loki player. Then on the other side, in the blue color, playing as Zeus, this is Matador. So Deathmatch starts with very high resources, 18,000 of each in particular. And then normally it's 200 favor, but we're playing on a balance mod. So there's some differences. Here's the thing. In this balance mod, you only get 12 houses instead of 16, so it will be a lot less spammy, and hopefully nobody will die in 5 minutes. That's been a massive problem in the past tournaments, so hopefully we've figured that out now. And maybe the players are a bit more experienced also. But anyway, in this game mode, you age up quickly. You get all the upgrades for free instantly as you age up. It's just 5 seconds to age up. So you just make the buildings required for that: a temple, a market, a fortress. But you also get to produce a lot of units, right? So if you make a ton of buildings, you secure your town center locations, and you build up your economy, you should be good. But Matador is feeling highly confident, and he just floods in the infantry into the middle of Grass's stuff. He usually overwhelms people like this. Matador is just really good mechanical player. He typically is just more skilled than his opponents, right? Will Grass be able to handle this? He's got a good number of throwing X-Men, but the numbers from Matador are just insane. He's split the villagers very beautifully to maximize his overall production, but the throwing X-Men counts are truly getting out of control, and I don't think he can keep this up anymore. Okay, 5 X of Son of Muspel are coming out. And that's all of Grass's favor. Now, in the previous iteration of the game, without our mod at least, that would have been a lot more giants, right? So that's definitely super scary. Oh, wait a second, Matador. Okay, he's got 2 fortresses being made. That's a good thing. If one of them had been taken down, he wouldn't have been able to go mythic, and he'd be stuck with heroic age units. But now he's got the champion upgrades and iron upgrades, so all this stuff will be a lot more potent. The heroes are on the case as well. Peltas are going to be a fantastic counter to the throwing Axemen, which was probably missing from other Greek versus Norse games today. We've also got Restoration to try and punch through the Heracles hero. He's still going nuts on these, and we should see Bellerophon soon enough. Once he joins the fight, things will look very, very different. We've also got Odysseus in the back, currently not being microed, but we've got a Medusa. Grass, meanwhile, has pumped out a lot more acts of Muspel. Imagine how many he'd have with a 200 favor start. That would be crazy. But generally, these guys stop at 150 population, but 180 already achieved by Grass, as he's built a very quick second TC, but he's not working on the third one, whereas Matador is working on the third one, but not on the second one. Weird. Belorphin already getting taken down thanks to a lot of fire from all the ranged units, and he will actually have some serious trouble taking on this Norse army, especially because very soon they'll unlock flaming weapons. Bronze will be available for Matador, and hopefully he keeps some favor for a second restoration or something, so that he can last through the whole thing. Unfortunately, his Medusa so far have been petrifying regular units and not like the fire giants. Oh my goodness, there's even more coming out. Let's get a count. That's 8 of them so far. 9 of them just before Belorphin took it down, but he gets sniped once more. This is nuts. There are 2 Medusa in the back and a bunch of other Greek heroes, so it should be possible for Matty, as long as he's nicely spread out, to take these down without losing his entire army. You don't want to get clumped. That's the most important thing. Grass is getting now villagers, indeed, so he prioritized the army, but now that he's running out of gold, it's becoming a huge issue, in fact. Belorphin is back once more. Has to get on the job. What? He attacked a freaking berserk there. That's unfortunate. Medusa are cleaning up, and the Peltas army has done such a good job throughout sniping these throwing axemen. Flaming weapons is coming in. Let's see if it gets countered by bronze. Oh, countered is maybe a strong word. They're definitely gonna try. Teleporters are gonna hold the ground just a little bit here, but Matador still overall just wants to pull back. His Petropolis is doing some major work, by the way, in the background, taking down those buildings, slightly reducing the... Oh, look at that formation play. He really doesn't want the Petropolis to be taken down. That's funny. Anyway, the fortress is getting to work on these units. Peltas are gonna just hide from the fire giant while Belorphin goes after them, and guess what? The god powers are both done. And now Matador can absolutely open up on these guys. Look at that, jumping in and out of the fortress micro with the Peltas. And they're getting a lot of extra shots done against the throwing axes. And now Grass is down to 45 population. Are you freaking kidding me? 180 for Matador. This man cannot be stopped, apparently. He's also got a lightning storm available, which he would no doubt love to use if there was an army. There's no army. What is he gonna do with the lightning storm? It won't actually hit the Nidhogg. It's immune to lightning storm, but this guy's too good. There's no way. This is illegal. Look at the number of Medusa. We've actually had to nerf the Medusa because they're a little too good in Deathmatch. But even like this, without fully microing them against the fire giants, he's done that. And they're also siege weapons, by the way, as a secondary role. So yeah, Grass just absolutely rolls over there. Game 1 goes to Matador. Brutal. So Matador does win most of the categories except largest army. He usually is a little slow to the TCs, right? But I mean, if he wins the micro fight that hard, why not? Lets him focus on just one place and play to his strengths. It works. Resources didn't matter too much. I mean, Matador gathered a little bit. Not a lot. Slightly outkilled Grass, but you have to account for the fact that throwing axemen absolutely wreck infantry, right? And then there's all those fire giants to kill, which are only counting as one. Let's see what they do next. 6 minutes! That's all it took. Maybe the 12 houses are still too much. I don't know. Something's not right here. Matador might be just too good, honestly. Cool. Next up, we're going to Megalopolis. That's a TC map. The one where there's an extra TC. Just in 30 seconds, okay? We're nearly there. I really like how quickly these guys just back to back to back games. No messing around. I love it. They're so efficient. In some certain other games with certain other players, sometimes I have to wait like 5 minutes for them to pick a map. And you do that 10 times in a tournament, you kind of run out of small talk. Oh well. Let's set this up. No repeat god, so Matador can't do the Zeus thing over and over at least, right? That's, I think, nice. But also we don't have to deal with the drafting. So that's another thing that makes the tournament actually really quick, back and forth. Game to game to game. Anyway. Game 2 is on. Matador with the blue color. Loki. Then his opponent on the other side in the red color, Grass, bringing a little bit of Odin. So we did get that Norse war. I kind of spoke about it between the games or before them. I really wonder how this is gonna go, because Loki does have a major advantage with the better fire giants through hell, right? The mod does try to address that a little bit, so there's a smaller health gap between the two, but you still got the train time, you still got the extra spawns from, you know, just combat. Although there's not going to be a Bragi pick here from Loki, because we're very likely going to have to deal with a Skadi pick, and you don't want to get Frost on your army during a Flaming Weapons fight. No, it's going to be a Njord from both players. Now that is fascinating. So this might result in a heavy Jarl play, which we don't see that often in DM. Usually the reason is that you just have a lot of defenses around, right? So the cavalry just isn't quite as potent as it could be. But, you know, Jotuns with anti-myth unit damage Jarls. Now that's definitely something to enjoy. We don't see this often, so appreciate it, please. We got a bunch of interesting relics here, maybe. Girdle of Hippolyta for some ranged soldier hit points, as if the throwing axeman needed a buff. We got Tawara Toda's last arrow, which is a new one, I think. It's a ranged soldier divine damage of ranged attack. Plus 0.2. That's a pretty big deal for those throwing axes, man. You pick up both those relics, you're just going nuts at that point. Then we got 9 cauldrons, which is human soldier from fortress type buildings gets a hack armor, hack and pierce armor buff. Not bad. So that's Huskars basically. Oh, the fire giants. Oh wait, no, this is bonk giants actually. We got the bonk giants out. They might bonk some of these hill forts before they truly come up. Nice one. Who's already in the main base? What is Grass doing? He's not building anything. He's building everything here. Fast 2 TCs, sure. But if you lose the main, what does it matter? That's what Maddie's thinking anyway. He's just putting a handful of units on the TCs. It's way too slow to build them this way. I do wish he at least put like 5 people or something, but hey, if he kills the main TC now, then it's all good, right? Who cares? Okay, his Jotuns are down. He's building in the middle with more people anyway. But I think he's a little bit outnumbered here now. Either way, the TC is weak. He can come back later for that. Just get your TCs up with more units. You'll be able to overwhelm. It's not like Grass is building this. He's panicking back home. And for good reason. I mean, look at all these Jarls just holding the line. This is Sparta for them. TC's on very low health. I think those throwing axemen could just turn around and two-shot this thing. But there's a ram on the job, so who cares? They can just kill the units. Oh, Fafnir spawns. He's spawning some trees. Grass stays on 2TC even if this does come up. Forest fire to try to burn the walking woods. I'm sorry, it doesn't stick, sir. Oh no. Yeah, this could be overwhelming as the houses are all here. So Matty is certainly getting to work with that. Although his back DC does get stopped, Grass is a little side build here as well. It's a very fun aspect of the Norse Mirror, in my opinion. He's getting some of his own trees. But I'm sorry, sir, you're running them into Jarls. They have bonus damage. They're gonna do very, very little. I guess they'll force a little micro on the TA, but yeah, they're going down. Fafnir's holding the ground for now, but there's a little bit too many heroes attacking it. Either way, Matty has way more units as he's on 3 TCs. He's full pop. And Grassam Groom is just on 160 population. Can't even hit 170. Should be 180 really, if he had all the houses, but he's losing them periodically. And another Fafnir spawns in, keeping those heroes busy. If Matty only went after the throwing axes with that, that would be nice. Is Norse Mirror really just about the throwing ass max? What? Throwing axe mass. That's... throwing axe? Throwing ass? Whatever. This is difficult. I can't even English. Yes, it is about them. You need some... you do need some legendary Jarls. It's frontline. It's a pretty good thing. And you know what? It would be better if we had gone Skadi. Then we'd have even stronger throwing axes. Nidhogg's on. We'll get the special attack. It disappeared. It's back. What happened there? That was weird. Thimblewinter is on as well, but I'm not sure it can do too much damage. I mean, there are some ramps in this main, and Matador has been losing houses, which is annoying for him. But this is just a slight annoyance. I mean, sure, these guys are killing some monkeys. Doesn't fundamentally change anything. 13 villagers here in the TC. I definitely think they should go out and slam those rams. Matador is out of resources, however, for the most part, right? Like, he's got no gold. Sure, he can recover maybe a little bit. He's got 530 favor. He can just keep casting his god powers here. Get the trees, get the undermine, etc. These guys are actually in such a tight choke point that they're not fighting. Yeah, he can use all the god powers in the world now. I'll say one thing, those Jarls are very expensive. They're pretty good for their cost though. It's just, you will be out of gold if you make this many. I guess Matador could make a few mountain giants, but he also kind of needs workers. Grass is in a much worse situation though, at just 100 population. The trees are very angry and they're tearing down his base, no problem. Again, undefended bases, they will go down. And a lot of the production is just completely overwhelmed with Matador's units here. He will take them down, no doubt. Although his main base is also getting absolutely battered. Oh, the Bonk Boys are on the TC. Let's see if these Goldie can save the day. Well, they're certainly trying. Are they gonna succeed though? The trees are coming. I think they might be able to finish this off. They themselves have 60% armor, so it's really not that bad. Oh boy. Matador does not have enough, I think, here. But, you know what? The army is distracting the Goldie. Grass is about to lose the last TC and Matador are just everywhere. He's getting gold in the middle, so he's relatively safe. The throwing axeman, well, it doesn't matter if the trees get the TC or not, because the throwing axeman would have otherwise. And Matador is taking game 2 as well. Grass is in a tough position. He has to either play 4 or a god he's a little bit less comfortable with. Maybe he can have an okay Zeus. He's done it today already. But can he pull it off against Matador, who's got a fairly deep god pool himself? He's pretty good with Egypt, by the way. So Grass is probably going to pull some kind of Greek here. Unless he wants to go 4 into Egypt, which is fine. It can be done. It's not a particularly big problem, but does he know how to? That's a big question. It's a little technical. 371 kills to 249. Wow. This Matador guy's pretty good. Kind of ended in 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, just Matador's builds are better than the other guys, right? And then he micros great. That's all it is. So I think for the other guys, you really want to build safe and not have any big gaps in your builds. And then fight under your tower fire. Make sure those towers protect you. And the fortresses, of course. Alright, we'll be in there in just under 2 minutes for the third game. He built a TC with 2 Oathsarks? No. He built the middle one with like a quarter of the army. So he had 2 already, and then he built the third one with like 2 Berserks. So Matador is actually trying lately to go for a faster second TC, and then the third is slower. So we're making progress here. We're making Matador build TCs now. And you know, if Grass had gone for Fire Giants, there's no way he dies in 4 minutes. Like, I don't know why he went for Tyr against Loki. It's very difficult to make that work. Although it's possible. I'm just not that much of a fan of Tyr play there, because you just don't make Myth units that way. I guess there were a bunch of giants. We're in a few seconds, guys. Just setting up the gods here and whatever. Oh, the map is Elysium, I should have said. Ladies and gents, welcome to game 3. Oh, we're lagging. Let's pause this for a second. There we go. Matador is bringing Freyr, so these guys are very comfortable with their Norse picks, apparently. I'm not surprised. It's good stuff. Norse is very, very good in Deathmatch. Grass on the other side, going 4. We sort of predicted this. I figured that Matty might go off Norse, but nope. Off Norse not. Oh my god. I didn't just say that. Okay. Am I confused here? Wait. Matty usually spreads his workers way more. Okay, there we go. He figured it out. Strange he's doing like the house thing that standard players do. You don't need to do that in DM, just plop them around in TC. Just leave some room for your farms. The maiden houses. That's what we call them. Because Iron Maiden pointed out that we don't need to build like this. Or even more tightly. Which is actually good against, you know, some specific rushes to just help defend the base a bit. But if you spread out the houses, you have one more farming TC. You don't have to worry about drop-offs and whatever. Looks like a very fast second TC attempt from Matty. Oh, no, he's bringing the boys forward. Never mind, he's making a lot of buildings. But once again, it's a similar type of composition, right? It's still legendary Jarls, lots of TA. Very greasy. In fact, instead of Fafnir, because Fafnir costs a lot of gold and favor, right? These guys just cost wood and less favor, a lot less favor at 24. So that should make him pretty good here. But there's a good number of heroes out for grass. I figure he can deal with all this. And he's got his own TCs up and running. For the most part. Not this one. That would be Matadors. Grass is looking to get to 3 TCs here before Matador can do something about it. Of course, Matador should just attack the settlement to bring it down. But he's not doing that right this moment. Maybe if he makes a siege weapon here? No, doesn't look like he can. Grass's TC should come up, honestly. But those berserks are going nuts. Look how hard they're winning against the red ones. This is ridiculous. Took so many red ones to take him down. And there's a ram. Oh my god. The TC? Will it come up? Okay, just barely. Grass absolutely has to repair this thing. Matador is, by the way, all up in his business over here. The Bergrisi are eating his buildings. And the TC is not in good shape. So if you make a bunch of ballista here, you can absolutely siege this down. But Matador is just happy with his rams, I suppose. Let's see if he can take it. There's not enough throwing axes or Jarls on the location, though. The healing spring. Grass isn't repairing this. It's making me super anxious, honestly. The back TC is up for Grass, but his population isn't there. Matador is just better at making units. There's no two ways to say this. Matador has really good macro, and Grass is slipping. Look at Matador's production behind this. He's full pop. He's already prepared a lot more. He knows he's gonna need Jarls forever, so guess what he's doing is making a large queue, so the units will just be replaced. He's got enough economy behind it, he can just make villagers, and now the TC is destroyed. It might be another 5-minute match because Grass just isn't making units. And he didn't have defenses either, so it's not like there were 3 fortresses and like 4 towers around the base. Can't exactly blame balance on this one. Grass didn't make units, that's it. He's in a very, very bad spot right now. Matador will take over this TC. It will take him minutes. But I mean, at the same time, he's destroying Grass's infrastructure, so Grass will be even less able to replenish his units than before. And if he keeps slipping on the macro, having fewer buildings makes the situation even worse. Tempest is coming down on those flaming weapons units. And, well, they're gonna get damaged, they're gonna get frozen. If they stand in this for too long, they're also really slow, so they can't truly chase. Flaming weapons is not hugely contributing right now, but once Tempest is over, which is about to be, the rest of the units can still fight. And let me tell you, they're pretty strong here. So Matador is instead rushing up the TC with his entire Norse army. It looks like it will work. I don't think Grass is trying to shut this down. He could have attacked the TC with the TA, but he didn't do that. TC hit points are overall remaining pretty good here. And Golem Bursty gets called down to wreck the army on their way out. So overall, Matador is still fine. He's struggling a little bit in the gold department. Big Pig versus Small Pig. Well, Small Pig is still pretty big, to be honest. And we got Pinball Winter, and we got Inferno. Oh, a bunch of the buildings will go down. Not so much the army. I didn't actually hear the explosion sound. Didn't trigger here. Matador is winning pretty big time. There's a lot of empty ground here. He's got a massive army against Grass, although they have the same population count. Fimbulwinter, by the way, isn't doing all that much, as Matador just garrisoned. Yeah. It's idling his economy. There's very few villagers. So maybe Grass, if he somehow maintains his population, he will need to max out. Go for the wall. Just go for the wall. Remax, fight again. Matador might not have the goal to continue, because Grass actually has quite a lot more economy. He can figure this out. He's got a good chance of winning. Better than throughout the entire series. Those ballista will be very vulnerable to some raiding cavalry run-bys. It's a pretty good idea to go for that kind of unit, but Grass is just not making enough units, man. He does have longhouses, but they're not making anything. Instead, he's queuing up 7 boars from the one temple. Where? Is it this one? Yes. Why not a second temple, Grass? Unbelievable, sir. This is bad macro. Unfortunately, I have to point it out, because it's happening for the 4th time. You can't do that kind of stuff in this game against someone of the skill of Matador. And he's punishing. Oh no, the Berserks get stuck! They wouldn't path there. That's very unfortunate on top of everything that's already going on. I'm gonna try to make a second temple now, but only because the first one was destroyed. Mass throwing axeman is basically impossible to approach. There's gonna be a second flaming weapons, but doesn't even matter. Matador doesn't have favor. He's been spending it all on Bear Greasy. He can't do this. But he's got 1,000,000 units queued. And those Yaras don't go down very quickly at all. Great micro overall from all the ranged stuff. Ballista. Throwing axemen are protecting them. They're also kiting themselves. But they're basically bloody blocking anything that's coming through. And it looks like Grass will indeed go down here. There's no way to survive any longer. The ballista putting in a lot of damage over time. So one of these ballista are actually 2,500 damage now. Very nice. And there's gonna go for the TC while the army wrecks the buildings. Matador wins at 3-0. Grass cannot stop him. Although he did win some of the categories, most resources, largest army. But it's because he had to keep remaking his army. So he spent all those extra resources on just reproducing an army that was in effective size smaller than that of Matador's, and Matador therefore outkills him almost to more than 2-1. Brutal, brutal. There's a second chance here for Grass. He has to go through the losers bracket, however. Let's see if he can make that happen. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Matador is just so good at producing units and microing at the same time. This is truly his forte. That was a quick one, so we'll definitely cover the loser semifinals now. Which is going to be Tiger Boss versus Darfnox. So Matador will be chilling down here in the grand finals, just waiting for an opponent. So will Grass and Groom with the losers finals. We can quickly cover Tiger versus Darf, as that was some very quick games indeed. They're already hosting. And apparently Ryuk did lose against Tiger Boss. Tiger Boss must have watched that Deathmatch tutorial. He's been a good player always. He just didn't know the builds very well. So let's see if he's figured them out. We'll pay close attention, okay? Back to best of threes now. Well, for one more. Last best of 3 of today. Losers finals is also best of 5, but then the finals will be best of 7. Since these games are pretty quick. Yeah, our DM boys are not winning much today, are they? That's okay, it happens. They didn't train much, and the standard players have been playing for this whole time. One minute and 1 minute 20 seconds actually will be in. Whew. Need to catch a breath after that previous cast. Matador is intense. It's hard to catch everything that happens. That's okay. I've hydrated myself, I'm ready. DM crew can count the amount of games of A1 played since the last journey on their hands. That's probably true, Ryuk. But yeah, thanks for stopping by to play today. Maybe next time you'll get a medal. I'll be curious to hear what you think so far about the experience with... Not sure if you played it in Japan. We're getting some now, actually. So this is going to be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Deathmatch tournaments. Losers semifinals here. In the red color, we've got Tiger Boss playing as Amaterasu. His opponent on the other side playing as Susanoo in the blue color. This is Darth Nox. Well, Japan is super interesting in DM. They are a lot like Greek, to be honest, but only on the surface level. Like your overall build order will be very Greek-like, sure. But it's very interesting to get favor with these Mikos, as you have to build all over the place. And this map adds a lot of complexity as well, because you can make the docks in the middle of the map. And there will be a lot of ship versus land unit combat, because this is shallow water, and you can walk your land units where the ships go, which is super interesting. But for everyone just joining, Deathmatch is this game mode with high starting resources. You can access it under the game types drop down in a skirmish or multiplayer. And you go through the ages very quickly, so it's just 5 seconds to age up. You get all the techs immediately for free. So all you focus on is just getting to Mythic with some production buildings ready to go, and then you pump units out. All the upgrades are done, right? A sword has been dropped down here, Kusanagi, if I pronounced that correctly, which stuns people. It's like a more offensive shockwave. Oh, and then we've got the Honeyago, which also has this knockback attack. So it's looking like the lightning ships will be fighting now. They're getting this upgrade, Heavenly Barrage. And that's where that's coming from, and it seems like Tiger Boss is doing a lot better. Whoever makes more of these ships apparently will win. Obviously, it would be fantastic to see some human units fighting against this, but they might be a little overtuned. I'm not sure. The ships have the health to tank this, but are we Mythic yet? We're about to be. So Tiger Boss's ones are just doing a lot better. And he's got a lot of these ships. My goodness. They're only 3 populations, so they can do this very easily. And it seems to be just absolutely cleaving through everything. Even these heavier myth units only take a bunch of shots. And will be picked off without too much damage getting done. The Bushi heroes aren't going to be able to do too much damage either. It would be nice to see some siege weapons, perhaps, to try to outrange the ships and to do some actual significant crush damage. Which Tiger Boss is already preparing the Oyumis. Not so much the case for Darth Nox, however, and the Asura Overlord is actually going to raid the villagers and maybe prevent that town center from coming up. Only 8 seconds. This guy is pretty slow, so maybe not gonna be happening that way. Yeah, overall pretty similar god path. We've got the Shrine of the Hunt for some reason for Darth Nox. Not sure what that would help with here. Because you're not gonna be worried about hunting, you're gonna be worried about your unit performance. And adding in any useful god powers there is always huge. But yeah, this is very much just a ship spam kind of situation. I think we might have a balance problem on our hands. Just new civilization issues as usual. Looks like Tiger Boss will have 4 TCs here. Allowing the map was a mistake. Well, it would be fine if not for this. It's definitely a unit problem. Yeah, the damage can bounce. Okay, we got a bunch of these big boys. Oh! Okay, we're both stunning. There's still a little bit of fighting during all that, by the way. But it seems to me that Darth Nox just might not have enough units still. Although he's getting some good shots off, he just doesn't seem to have the population. I mean, look at this 120 population. And I'm not sure where it is, honestly. Like, most of it is here in human units. Those Onmojis might be able to make a bigger difference. I'm not sure. They have significant crush damage, right? And these ships only have 34% crush armor. If you can make all 10, this the balance mod we're playing on, they are limited to 10. So they might make a difference. They have some good splash damage as well. Another sword gets dropped down, the Kusanagi. Yeah, they're definitely making a difference, although divine damage will hurt them. Look at all that crush. And they're dead. Oh, what a meme. Both players are running very low on wood. But it seems like they're managing. Naginata Riders will be adding some much needed tanking to this. Just need a lot more often. Not 2 at a time. It's all about the jugs. This is not how I wanted to see the Japanese. What have the devs done? Why would you give him this? It's a spammable unit, and you give him a Son of Osiris ability. Oh my god. Oh, Yumi spam. Yeah. It's just, they're really expensive, and we kind of limited them to 10 because they're in a normal environment. They're kind of ridiculous in DM, right? Like, you get 17 and you start one-shotting barracks and whatever comes your way. So we limited them to 10 so they can't really overwhelm this. And I'm not sure what the other Sibs would do, honestly. I guess Norse has Fire Giants, which is great. Okay. Darth Nox just runs out of sauce. Oh boy. Well, when it did show up, it was good. Like, it's a good addition to the army, definitely. Tiger Boss out killing Darth Nox quite a lot. Well, that's the first game. That's not the Japan showcase we were hoping for. I wonder if you can actually build up fortresses in the middle of the map and then just fight around those. Might not be the easiest. But either way, those things are way too strong. How I might have made a mistake with not including the balance changes for them. I think I did, but I'm not 100% sure. Could you check if they still do 5 in the live game? Like in the DM setting with all the upgrades. Yeah, it would be good to split that into Crush and Divine. That would be so much better. It's just this pure Divine is never a good idea in spammable units, right? I suppose we got the Myrmidons, but they're very killable. Siege ships, tanky boys. They be tanky boys. So while these guys are hosting up, I'm gonna check what I've done in the mod, and then Hagrid can tell us if I've copied correctly. My lobby isn't working. Wait, they may have already started, right? Ooh, let's hurry up then. Okay, let's see the text. No, it's just enabling an attack, so not the text that I need to look at. Okay, so there's oh my god, there's 4 projectiles and 2 bounces. Is that right? Or did I mess up? Yeah, I've got the original file exported too. Let me check. I really hope it's not my mistake, but this is... Yeah, it's 4 projectiles. Fuck's sake. I think it's the same thing. Two rate of fire, 3 divine damage, double bonus against archers, 20 range, 4 projectiles, 2 bounces. Oh my god. That's the official file, so it wasn't me. It wasn't me. That's good. Okay, let's see if these guys are hosting. Guys, where's the next lobby? Did you just start? What's happening? Lobbies are still showing Ryuk versus Tiger Boss. This is BS. I'm restarting my game. What is happening here? That's... But it says 2 bounces in the file. So is 2 bounces 1 bounce in reality? If the file says 2? How does that work? Oh! These guys just went into game 2 without giving me a lobby. Well, hopefully the game isn't over already. Here I was wondering what the hell is going on. They're already fighting. God's sake. I was keeping an eye on like whether they share a lobby, and they weren't, so I looked up some stuff. And they still didn't, but they're fighting in the game. Okay, let's set this up real quick, and hopefully the game doesn't desync or something. Sometimes it does. Okay, off we go. Gamers all around the flat simulation. We are here in game number 2, and I'm really hoping this won't desync because we're starting late. Darfnox in the blue color, playing as Kronos. Opponent on the other side, now not having access to shallow water all around, is Tiger Boss. And evidently he's definitely learning a little bit of deathmatch build orders. The last one was pretty good. If you can do sort of the same thing but on land now, that would be great. You will need a lot of production, and right now we're just not seeing it. This is double ballet, so he'll be very quick to mythic. But then what? On the other hand, Darfnox is very compact himself, so he will have pathing problems in this one. That's 100% the case. There's not enough buildings in general for either side. But also, when you have 4 citizens on 1 palace, it may get built fast, but what if I told you you can build 4 palaces and only be a few seconds slower to do it? It's absolutely worth it to have 4 palaces. And like I said, pathing problems will show up, so these guys are just stuck. Help me, Step Guardian of Io. Well, I want more Step Guardians of Io, please. The psh attack has been massively boosted here for this DM mod. And what they do is they will basically just kill a single target with some very powerful poison damage, and then you still get the explosion of the Hawk Tua. Let's see what China can do here. We've got already a bunch of Xinglongs. They're made a little bit more expensive in our mod. But Nuva has this H4 hero that can stun people, right? So there's basically no way to avoid this firepower. And I'm pretty sure this firepower is gonna stack, although it has been reduced. The Terma are gonna try to snipe some of these dragons, and they're doing a pretty good job of it. Also, the Satyrs will be helping with their anti-air. They've got a 3x bonus against Myth units after all. And the walls are closing in. Darfnox is escaping, however. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. It takes a long time for these walls to be built up. So typically don't do it mid-combat because they'll just get torn down. But Darfnox doesn't have enough stuff. In the end, even with very few buildings, somehow, someway, Tiger Boss has figured it out. Okay, the boom is about to go through. Oh! Some pretty sweet damage from this. Like I said, the Hawk Tua has been buffed. First off, the single target just dies from extreme poison damage. But the AoE of the actual green sauce is still on. Another dragon drops to the ground. And another one. I have to say, Tiger Boss isn't very careful with these. Another one. That's a lot of favor gone. It will take a long time to build this back up. But yeah, we got the crossbow towers. Able to do a whole lot of damage. The machine workshop gets actually blessed with the... What's the name again? Forest protection got power. And that will now eat away a little bit at the Atlantean army as they try to get into this. Deconstruction is being used on it, which should then get rid of the forest protection as well as a result, right? Yeah, it is receding. Meanwhile, in the middle, trading posts are controlled by our Kronos player. Very nice. Third TC is coming up, but there's no palaces or anything. Oh, sorry, that's a fourth TC coming up. Actually, Tiger Boss is in serious trouble here as he's facing this Archer Blob. And as the cavalry comes closer, the satyrs are also going to just shred into them. Good amount of more Millows block their path. And while there's a lot of towers here, the heavy fire ciphers are doing a great job on the other end. Doing some significant damage. They're really good siege weapons. Implode will be available soon as well to probably get rid of Tiger Boss because he's down to just 130 population. If you destroy his remaining towers here, there's really nothing for him to fall back to, and those Terma are being absolute champs dealing with the Javelineers, by the way. Loving these Guardians of Io. Oh, we got the flood. All this army is gonna be flooded right into the middle of the Implode. Oh my god, this is gonna suck at everyone. Here comes the suck. All these towers are toast for sure. Surely, right? They're kind of surviving, but there's such a big army still. Okay, Guardian of Io will go down to the Kuafu hero, but he himself is kind of surrounded by units here. Can Tiger Boss actually hold on? Resource-wise, he's doing fine. And actually, it is Darth Nox who's struggling with gold income, but he's got 4th TC. So if he can just build enough gold economy up, there should be absolutely no problem with any of this. No reason he couldn't have some double caravan spam either. That's a lot of Tiger Boss cavalry. No wonder he's making it. It's his name. Oh my goodness, they're cleaving through everything. Oh man, the population, the resources. I'm not sure that Darth Nox can remake that kind of army. He just kind of stood there while these guys cut him down. Oh no, 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 no. Tiger Boss is rebuilding his towers without builders. The Nuva special. Just focus on this little farming village here. The town center is now under attack, although it is buffed in the Deathmatch mod with some extra health. I don't think it can defend against all this. Maybe if there were 2 or 3 palaces around, we'd be talking, but we're not talking. They aren't here. Well, citizens are going down. The wood gathering wasn't much needed, but there's still psychological damage to this. It's still slowing down the economy. Man, if Darth Nox just had some defenses, imagine that. But he does have this tendency to fight under enemy tower fire and then get overwhelmed by these really good units. One by one, these new units are getting flooded into Tiger Boss's massive group. And they're just kind of not able to get it done. The thing you do at these points is you either rally into your own buildings and then pop them out when they are ready, when you're full pop, Or you just at least go way further back, so the other guy has to go through the palaces first, right? There was a chance here, but Tiger Boss is gonna take this 2-0. Well done. Whoops, I wanted to click this. Researchers collected were much better here, but the units killed. All that tower fire, all those range units getting, and Murmillo getting sent into Tiger Cav, those are pretty elite, right? So fanatics are basically a requirement. And Darth Nox just didn't have enough. You did have double the unit value, but you were fighting under defenses. So, you know, it's a very bad place to fight. There were weaker spots, like you could have attacked his base from the side. There's no reason not to. If you do fight straight up Darth Nox, then, you know, you have to face the buildings. That can be a little rough. But no, your army was under 6 towers and 2 palaces. Or fortresses. Ballet. If you attack from the side with the main TC of Tiger Boss, there was nothing there. Right? So that's the area you really want to fight at, not with his towers. You were looking at it the whole time. Can't tell me you didn't fight on the towers. So next up, it's gonna be Grass and Groom against Tiger Boss. Now that's interesting. All these standard players just dominating the DM tournaments. Fun stuff. The time has come. This is gonna be a best of 5, so could be a bit longer. I'm really curious how these two match up against each other. And Grass is already hosting. We'll soon jump right into the games. How are you guys doing with all your points? Not a lot of betting going on today, unfortunately. Okay, Tiger Boss needs a minute. Maybe I'll take a minute. Not sure. In case it's a long game, I will also go and have my break. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, it's on. We're soon jumping in, you gamers. We've got the spectator delay now. 1.5 minutes and we'll be in that fight. Just a little more patience, okay? Nearly there. Just a minute. I wonder what these guys are gonna play. Not sure I saw the first map. Savannah. There's not gonna be any ship spam there, hopefully. Oh man. I would say for Tiger Boss, he probably might pull a little bit more of the China stuff there. He seemed comfortable with that. For Grass or Norse, he doesn't need anything else. There's 4 Norse gods. He can do what he wants there. But can he stop the Tiger Boss? Maybe we'll see some Japan on land. That would be great. Unfortunately, we're not doing that. Oh well. Right, ladies and gents, welcome to the losers finals of the Deathmatch tournament. In the blue color, playing as Shenong, this is Tiger Boss. And we've got the other side of the map with our other gamer. This is Grass. Playing as Set. I didn't expect him to play Set. Oh, by the way, I forgot to make the minimap big here. Sorry about that. The whole tournament, it was like this. Deathmatch is a game mode where you get 18,000 resources at the start. You get all the upgrades for free, instantly, as you age up. The age up itself is just 5 seconds, so you build up all the buildings to advance through the ages. You build enough production to not just get rolled over. There's a whole lot of heavy fighting from the get-go, basically. Basically mythic for the majority of the match. And you're gonna want to build enough of an economy to last. You'll need the free TCs, you'll need the trade eventually. Now, Grass's build order is definitely leaving us wishing for more, I think. He's making very few barracks and he won't have enough production, but he is taught, so at least a bunch of camels will be out soon enough. If Tiger Boss just attacks, he'll have a great time, honestly. All these villagers are very exposed right now. And there's really nothing to raid back here, so Grass is just putting himself out of position, but he's getting a lot of scarabs, so we could see a large shifting sands hitting the main base. And that could be quite potent. The animals will cause some distractions in the meantime. Huh, some farms get put here so that the villagers remain cloaked. That's funny. But anyway, our Shenong player is now mythic, has his Hundun out. A bunch of those can be indeed very potent. They're so tanky too. We're also playing on a balance mod here. So there's fewer houses, most importantly. There's only 12 houses to be made. And most of the population is actually in town centers, or a lot more is in town centers than normal. Forcing these players to not just spam at each other, but also get the TCs. As Retold heavily changed that dynamic. We got a little dragon turtle. Can go on land, which is amazing. Phoenix has been down. One of the fun balance changes is to the Phoenix, actually. The eggs, they hatch way quicker on this mod. But I'm not sure we're gonna get to talk much about the balancing because the main TC is under siege by the scarabs. The spearmen can just hunt down any remaining villagers. There's only this group here left. The ballet will protect them a little bit, but I mean the scarabs can just go for that ballet, right? And then the villagers have basically nowhere to hide. There's another group there. So as long as grass doesn't just get run over, but by the way, there is a risk for. There's a good number of axemen which should be able to protect against the Dao swordsmen, but meanwhile the myth units are just tearing down the base. And actually, you know what? The swordsmen are winning. Because they're crazily buffed. They got lightning weapons on now as well. The scraps are getting a little sniped here with lightning weapons. They can't really move. Although some of them could, as long as they just attack the TC. Meanwhile, the villagers are invis. So that's pretty neat. Can't get this guy out of the game ever. Citadel Center is up. That will give our Egyptian player a little bit of extra population. Would love to see a few spearmen just to deal with the siege. Meanwhile, also some Fey beasts are getting summoned in the army, so some of these chariots will die. But that's a sacrifice that Grass is willing to pay. Oh, that was very underwhelming for DM. Oh my god, it's such bad power. Actually, it needs a bit of a buff in DM now. Okay, we got a G1. After a few units with a shield. Very fun. Looks like some mercenaries are getting pumped to try and deal with these Dao swordsmen, but they're just so strong, it's insane. Such strong armor. That's a pretty decent attack with that. Especially when one of them dies. They get furious. Meanwhile, the heavy axe guards are actually sieging down the Citadel Center. So far, so good for them. There's a little bit of repair coming through, but just one villager here. Might need a little more. Cavalry are getting made, Merc Cav. And we also have a little bit of slinger action, so that should help a little bit against all this swordman spam. I'm not sure if it's very substantial. Of the fun changes for Egypt is that we've got a priest pierce damage increase, so they're slightly better against human units here. But they don't have divine damage against myth units anymore here. So you're basically forced to use some of your own myth units to deal with the heaviest enemy ones. Meteor, however, absolutely bonking Tiger Boss on the head, getting rid of that entire army, while it does basically no friendly damage. So you can kind of just Unga Bunga use it how you want. Siege tower is getting bonked by the swordsman. Let's see if Grass can defend himself here. Maybe not. But the Yinglong, I mean, the priests still have some pretty good damage against myth units. They do have some bonus damage. As long as the armor isn't very high against spears, those myth units are still absolutely going down. The Yinglong is toast. Was a little brave to cast it on top of some priests. But yeah, the Dao Swordsman Unga Bunga strat is continuing to work. The TC has been torn down. And Tiger Boss is fairly comfortable here with Shenong, but how will the economy go? It's also looking pretty good at 38 villagers and counting. Now the axe guards are going after the barracks. Things are on the up, but hey, all it takes is the catapult to focus fire them. They will go down pretty quick. The catapult is just so good at this job. Lightning weapons again. Costing a little more favor this time, but hey, they don't have to put any effort into gathering favor, and Tiger Boss is actually taking a game there. Very nice. I bet that Grass is not gonna go off god anymore. He definitely does not know how to play Egyptians comfortably. That was a very, very nasty build order. And if he just switches to Norse, he's gonna be so much more well off here. He can definitely take Tiger Boss, I think, if he plays properly and doesn't troll us, because he's not practiced this, I can tell you that. Let's see what he comes up with next. Lobby should be up momentarily. Pretty short tournament today, right? I mean, this is already the losers finals. Next map is gonna be Tundra. Grass is not dealing with that ship business. Matador just chilling, waiting for the finals. Grab a snack, buddy. We might be here for maybe 20 minutes. Maybe more. If Grass just goes back to back to back Norse, he might be okay. Cool. Just have to respond to some messages. Okay, for 20 seconds. 20 seconds and we're in. Really curious what Grass is gonna do. Tiger can just go on and play more China, I think. Fushi would be fine as well. Nothing wrong with that. He could just do roughly the same thing. We've already seen him do Nua. He can definitely play that too. Haha, that's exactly what is gonna happen, just more of the same. A bit of a side switch here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're finally here, getting some Japanese action on land. Not just the boat spam, but real Japan business. Grass and Groom. Grass in the red color, playing a little bit of Susanoo. Ah, we got the spider ladies here. Very good. Very good. There's a strong power that comes with that swampland, you'll see. On the other side of the map, in the blue color, Tiger Boss, sticking with the China. Bringing Fushi in. Probably much of the same as what you've seen in the previous game, just with slightly different buffs. So he's got himself a Drought, which will allow him to basically work through the buildings. His archers are gonna nerf armor. This is gonna be really nice against things like the Samurai, who would otherwise be a strong unit, but if you have a lot of ranged and these guys go down, well, that could be troublesome. We got also these Oni Warlords. Let's see how those can do. They're basically just differently set up mountain giants, really. You could definitely go and bonk some houses and stuff. Well, Grass is doing a pretty decent build. He's adding some guard houses now, but no cavalry. I think the mounted cav, or the cav archers, they would be pretty good here. Got Tundun out, so expect once again extremely powerful Dao swordsman. Although they're of course not going to have the divine damage. Not in this one. Machine workshops are coming up. Tiger Boss really doesn't have buildings. What the hell is he doing? He needs like twice the buildings. Maybe even 3 times. You can't do this, sir. You're gonna outspam so hard. Although he'll have Yang Jian and probably Neza as well, soon enough. Is a casting tool already uploaded? No, I'll do that tomorrow. It will be shared in the announcements. Anyway, we've got a bit of a sword drop. The lightning weapons once again seems to be overwhelming our boy a little bit. But this time he's got a swamp to help out. Get out of my swamp. These final sword strikes from the samurai are so cool, but actually don't do that much. The Chinese army standing strong. Without any archers to deal with the Dao swordsman, this is not looking so good for Grass, to be honest. But at least he got a second TC, he's got a castle up. Maybe he can pump out a bunch of his mages. Let's see what happens. If he does that, then everything's fine. But for now, the little blob of Tiger Boss, as long as he just keeps producing, we'll be fine. The man just needs many more buildings. That's all Tiger Boss is missing. He's making the right stuff. So we've got some Terracotta Riders. He'll be quickly taking down these siege weapons. You guys see how quickly those samurai go down to the archers? That's why I don't think you should be spamming them. I mean, these guys have the searing point nerfs. So whenever they hit something, the armor goes down. Which just makes it so that the samurai can't really make a difference against an archer blob. Pretty strong effects too. Stacks up. The Dao swordsman can just beat a tank. Only too many of them even. They just chill. Tiger Boss is getting his crossbow towers ready. And then the heavy axe carts. If he actually can max out... Oh god. The gust is so fun. I love this power. It's really cool. You can do many fun things with it. And although you can't send away the Fenrir anymore from Inferno, you can send your own guys away, so that's fine. Well, Tiger Boss has more population than Grass somehow, even though he has like... his buildings are not in a good number at all. We've got a bunch of stables now. So the Naginata Riders are coming out. More dojos here, but it seems that Grass is out of resources. He's out of food at the very least. Although that sword is gonna throw these guys up in the air, doesn't materially change much. It's nice to see the Asura Overlords finally joining the battle. That's much needed, and the TC has been finally shot down by the Oyumis. It's dragon time. Yinglong already taking some severe hits. Only 2400 health. What is going on here? That is so low. That one archer hero is causing significant trouble already. Not to mention the Asura Overlord attacks. Oh, there's so many of them. Wow. And the Dragon's Toast. I'm not sure Tiger Boss is gonna have such a good time here anymore. But he's got the resources, he can fall back. Let the towers do the heavy lifting. Maybe delete some if he needs that. Most importantly, get some heroes out, sir. Oh god! Bonk. They're all dead! 53 population is all he's got. Jeez. Okay, we've got Neza out, but he's getting targeted down by the Cav archers. He's down. Where's John Vick? Guess we're not making him. Well, Grass is happily gathering away. He's sorting his economy out, although he's only at 100 pop. The boss of Tigers has to be a little bit more careful, but he's finally getting his hero out. Jiangxia is here. Aneza is back out. So once he takes care of those overlords, I'm not entirely sure what on earth Grass is supposed to do here, because he's got his tower spam to deal with. It's not going to be easy. And these overlords have been nice, but I mean, you can't, I keep saying this, you can't reliably spam myth units against China. They've got all the answers. If a few sages had been made, they'd be actually helping Tiger Boss. And I don't mean the sages, I mean the overlords. Just donating them to China at that point. Like temporary conversions. Well, he's not making sages though. But we do have X cards, and they're tearing down this castle. Oh, another gust. It's just buying time though. Oh my goodness, it's... Okay, well, just attack the TC at this point. We have Drought available. He can get this whole base killed very quickly. Whatever, so you lose a few buildings. Remake them. He doesn't even have to use Drought. Just go directly. That's the stuff. As you can see, Grass's army hasn't gotten much bigger, although his income is getting sorted out. He's got 61 civilian population right now. His Bushido tier is not yet ready, I think, for the elite upgrade. These are still just champion shinobis and samurai. Elite tier is still pending. Eventually we'll get there. It will take a lot of fighting though. And with so few units, you're not gonna get much fighting. More gold miners getting caught. Grass only on 7 military population. It's 4 now. That's so pathetic. Oh my goodness. China! Tiger Boss might be going into the finals. What is this? Dude, the Grasser group is underestimating him. Why is he going north? Maybe he wants to let reverse sweep. Let's see. Nerf China. We've already nerfed China so much. Last time I was getting hounded for it. Apparently, it's been correct all along. Nah, it's just Grass not being practiced with Japan or anything else. China is strong. They might need more nerfs actually. I'm not kidding. Although Norse deals with them pretty well. You just make Berserk, you make Huskarl, go tier, spam wolves, hit them where the heroes aren't. The army should lose to Berserk, Huskarl. The only thing that can take it on are these super, what's it called? The super swordsmen. Those are nuts. You gotta be careful with that. But they're slow. They can't catch wolves. So, did you miss it? Iron Maiden, you missed a lot today. You missed a lot of good stuff. But the finals. The finals is still on. The grand finals. We're in the losers finals right now. We still got at least one losers finals game. And the grand finals is still on. Okay, we're starting in a few seconds here. Just need to set up the gods. Alright, ladies and gents, in the blue color, For game number 3, we've got another China attempt here by Tiger Boss. To absolutely nobody's surprise, he's doing well. He's doing well with it. And Nua, he has to worry less about buildings because he's got his houses auto-made, right? On the other side, playing as Kronos, this is Grass. Now he's pretty good at that. He should be able to put on some significant pressure. And tell you what, if Tiger Boss doesn't do enough construction in this one, if he doesn't have enough production, he's gonna be in some serious trouble against the Atlantean onslaught. We're already gonna have triple counter barracks, so forget about the Dao swordsman spam. That's not gonna be very useful against mass Cairo Ballista. Should be very interesting. Atlanteans, generally speaking, got some buffs at least for DM in this mod that we're using. Most notable of which, if we go implode, then we'll have those Guardians of Io, right? Well, those Guardians of Io have their little Hawk 2 ability, and those are gonna be instant kills, more or less. I mean, they're significant poison damage over time. Basically enough to kill any unit. Unfortunately for him, we're gonna be dragons. We're gonna have dragons. The Xinglong don't care about Hawk 2. You like the scoreboard, maiden? It's available for free. You can use it anytime. And we're adding Japan. It's in now. We've used it today. You can get... This is our new version of the casting tool. We'll share it later. If they add any more gods, we'll add those too. Good number of fire archers to deal with any initial whatever spam it's gonna be. We got Contarius, but they're fighting the Tau. Okay, we're not gonna have Hawk 2, boys. We're gonna have Wardens of Tartarus and Vortexes. So Vortexes should be able to get around China's low mobility very nicely. But how do you deal with these Tiger Cav? Like, they're absolute giga tanks. You've got the Fanatics, obviously, which can beat them 1-to-1. Catapultis as well, but then the Fire Archers can go absolutely to town. And that's already happening. Grass is actually on the struggle bus before the game has truly started. Forest Protection has been picked here, which, I don't know. I normally would prefer not that, but Drought. So that the buildings get nerfed and you can actually punch through them. That would be, I think, great. But hey, we've got the Legion Hero, so that will stun the army, allowing the archers to do more work. And potentially any more Xinglong Dragons if they get made. 2 TC is up. We've got the Imperial Academy, so for any myth unit handling, it would be nice to have some sages, but it's not even that necessary at this point. Look at these Axe Guards, they're absolutely punching through everything. No need for any drought or whatever. The Fire Siphons might be able to shoot them down. They have some pretty good range, so you just gotta target these things. They have 75% crush armor, slightly brought down actually from the live game, so that they can be dealt with. They're really tanky, 500 health, right? The Tiger Cav are dealing super nicely with those Contarius. Oh my goodness. There's still Axe Guards alive. And finally, the targeting of the Fire Siphons is focused on the Axe Guards. That's going to take them down. Very nicely done. Still, the palaces are on the struggle bus. And Tiger Boss, with a very limited number of buildings, has just... I don't even know how he does this. He makes freaking 2 buildings. Okay, 3 machine workshops. And he has all those archers and just never loses them. How? Grass and Groom, for this entire tournament, has had massive problems with macro and just overall maintaining population. Despite a good number of buildings this time, it's happening again. I guess China needs to be tariffed if we want to have fair gaming. Tiger Boss's build wasn't good. He's just winning. Tiger Boss might just be going to the finals. 3-0 against Grass? This is ridiculous. But Grass didn't pick Norse. He underestimated the man. It's his own fault. Tiger Boss, I'm not sure he would be able to deal with the 10 Fire Giant mid-game of Grass. Right? Like, go Loki, go Freyr, shove the army down his throat. That strat is very, very difficult to beat. even at the very top level, it's one of the strongest things. So I think you throw it at an underdeveloped build order, it wipes everything. But it's going quite the other way around. Why is Grass taking these matchups that he's not practiced for? Well, he does have at least a chance here. Sorry, what? What is that beam ability? I've never seen this before. The bolster target's buildings, continually buffs the target until cancel or kill, reduces hack and pierce vulnerability by 75%. Oh my god. That's amazing. Never seen that. I don't play China on water. Anyway, we learned something today. That Tiger Boss is OP, and that Chiwen actually buff buildings. That's two things. Amazing. Dude, Grass is gonna be kicking himself. Oh no. 193 kills to 142. Very nicely done by Tiger Boss. He's going to go up against Matador in the grand finals. And Grass is just third place. Should have gone north, boy. Should have gone north. Alright, I need to create a thread now. I'm managing. So Matador will be picking the first map in this one. Our rules are that there's no draft, no nothing. You just pick your map if you're the higher seed, the starting map. The losing player will pick the subsequent maps whenever they lose. And you cannot replay the same god twice, but you can pick whatever you want otherwise. So we should be seeing still a decent variety here. Obviously for Tiger Boss, it will be China probably. And for Matador, he typically likes to go Zeus and Norse. I've not seen him play much Hades, but I'm pretty sure he could do a smashing job with that. So we should always expect it. It's a best of 7 here in the finals, so might be a slightly longer series, but Matador is a monster. So there's a whole thing of him just potentially crushing everything in 5 minutes per game. And then we'll be here for 20 minutes and not more than that. He's done it before, he might do it again. And Tiger Boss's builds aren't up to snuff, so I think he's very vulnerable to this. Okay, my game needs to restart because it's stuck on the lobbies. Okay, Grass 0, Tiger 3. This is the results of today's tournaments, gamers. Look away if you're Iron Maiden and you don't want to be spoiled. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, we've had a great set of series here. Matador obviously in the grand finals. And yeah, Tiger Boss has the same performance as Matador, it's confirmed. So now the two clash together, we'll see. We'll see if this can be maintained or not. What happened to Ryuk? Tiger Boss. He got Tiger Bossed. Dude, have you seen... You gotta go back. At some point, Maiden, I will link to you later the timestamp. But if you go back in the VOD, it's on YouTube as well for easy scrolling. There were some lightning ship matches with Japan. We introduced that map with the shallow water, right? That's on ladder. So you can basically have both ships and land army in combat. And there's this upgrade for Japan, which replaces the siege ship attacks with divine damage bouncy lightnings. So people would just spam those. And it would be siege ships versus siege ships. It's so dumb. That's probably what happened to Ryuk. Oh, you've seen that. Okay. That's probably what happened. Hey, you know what? This grand finals is gonna have the crew. Here's Boyd and the crew. 229 people. Welcome, everyone. We're doing the 240 pounds deathmatch tournament today. And we are in the grand finals. Matador is going to be fighting against Tiger Boss in a best of 7. So you all are just in time. Now, Deathmatch is the game mode that has the 18,000 resource start, very fast game pace, and you just get all the upgrades for free instantly. You go up through the ages quick. I'll explain this again when we start. And then, yeah, you fight over map control. You spam. You get your economy up. And we're on a balance mod as well. So you can read the patch notes while we wait here. Who's the tournament sponsor? I am. I'm hosting them. I've done all of them. Throughout this year, spent like 1,500 pounds. That's almost $2,000 on it. It's good of you guys to stop by. So feel free to check the change log. There you go. It's quite the revamp. We've got a house reduction so that the town centers become more of a focal point, and therefore there's less population in the early game, which means that the players don't just roll over and die, which has been a major problem in the deathmatch tournaments in Retold. So honestly, they haven't been very good. We really had to make some radical changes to make it good. And the other thing is, we reduced like the 200 favor start, so that there's not as much of a Myth unit spam, so that there's not 10 fire giants at the very beginning, right? And there's a bunch of other balance changes, some nostalgic changes like the one-shot kills from the Mummy and the Argus are back, stuff like that. All right, we'll talk more about that, but I'm needing to set up the gods here real quick for the 2 players. We also got a new casting tool, by the way, with a new overlay. So I hope you guys like that. It's available for free. We'll update. I'll share the link tomorrow in the MetaPlays Discord. Tiger Boss red. Okay, that's all good. Just setting the gods here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the deathmatch tournament in the blue color. Playing as Zeus, classic. This is Matador. On the other side of the map, in the red color, Tiger Boss is going to be playing as Shenong. So deathmatch, starting with 18,000 resources. By the way, this is the best of 7. 18,000 resources. You age up very quickly in just 5 seconds. So you build up these temple armory fortress very quickly. And you make enough military so that you don't just get wrecked. And then you're gonna capture the TCs. Now we're playing on a balance mod to make the game a little bit more fair. So there's significant changes. There's only 12 houses maximum instead of 16. That makes it so that you have 150 population in this one TC phase of the game. Basically, you can't just overrun the other guy with great ease, right? But Matador is gonna certainly try. He's definitely the guy who is just super good at both basic macro and micro, and usually shows people the door by the 5-minute mark. So I'm not sure the mod helps with Matador problems. It should help with everyone else, hopefully. So if Tiger Boss can match him, then great. If not, then not so great. The other thing is that there's no 200 favor at the beginning, so you can't just make 10 Medusas and roll over the other guy and stuff like that. Got the Hundun out, which also means that our Dao Swordsmen are going to be fully upgraded now with divine damage and whenever each of them dies, there's a massive buff. These Hippospists actually have to respect it. They're gonna be supported by fire archers, and although the fortress is up now for Matty, it's not necessarily protecting him against these guys. So what he's gonna want to do is get out some Petrobolas to siege all of this. And you can see the damages of these guys are going insane. Bolt on the Hundun is a great choice, and it's an absolute tank, and Hippospist just can't deal with it. The heroes are better focused on weaker targets as well. I love the addition of the Peltas. So Matador, you guys know this from standard already. He's really good at basic micro. Holy shit! Wenzong just two-shot them. His basic micro doesn't matter, guys, because China has heroes that are actually demigods, and then the Siege just steals the Medusa, and the fake Medusa kills the real Medusa. What is going on? Dude, this Wenzong is insane. He just absolutely wrecked the Peltas. So yeah, Matador was gonna snipe everything, because he's so good at just separating the boys. Any of you Legacy AOM players around will be very happy to hear about maybe some of the changes. And yes, The Rock is back. I saw that chat message. You'll probably not be happy about that, but the DM crew typically is, I think. Matador is doing the classic thing where he only puts one villager on TCs. DM builds slower in terms of town centers. Everything else is normal, but town centers are slowed. Matador doesn't like to focus on this. Like, he rather secures the map. His micro is so good that he can get away with it. So even though Tiger Boss will be on 2TC way faster, Matty is probably fine here. Anyway, what other changes are back? You can repair Underworld. Ceasefire lasts a long time. So you can actually go for an Underworld, a big Underworld, repair it if it's under attack, build up, use your long ceasefire to capture an enemy town center and then secure it with your perpetual building. Some of the most fun deathmatch games of all time were made like that, anyway. Not sure if we'll get around to it, because Matador likes his bronze. But so far so good. His Fabies don't get to do much damage. These bronze Hippospists are now going after the villagers, and Boloffer's doing a good job of neutering the X-Guard. But the Peltas are not really great against the Dao Swordsman. They have 56% pierce armor, and these guys don't have a whole lot of pierce damage. They have a lot of pierce damage per shot, but their attack speed isn't great. They're good against archers, obviously, you know that. I don't need to explain. Another big change that's back is the military academies can actually make Myrmidons. So I'm really shocked to see that Matador is not making use of that. I think it would be great to have some Myrmidons out in the field. You don't need to make them from your fortresses, but they're automatically getting made anyway through the Hera upgrade. And the Helipolis will be a great answer to the X-Cards. Yeah, Myrmidons versus the Dao Swordsman, I think they'd be great there. Because they have more health, at least, than the Hippospist, right? And they'd actually still be winning the fight. There's no armor to deal with. So Hippospists are getting easily picked off and don't get to do their damage, to be honest. I'd love to see the Myrmidon attempted. Anyways, we have a huge resourcing problem here for Matador. He's obviously spent a lot of Hippospists to try and win the fights. But he's kind of not winning the fights. He's getting overwhelmed by X-Cards. Dude, China is insane in Deathmatch, even after those massive nerfs that we've done. I don't even know what to say. This isn't even with the drought thingy. If you use drought, the buildings just absolutely melt, and those X-Cards actually cost 5 population in the Deathmatch mod and another 100 resources. Yinglong is in, but to be fair, he's pretty weak. Right, like, the Medusas are absolutely wrecking him. Oh my goodness, the heroes too, by the way. That went down quick. But yeah, the fortress is probably next, unless that lightning storm can save the day. We got the verb. Verb is the verb. Matador is poor. It's true, guys. Holy lightning storm, man. That really went to town on the army, but mostly the range units went down. The Apparently the heroes, the Dao swordsmen, they might as well be heroes. they can tank it. What the heck? 115 population though for our China gamer. And there's free TC, so he's printing villagers. That's a very important aspect of Deathmatch. If you don't completely overdo it, you'll be having a good time. Because your economy is coming in, you can keep up the pump. There's absolutely no need, by the way, here to fight so heavily. Look at that Van Zhong just going for the units. I thought heroes were good against Myth units, like bad against humans, but this guy is wrecking the army by himself. To be fair, Matador is giving him an absolute donation with the low HP units. A little bit of hunting. Trade route is on. The gold mining is on, but no drop-off point here. Matador forgot it in the hectic gameplay. Good choice by Tiger Boss to just pull back. Wait a moment. You'll get some free Myth units anyway from H4. Just keep that up. He has a lot of favor. I think he should make more Myth units, honestly. Can't he get something that doesn't cost gold? Yeah, just don't the tigers cost food actually? I can't see the hover state. Really unfortunate. I still haven't learned all the Chinese units where. Yeah, they cost food and wood. Could just go for those. Just to fill out the army. But he's got a free Hundun anyway. Oh, they cost food. That's fine then. Just make Hundun. They're such a good unit to deal with all the Hippospist and Peltast. See, I typically just go for the dragons when I play China. I don't play much Shannon, honestly. Of course a potato costs food. Thanks, maiden. I did not do a lot of China exploration. I'll be very honest, guys. I'm not happy with the Civ. I'm not happy with it. They're just... They can do everything. What the hell are these heroes? What is this? How is this fair? It's supposed to be Myth unit counters, not this. This is bullying. Oh my god. Matador is going down, man. He's at 107 pop. Tiger Boss beat him. Dude, he's like almost undefeated in these deathmatch tournaments. And Tiger Boss just shows up out of the middle of nowhere. Starts playing some deathmatch and shows Matador who's boss, apparently. Okay, why not? China. 383 versus 279 units killed. What is happening? Well, I bet Matador is gonna bring the Norse now. Because guess what? Norse actually is a civ that in Deathmatch deals with China. So first off, these super, what are they called? These super Dao swordsmen aren't gonna be readily available with the other two gods, right? Like you have to do something slightly different. And that just kind of means that Matador can go Berserk, he can go Huskar, and there's no clean counter with China against heavy infantry like that. And if you add in, let's say, wolves or mass fire giants, you should be able to roll them. There is, of course, the whole aspect of flaming weapons, which also plows through China. So yeah, we might get to see quite a bit of that. Just set up the gods here and we're off to the races already. This guy's messed around no time at all. Oh god, more China. Gamers, we are in game 2. And there's more China. Oh man. Oh boy. Tiger Boss is going for the Fushi. On the other side of the map, in the blue color, we have got Matador going for the Shenong. I'll tell you what, guys, the Changelog of this mod is absolutely full of China nerfs. Apparently not enough, or Matador just forgot what Norse can do to them. One of those. I'm pretty sure he will eventually pick up some Norse. But yeah, this is a pretty balanced matchup. Here's the thing though. Shenong can have the better Dao swordsman, and I'm pretty sure we'll be playing into that. Pick here is going to be Nuba, and that means that Drought is going to be available. Which, if Tiger Boss can outspam, Drought can make a significant difference. If he's looking for an angle, but they do run away from the Pioneers, of course. Don't want to mess with that. Baolei are coming up. Neither player is making a whole lot of buildings, honestly. But it's a little hard with China to immediately do that. At least Matador has a good amount of stuff queued up, so he's gonna be in a comfortable spot. And you guys know how solid he is with his micro, right? So once he starts adding in the fire archers, he should be very, very comfortable. But for now, he's spamming Chukanu instead. So higher population, maybe a little less microable. We'll see. Already building the forward settlement here. And Tiger Boss is crawling towards it too, so far so good with that. Terracotta Riders are called upon. They're a one-off, so they can never do this again. Once they're gone, they're gone. But that's per TC. So, Matador gets heavily attacked here. But he's got more population overall, so his attack could be a little bit better. Getting a little bit of bounty from the buildings. Tiger Cab on top of Tiger Boss. Use the Tiger Boss now. They certainly can shut down those archers, I can tell you that, but the numbers don't quite add up. Looks to me that Tiger Boss is getting the TCs faster than Matador. Once again, he's not bothering with the back one, and it could punish him severely, actually. He's doing just a really good job of doing the basics, right? No need to get fancy, just be defensive, slow push, and things are gonna be fine. On the other hand, Matador is highly aggressive. He likes to overwhelm. He doesn't care about TCs. He would rather build a lot of production buildings, and that can sometimes cause him to run low on resources. We can already see it with his gold and food. Although that's a large queue of units, that's where it's at. The large queue, however, is going to prevent villagers from coming out, you see. And when you don't make villagers, you don't make economy. The other guy, on the other hand, is spamming the villagers on auto queue. So they will be made, guaranteed. And there's very few additions in the queue other than that. So all this free population is going into villagers, whereas Matador is constantly max pop. He will not have an economy. If Tiger Boss plays into this, and really focuses on that aspect of defensive play, not losing too many units, he should be golden here. Okay, however, the Fey Beasts are in the middle of his fire archers. They make it, just barely. The Fey Beasts, I think, are a little bit too weak for DM, to be honest. Like in this late stage, they just don't do that much. Especially if the other guy is looking and actually fighting them. That's like the one thing that seems to be weak about China. Everything else they seem to have covered. And maybe we'll get to see how good Norse is against them later. That's the other thing. Lightning weapons versus lightning weapons. Everybody's gonna get a little bit stunned, but Nothing crazy happening in these fights. The two players are very equal. It's just that these fire archers are absolutely breaking up the damage. Long term, this should... Oh, wait a second. There's a Van Zhong in the middle here. Oh! So many of the archers just went down. It takes some hits, but when they go down, a lot of them do. Tiger Boss is definitely starting to feel it. But can actually Matador get enough gold? Because I guess he is focused on Coafu production with his favors, so that should be good. He does also have caravans queued up. And he's doing some pretty nice raids there. Very good. Ying long, ying long, ying long. It's a full war. Looks like they're shooting each other with that divine damage. Who wins this? I guess Matador's one, because he's got more Mythology HP, right? Oh, wait a second. Tiger Boss's army underneath all this is actually winning. So, yeah, the fire archers fired this up. And guess what they have? Armor nerfs. He also got John Wick. He's also got Neza. Once these two join the battle, it's a bit difficult for Shenlong to do the thing. So should Yinglong now go back and buff the farmers? I'm thinking so. Just put him back here, start some farms, do a small patrol, and you'll be good to go for a while. There's no need to lose him. Drought is on, the TC is down to like no health. The fire archers have bonus against buildings, they can get it. Target it, Tiger Boss. You have 30 seconds, come on. What are you doing? He's not doing it. Okay, John Wick here is doing some significant damage, but he's very surrounded at the same time, and we've got significant Shukonu numbers. Oh, he didn't shoot the TC at a single time. Could have just sniped the TC with like 3 volleys and gotten out of here. But now I think the entire army is gonna be toast. Ooh. Everyone getting a little shielded there. Tiger Boss tower pushes are starting to happen. He's cleaving into the production a little bit. Can Matador hold his own? Resource-wise, he's catching up. So he's got the 56 villagers, so income is looking good. Tiger Boss doesn't yet have caravans, which means his military can be slightly bigger than that of Matador's here. The TC is getting siege once more. We've got 3 siege crossbows. Will it be enough? Apparently so. Neza's joining in as well, doing some pretty wild damage. John Wick's joining. He's a bit tankier. I think Neza, you just want to run around and hit the villagers, honestly, because that trail damage that you've got with him just really hurts the villagers that try to run away, right? Dude, Tiger Boss is winning the fight big time. Fire Archer, bunch of swordsmen seems to be all you need. Another Baolei is down. Getting a free Xinglong here. Will be a little helpful at least. But there's already Jianxia. Finally, some Hundun are getting made too. That's going to be a very good addition. You need a tank. It's not enough to just have the Dao swordsman, honestly. Although they're pretty good. Well, Tiger Boss is just not spending his food. Right, so the Hundun are a really good way to deal with that. Why does it only cost 220 food? What the heck? like everything else costs 300. Why are these so cheap? Oh, here we go. Tiger boss having to face Tiger Cav. It's the Hundun that really creates problems. They're just absolute tanks, and the archers can no longer do damage basically because of them. Have to ignore it, and then you still get torn to shreds. Matador doesn't seem to have a way back into the game, constantly having to deal with these two superheroes. He has a Giga Chad himself, but no superhero. I mean, these guys are just straight out of Dragon Ball. Tiger Boss takes another game! What? Dude, I think Matador has to really pivot here into some Norse. It's the only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Kill count is still in Tiger Boss's favor. This is insane. And Fushi does seem stronger than Shenong. I think I take it back. It's just the two superheroes, which is his favorite. The Universe Ring is his favorite hero unit. Okay. Tiger Boss has one more China. That's exactly correct. And once that's used, he doesn't have it anymore. What does he do then? Did he learn the other gods? We'll have to find out. Next map is gonna be Elysium. Sorry, this was Elysium. Why isn't this refreshing? Next map is gonna be Savannah. Can Tiger Boss win without China? We're about to find out. Units comp did win. Well, yeah. Mostly that there was resources left. Actually, Matador was really poor towards the end. But yes, there's an aspect of the unit comp being better there for Tiger. Okay, Matador is finally taking the advice, guys. He's got a chance here. I think everything's in order. Let's do this. Ladies and gents, welcome to game number 3. Tiger Boss is on his last China. But will it be enough? After that, he'll have to switch to something else. This time he's bringing Nua. It's good because his building that automatically built, right? Well, Matador is Freyr, and this god is actually really good against China. All you gotta do is get your Berserks out, the Vidar ones. Ideally, you also go for Bragi, but he's gonna go for Aegir. Well, it might still work. We'll see. Either way, you want a lot of Fire Giants with Berserks, and ideally a handful of Huskar as well, and then just take down whatever China has. You can basically roll through it. There's almost no way for them to manage. Tell you what, these Xinlong aren't going to be the answer to Fire Giants. You're gonna need the Sages, you're gonna need pretty much perfect micro on them to constantly use their ability on Fire Giants, not wasting any time. And then you still have the problem of very powerful Berserks and general infantry from our Norse player, Jarl being the tank. It's such a tough unit composition for China to manage, but we'll see if Tiger Boss can do it. I'd be very, very surprised if he's gonna have a great time, but honestly, without flaming weapons, it might be possible. That's gonna be my stance. Okay, so there's not gonna be any Fire Giants. We're gonna be on Bear Greasy, or maybe we're gonna be on Fafnirs. Looks like Bergrisi is the choice. We've got the Super Berserks, so that will do. Got all the different choices here. It's all the unique minor gods now. I actually like to go for the other path. Obviously Uller, that's fine. But then go for Bragi and Hell to just overwhelm China with the quick flaming weapons, fire giants. Very powerful berserks, but this is a completely different path with Jarl, with throwing axes. Let's see how it does. Tiger Boss is very compact in his build. He doesn't have a lot of buildings. He's trying to get up a earth wall to try and defend himself. And you know what? Actually, those fire archers plus the Tiger Cav are making Tiger Boss win this battle too. Matador, once again, is not focused on TCs. He's got a single Berserk on the job. Tiger Boss is already on 2 TCs because he's used the Clay Peasants, right? From the Recreation God Power. Or Creation, excuse me. And you get 8 villagers basically for free. We also got the Li Jing hero, which can stun an entire army. And then your Xinglong Dragons can go to town, which there should be Xinglong Dragons. There's not going to be Fire Giants, right? So my analysis from the beginning is completely off because it's the other god path. So disregard what I said at the beginning. And now China can make dragons. You micro that hero to stay alive as long as possible to deliver as many stuns as possible. And then the Norse army just can't leave those nasty water blob attacks. Matador's score is very low, getting pointed out by Maiden in the chat. Okay, Matador likes to pre-queue a lot of units, as you can see. So he's got a massive spend waiting to be made. That's really all that is. So he's got a lot more resources spent on that, whereas Tiger Boss is making just a few units at a time. He's building a lot though. Look at all these crossbow towers. Got Tempest, but this is defensive. That's not what Matador is typically known for. He's getting the Bursty in there. Good dodge for the most part on the water thingy. Bursty isn't doing much. He also gets kind of trapped by the god power for his protection here. And he's getting cut down. All these crossbow towers are just impaling him. Nasty stuff. Meti used his god power, it didn't do anything. Nuwa OP. Dude, the man is gonna get free ult here. The Tiger is figuring out the China. You know, last tournament, I was flamed by the whole chat for doing a lot of China nerfs in the tournament mod, but here we are. Matador is undefeated, by the way, until today. So this is fine. Matty's second TC, not gonna happen. Matty's third TC is actually Tiger Boss's fourth TC. Matty is looking pretty defeated. He sure is now. True. Got an Inferno here. Might catch the Vills, might reset the TC. You don't get any sounds, however. That's a luxury. Tiger Boss wins again. At least Matador went out with a blaze. But he's got now the other gods. Can he defeat Tiger Boss if Tiger Boss doesn't have the China? Significantly outkilled Matty here. I mean, all he needs to do is really just camp under the buildings that are defensive, right? And just make more of them. Reverse sweep. Let's go. For Deathmatch, Loki is meta. It's one of them. so many things are meta. And you can only use every god one time. So yeah, sure, you use Loki one time, and then what? Then you still need to know the other gods. Because of our tournament rules. So it's pretty important to be versatile, but sure, Loki is good. I agree. It would be a very good tool against China also. Next up, we're gonna go to Tundra. And we'll be there in just 1 minute. Remember that one time at Bandcamp when you said you were rooting for Tiger Boss so that we wouldn't see a sweep? Well, if we get a reverse sweep, what then? Tiger Boss is out of China. So he either knows how to play the others or he's screwed royally. And, you know, the builders aren't like that wildly different for the others, obviously. You can do so many things. But I just haven't seen him do well with the other gods. Whenever Tiger Boss used to play, he would struggle with the deathmatch tournaments because the other civs aren't as strong as China, to be completely honest. But he really did figure out China, like this is how to play them for the most part. Only thing that the regular DM crew would do different is build a bit more. That's it. Tiger Boss's way is fine though. If people are very aggressive, you just build a lot of defenses and you're fine. Okay, let's see what they do on Tundra here. Oh boy. Now that's a technical matchup. So I'm not sure how good Tiger Boss is going to be at this. We'll see. Ladies and gents, we've got a potential reverse sweep situation on our hands. Let's see if we can get it. In the blue color, Matador's bringing the Kronos. So this is going to be probably the hardest rush that you can do in the game. Or at least one of them. On the other side, we've got, in the blue color, Tiger Boss playing as Zeus. Now, Zeus is a very technical god. You can't mess around. You can't lose villagers. You have to hit really solid timings. If you can do all those things, then Zeus is great. The first timing that Tiger Boss is already failing at the beginning of the game is a second house builder. So, hopefully he puts it on a different house. If not, okay, he fixed it. He actually did learn the builds. Nice. But will he get 2 fortresses now? Because Atlanteans, well, first off, they flood you hard. Secondly, Kronos has deconstruct. So he'll deconstruct your fortress, right? You need at least 2. Really good forward time shifting of the manors so that each of the buildings is built faster. Matty is really good at this. Well done. We've got the good old Hoplite Hippus Bis Peltas mix. But it's not enough units. However, most of the buildings are working as far as I can tell. Tiger Boss also has the 2 builders on the houses. Do you remember there's only 12 of them now in the mod? Unlike in the real game where there's 16. So Matador's main big attack isn't necessarily going to wipe everything out. Sending in a few Contarius, hopefully catching some villagers, I guess. That's the plan. Tiger Boss is right away getting onto that TC. He's got enough production-ish, more or less. But he's not quite maxed out, so he doesn't want the fight. And he most certainly does not want to deal with those satyrs. He did go for... Okay, the fortress immediately gets wrecked. And the villagers have nowhere to run. The Contarius are going to absolutely eat them up. Oh, they're... Oh, look at these slippery bastards just getting through. Okay, still several of them getting cut down. And the TC will not come up. That's why you make 2 forts. Ideally, both of them should protect the vills. We got the Hydra. Hail Hydra. 3 heads. Soon to be 4. Oh, you're absolutely going to town, though. The back TC should be coming up, but for Matador, well, he's buffed his buildings by 4 manners here, so the TC went up super fast. The back TC won't be happening because the Minotaurs are bullying them. Hydra, 4 heads. Give me 5. Give me 5. Soon TM. 4.5 regeneration per second? No, 4. 4. It was 4. Got some interesting relics here, like the Tusk of Dang Kang. I think it can't be read because the UI is bouncing. We have to read like this. So yeah, piggies forever. Just farm, honestly. It's not worth that. Hydra, no! Here's the thing, the Satyrs are basically your Arcus heroes. You don't need Arcus heroes if you have Satyrs. They have 3x against Myth units, that probably should be 2x. But if the heroes get on them, they disappear quickly, so there's that. A lot of Myrmidons are getting added in. I think Tiger Boss may have noticed that you don't need a fortress to make them anymore. Well, the Caterius are on the job in the back. Dude, somebody needs to protect this TC. It's a good thing the mod buffs the buildings a little bit. Or, I mean, the TCs a little bit. Definitely helps that. Looks like these will shoot each other here. But, yeah, the Myrmidons are covering. Wait, Tiger Boss is making more? He's happy with the hoplites. Alright. No worries. No back TC for Matty. He's just on 2. Stuck on 180 pop. TC is quite wide open. I'm a little worried here for Tiger Boss. What if these Siphons just go and attack that thing and the Arcus protect them? But Matador is kind of on the struggle bus. Not gonna lie. Still a really good resource situation overall for Tiger Boss. A good bronze would be able to change the situation here for sure. Fortunate to see Bellarfin just getting cut down like that. Probably would benefit from some walling. And maybe even some extra fortresses. Because Tiger Boss isn't praying right now. He won't have a lot of favor for extra Medusa and whatnot. But you know what? Momentarily, Lightning Storm will be available. Matador, of course, does have Vortex, so you can always escape the Lightning Storm. You kind of want to save your Lightning Storm for whenever the Kronos guy uses the Vortex. And then absolutely punish them, because all the units are there. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Delta's here ready to open up on the Arcus. They have a start with that, but now they're fighting the Destroyers. That's not so good. Loving the Orichalcum walls here from Matador. Atlantean walls are crazy, so you might as well enjoy them. Vortex is ready. Palaces in Tiger Boss's face. This is spooky stuff. They have a lot of firepower too, so those hoplites won't last very long. Meanwhile, the Greek army is kind of pushing through. Matador, however, with his excellent archer micro, as always, showing what he can do with that. Oh, he blew it. He blew it. The Vortex countered the Lightning Storm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that is very bad news for Tiger Boss. He no longer has a Lightning Storm. And he's gonna get attacked by all that in the back TC. It wasn't the best spot for Matador to teleport to. But I mean, he's fine. His whole army is alive. He kept his resources. He doesn't have to remake everything. Tiger Boss is still really rich, right? Overall. He's got a good amount of villagers as well. And he will tear through these palaces. So it's not a terrible situation still for Tiger Boss, but he will lose the back TC, no doubt. Both of the Siphons now working on it. Why are the Arcus pushing the Siphon? That seems wrong. TC is down anyway. The hoplites are now going for the palaces. Backed by the Helipolis. Should be no problem at all. Yes, Matthews, Matt. I love to see Matthews playing, but Matador has 9 oracles. That's right. So they're all over. Oh, some of them are in the palace. That's not good. Another vortex defensively this time. Could catch some villagers. At least deny the fortress. And most importantly, secure the base. Palace, they're getting cut down pretty good. That's the 4th of them now, I think. And that opens up all this. So Tiger Boss is in a... Oh, sorry. All this. So Tiger Boss is in a good spot. Low bronze. This is a very small bronze, in fact. Epeus now trying to get after those archers. The Peltas are going to be an absolute pain in the bum. And let's not forget these Helipolis causing trouble. Dude, Tiger Boss is still in a really good spot, especially if he can rebuild here. If he can get some fortresses up to defend himself everywhere. He's golden. But he does need some more gold. He does need some more favor. I'm not sure he actually needs the favor, but just for fortresses, it can't hurt. Just do 3 villagers, you know, so you can keep making forts. Though I personally love Medusa. Oh no, the Peltas! Oh, they're chaos. Half of them are dead. Yikes. That hurts. Especially in the moment where Tiger Boss is just 100 population. He's fighting in the middle of the map. He doesn't need to be here. He could be back there under the cover of his fortress. Not worry about this. And just overall have a good time. This little counterattack is too small to matter. Matador just distracting. Yeah, it's a good thing if Tiger Boss just retreats now. He has no business being out here. At least he's got a good number of gold miners, so he's dealing with the problems, right? It's really not that bad. Trouble is, 9 oracles, right? This matters because the favor is going up. Vortex is quite expensive in this patch because in Deathmatch it's a really good power for sure. You get to relocate, you get to counter leader power, god powers, and you just can't have a vortex cost 25 if you're dodging the second lightning storm, right? that's ridiculous. Anyway, it's also really good for just relocation and attacking these town centers or catching villagers and whatnot. Fanatics are showing the hoplites who's boss, and Tiger Boss is gonna have to give up here because he just doesn't have the population to withstand the next attack. With the deconstruct, he can't rely on the fortress either, so that's pretty much that for that. And maybe Matador has begun his long crawl back into this best of 7. 7 games. That's what he's calling for. That's what the chat is calling for. Managed to outkill Tiger Boss for the first time in the series. No China, no Tiger Boss, maybe. Perhaps. We'll see. Was there a god draft? No. This tournament has different rules, so basically you can just play any god. This is classic DM tournament stuff. You can play any god, but only once. So you can't repeat any god. On the other hand, you can do anything you like. The losing player will be picking the maps. Speaking of, we're going to Seto Naikai. You're about to get shipped. You're about to get shipped off, guys. Oh man, here comes to Japan. This is not the way I wanted to showcase Japan today. And yet here we are. Lightning ships are coming. Oh, ship. Yeah. Oh boy. Just in a minute we'll be in that zone. Give it some time. Matty should go Nuwa. He could, but he could just go Norse. Tiger Boss doesn't have any China left. And Matty's door should cover the rest, I think. Just make a lot of TA. Make a lot of TA, back it up with Fire Giants. You'll be good to go for the most part. A little bit of front line. Matty does have Nuwa available though. He used Shenong before. No, even if you lose, you can't repeat in this one, I think. Or was I wrong about it? Repeat. Oh, yeah. There's no repeat whatsoever, even if you lose. So slight tweak compared to some of the old stuff. Legend can't be ISIS twice. That's really all it means. Although he's not playing today, unfortunately. Oh god. These guys can't be for real. Gamers all around the flat simulation. This is not a game you're gonna love. Matador. Oh my god, both of them. Tiger Boss as well. They're going Japan Mirror with Amaterasu. Oh no. Oh no. Well, the problem here is that it's gonna be all about one unit, and that's made in the dock, and it's called a siege ship. The problem is that the god path they're gonna go through over here, Raijin, he's gonna give these guys a lightning attack, and you have 4 projectiles with divine damage, and I'm not sure there's a clean counter to it. These ships have very high health, and it's gonna be very spammable from all these docks. You can make them anywhere in the map here where there's water. This is shallow water, so units can walk in. You can get some fishing ships later if you want. So it all depends on whether Matador can outspam Tiger Boss here. And I think he's very well set up for it. It's the weirdest thing. These weak-ass lightning attacks, but there's 4 projectiles, right? So it adds up, and basically the lightning ships become myth unit tier. Bonangio is gonna be knocking these guys back pretty hard. It's just siege ships. Oh my god. I so regret putting this in the map pool. I thought this was gonna be just a cool thing, but then this ship comes around. You know, in the matchups where we tried it, it was really fun to play on this map, but now you have this. It's such a good, cool map concept though. I'm so happy about having it. It's just this thing ruins the whole thing. This is worse than Legacy Mediterranean. Oh my god! What just happened? I think the fortress opened up on the ships. It's got 3x against ships and insane damage. Matador has 2-to-1 population here. So I guess he's just a better spammer. I always did say his macro is really, really good. He might make some more Omibozus, who can tank the damage a little bit for the lightning ships to do their work. But the range of these is nuts, especially with the bouncy bounce. Yeah, it's definitely the fortress absolutely wrecking him. So if you can get more than a handful of fortresses, then all good. The settlements are now getting built. We've got a bunch of Mikos as well already. Oh, just 1 each? Huh, I thought there would be more. Gotta watch out for the Kitsune as well, because they have got actual damage here. Can't just send out your villagers that easily. But Matador is going everywhere. He knows he's winning the spam war so hard that he can just build with a few villagers per TC. Some heavy Oyumis are getting added in. They have to be made from the castles. So I wonder whether they can actually make a difference. They have more range slightly than the siege ships. And they do have all this crush damage, which they don't have a lot of armor for. But I think the lightning bounces could reach them. Oh my goodness. Tiger Boss is losing absolutely everything. Oh. Why? Why add this to the game? It's a spammable unit. Why would you give them a bouncy lightning? Oh my god. So bad. It makes sense for the Man of War, but this? Whose genius idea was this? Ice cream! You're not doing your job! Okay, Matador takes another one. At least we don't have to come back here. It's over. I'm not even gonna look at the stats, whatever. I could have done without this one today. We were having such a good time otherwise, right? Oh, goodness me. This is making the Chinese superheroes seem like a smart idea. Best god for beginner. If you've never played competitive RTSs before, play Atlantean, because it will ease you into the game. Or Hades, because you can be quite defensive. So if you want to be a bit more aggressive, then play Atlanteans. Gaia especially. If you want to be more defensive, play Hades. But then you have to manage the villagers and drop-offs and whatever. Gaia, you have to be a bit more active. Spam some cav, raid people. And Hades just kind of sits on their butt, makes a big eco, makes a big blob of archers and some support units. Not that crazy complex. Anyway, next game is gonna be Silk Road. This is the map where you are rewarded for some map control. There's no water in the middle, so no Japan abuse. And we're gonna see some quite different gods as well, so happy days. Don't worry guys, even if Matador wins, we're going to game 7. If not, then not. Just checking all the sides are correct. No, they're not. And off we go. Ladies and gents, we are here. It's game number 6. We might even get game number 7. Let's see. Matador is bringing Loki, so he definitely means business. This is one of the stronger gods in Deathmatch for sure. Tiger Boss, on the other hand, is bringing Kronos, which is somewhere in the upper middle. But at least you have wide access to heroes, so any of the myth unit spam from Loki should be quite manageable. The trouble is, when they also have a lot of throwing Axemen, you might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, actually, Matador is going north here, which is highly unconventional for this matchup, because you typically want your flaming weapons for the mid game, and your strong berserks help the early game quite a bit as well. And just repeated flaming weapons is usually what puts Atlantean away. You should get a lot of palaces, of course, as Kronos. I'm not sure how solid Tiger Boss is with his build order. Right now, I'm not seeing enough manners from him. I'm not seeing enough production from him, and he's making one palace with all his citizens. That is not a great use. You could make 5 palaces and they'd be done like 15 seconds later, but you'd have 5 palaces to pump units from and protect you. That's ideally what you'd want. Anyway, Jotuns. Bonk. Kick him. That's the stuff. Well, it's been a hard day at work, so Jotun's going home. That's it. We've got Guardians of Io, however, and if Tiger Boss read the patch notes, he'll know that their Hawk Tua ability instantly kills a single target. Well, not instantly, but like, it's got insane poison damage, so whatever they hit is dead. And then the Hawk Tua still explodes and does some major damage. He did not go Hyperion. That's right, he's got Behemoths. That is so unconventional. Okay, Matador is smart. He's gonna get out of the Hawk Tua before things get bad. But those Berserks are about to get it. Oh, they walk out of it again. Very nice. Well, let's see if there's gonna be enough Fanatics. Either way, there's a lot of throwing Axemen. They can kind of deal with the situation. Matador is very slowly building the back TC, the side TC. The back TC is not even touching. Okay, somebody please Hawk Tua on these Jotuns so we can see the damage. Look at the damage. It's gone. I love this. I love this thing. It's so good. I think this is how the Guardian of Io should work in the full game as well. Not just the Deathmatch mod. Matador needs to get out to Hawk Tua, man. Oh, a lot of throwing Axemen go down. Oh, it's so good. You have to really micro against that thing. But will actually the Tiger Boss make enough units here to survive? Because so far it's kind of on the struggle bus. The Sons of Muspel are creating issues. However, we do have Arcus heroes. Now, if they only had Heroic Renewal, they'd be able to keep going a lot longer. But anyway, so far so good. The micro is okay. It's just the Chiroballista are not shooting the infantry. That's not so good. Any Fanatics getting made are getting wrecked by the TA. The back TC is up. And Tiger Boss has all his manners. So, not too bad, you know. Not too bad. Need more Argus, sir. We can make more Argus. Oh no, he's getting overwhelmed. Oh no. Once Norse is all over you, once they have the Ballista in the back and throwing Axemen in the way, and Yaws up front, that is nasty stuff. At least the Mountain Giants are getting dealt with. The Arcus heroes are called that for a reason. We've got a transformed Stolen Fire Giant. But the Sons of Muspel are gonna show him who's boss. The trees are angry. Canteri's hero ready to deal with it though. On location, I don't even think they're gonna get the palace. Although they are significantly buffed in this mod, their stats are usually not enough for this late game fighting with all the upgrades in. But, well, Atlantean has a lot of heroes, right? So, this is why I said that Yord is highly unconventional. Like, the Bonk Boys are okay if they're surprisingly able to attack a location, but good luck. I think Matador is absolutely overwhelming the Tiger Boss here. It looks like the reverse sweep is still on. And he gets the victory. The score is now 3-3. We're going to game 7. Well done by Matador. Resources don't matter in this, actually. It was just military. Which was actually pretty close. It's just the Ballista tore down the buildings. Tiger Boss couldn't make anything anymore. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what's causing these 5-minute games. But I think Tiger Boss would have lost this the same way on the original, to be honest. This was just completely due to not having enough buildings and then getting cut down. So yeah, you could blame it on auto queue. You could blame it on other things. This was just Matador made a big army and then it was much bigger than Tiger Boss's. Cool. The last game is going to be on Tundra. We're in 1 minute. We've had some longer games today. It's just with Matador, he's so relentlessly attacking. He either dies in 10 minutes or wins in 7. Oh, you know, in this game, Tiger Boss just didn't have the stuff, so he died. Although Matador did have some long games in the past. Last game of the day, gamers. Let's see what we can do here on Tundra. Ooh. Quite different matchup, in fact. Here we go. Welcome to Tundra. This is going to be our game 7 and the last game of the day. Matador in the blue color is playing as Ra. On the other side of the map, his opponent in the red color, bringing 4. Tiger Boss. Well, let's see how good he is with Norse. I honestly haven't seen him play before. So hopefully he makes a whole lot of longhouses here and doesn't underbuild buildings. Matador should have a really solid Ra. He's learned the Egyptian build orders. He knows to, empower the monument here to get a whole lot of buildings going. And guess what? When he has all these 5 barracks or more, 6 barracks now, if he makes all those and just absolutely pumps Axeman into Norse, who is probably gonna have a whole lot of berserks. Oh no, actually it's gonna be throwing Axeman heavy. That might be okay then. Maybe Tiger Boss is fine. He's also going for Skadi, so his throwing Axemen are gonna be insane. He's gonna have some Frost Giants to help anchor the army around. This could actually work out. But Matty is gonna have an ultimate spam here. Ra with these monuments is just absolutely nuts. These these buildings are gonna work so fast. And then later, oh, he's not going for Shifting Sands even. He's got Eclipse. I'm curious what the Sphinxes will do. Ideally, they should go and stop those TCs from happening. Just a few whacks and it's done. The Kraken is now not getting hit, apparently. What is happening? Why isn't it getting hit? What the hell? It's not taking damage. These guys have 5x against BIP units. Why isn't the Kraken taking hits? There's something wrong with the priests. Or the Kraken body. Because every other myth unit they're destroying. Okay, we've got the mummies out. Now the mummies also have been changed kind of like the Guardians of Io. So they got some infinite poison damage against a single target, right? They'll eventually go down. They will get rid of these yaws real quick. But there's no AoE on them now. They still create a minion. They have a little bit less regular attack too, so you gotta be really careful with them. Just use the special attacks, get out, get back in. Kinda like in the old game. It's not just the priest, the pharaohs. I did not change the pharaoh, so this is a Kraken problem. Somebody clip this, please. He's not hitting. It's not the 70% pierce because the pharaoh has divine damage. Now he gets closer, it works. But not every shot. He's missing some of the shots. Why? Is he trying to hit the tentacles or something, which are moving? Oh my god, the moving tentacles are getting targeted. That could be it. See, he has also problems hitting the Yormondelver? No. Actually, some of the shots are missing the Yormondelver. What is this? I guess the water is causing issues with the floaty animations, maybe? Anyway, that's not the point. It's not the point of the game. The throwing Axeman spam is insane in Deathmatch. It's such a good unit. If you have a massive concave with them, good luck beating him. It will take some elephants, it will take some chariot archers and slingers to get the job done. I'm not a huge fan of the camel riders into this, because, well, first off, Matador didn't go for a god path that's very conducive to it. He didn't go half-war, for example. Half-war? Sobek. But he does have some catapults. That's nice. Unfortunate for him, he didn't go for Sobek, so he can't show that the rocks are back. They can actually pick up stuff without landing in this mod. But there is a Citadel Center, which will help Matador get extra population. Once he has 3 of those, things are gonna go quite nuts. During Frost, it's fairly easy to destroy this, especially with the throwing axeman having bonus against buildings. Mercs will be necessary, that's a good point, but Matador is broke. He can't. Tiger Boss might actually win if he tears down this TC and finds the gold vills. This is a huge problem for Matador. He's also having to deal with a lot of berserks. Okay, finally the attack on the Citadel is complete. Chariot archers obviously are gonna go to town on the throwing axemen, but they can shoot back more or less. It's not great, but at least they can attack back properly. There's too many catapults here. Matador has a lot of units coming still, but he's getting kind of cut down. Norse is pretty damn good, I keep saying to you guys. And some of you even have an emoji for this. Right? Where's Chandler when you need him? Self-Osiris is out. Now that should absolutely change the dynamic here. Norse has to respect this guy. Maybe a bit of a pullback wouldn't be the worst. Oh! Do you guys think that we'll see the wolves from the temple? Or not? Will it just be these guys? Come on. You have 490 favor, man! Give me the wolves! You have so much food! What you gotta do is make like 3 temples, 4 temples even, and just absolutely go to town on the wolves. Hit the economy everywhere. They're so cheap, population or cost-wise. With 500 favor, Norse can do whatever they want in terms of myth units. So, go make use of them. The Son of Osiris is slow, he's not gonna defend everything. Throwing the units into the choke point at the mercy of chariots and Son of Osiris is not the way to go, on the other hand. Actually, the wolves cost food, so we don't even need the gold. All this food bank, completely ready to go for this. Tiger Boss is getting out another army that's roughly the same. I don't like all these Herdman infantries getting sent into the chariot archer melting pit. I much prefer the Huskar, that's nice. They're getting some of these chariots, and the ballista are getting to work too. Now the ballista will be supposedly able to fight the Son of Osiris and take him down eventually, but the catapults are opening up on the ballista and they're taking them down pretty good. If the ballista move, they should be able to avoid the shots for the most part though. Need a bit more, maybe some raiding cap wouldn't be the stupidest idea, but you're already tier, just make some Huskar. Matador is still not particularly rich. He's out of wood now, so you take down those catapults, there's not going to be any more. Whereas Tiger Boss can more or less continue. He's got another frost here. Although he can't really damage this army, I really hope he remembers that. He's got good gold income. Unfortunately, it's all gatherers, no dwarves. He still has his dwarven mines, so that could give him the boost he needs to, you know, just make some dwarves back home and maybe send these guys over to gather wood. Once it gets to that. One thing you can do with this frost is just literally wall in that Son of Osiris and not let him get away. Why is Tiger Boss just fighting this? I don't like this. Please wall him in. I don't know. With 4, you kind of do want to make some dwarfs, right? So cheap. You have so many resources at the beginning. Okay, Son of Osiris is caught. He's probably toast. Throwing Axeman in the cap too much. And even the chariots can't seem to quite get out of this, and Matador may not have enough wood to replenish now. But with Tiger Boss just fighting Egypt straight up, especially through the choke point, I think in the long term this is a problem. Matador does have an economy. It's not much smaller than Tiger Boss's. This is actually a really close game, and whatever lead Tiger Boss had is slowly evaporating. He does need those wolves. Make use of all that favor, man. Otherwise, I think he's just gonna use it on Thimblewinter, and that's not as impressive. We did boost Thimblewinter a little bit for the mod, so that they at least damage town centers a little bit. It will take like 4 Thimblewinters to destroy a TC. It's not very good, even with the buff. But it's supposed to back up an army that's already raiding. So you send some real Fenris wolves, then these guys will just be a lot more impressive, right? But yeah, here's a Migdol, here's a chariot, and these guys just won't get to do anything. Like, you killed 2 chariots, great. That's why you attack with the bigger force, or Huskar attacks even. On the TCs, that would be great to see, but I think at this rate, Matador will just get his population up with triple Citadel. He could start it right now, but I think he's saving for a second Son of Osiris. Yeah, he's already got his Pharaoh ready to go anytime now. Mythian cost reduction. We're not seeing any mummies, sadly, because you don't need it against this Norse army. Jerry's having a great old time here against the Jarl even, because there's just so many of these guys. They're even cutting through the Huskar. They're very microable, so Matador can just snipe one thing and keep kiting. Aw, great engagement, great positioning, and all that. Pharaoh is basically ready for Son of Osiris. Just a few seconds. He's about to get the promotion. There it is. Is that a surround? It's not enough units to matter. But we got some throwing axemen opening up on him. Losing 200 health there. And guess who's about to have another frost soon? Okay, Tiger Boss is going to need a trade if he wants to play this out. Matador is repairing the bases, by the way. I do think he just needs his citadels before the Son of Osiris spam. They're only 150 favor. It's well worth doing. Catapult's never getting to work here. Matty's slightly on the struggle bus. He's putting out a bunch of mercs now. Oh, but unfortunately auto-queued with villagers, so not quite ideal. However, as there's going to be more Migdor strongholds, it's going to be increasingly difficult to attack into this. The Dwarven Mine has been cast somewhere, but the minimap isn't flashing these days. Where? Oh, right here. What? It just popped into... Okay. We're fine. A lot of villagers here. Not a whole lot of farming or anything, but you don't need much as Norse. You basically don't need many food units. Although, Tiger Boss will need some once he starts trading. For a while, he can just rely on the Dwarven Mine. That's gonna be fine. The first few recasts are cheap enough. Oh, this is just very, very basic play at the moment. Just fighting over this position. Matty just kiting and buying himself time to do a little bit more late gamey stuff. No one's making any big plays happen anywhere. Although there is this very obvious path to cut down the corner of the map if Matador wanted to, but he just doesn't have the resources to confidently go and do that. So I think the way forward is to just start building a few towers and maybe start a forward Migdol as well at some point. Yeah, but by basic play, I just mean that they're just fighting here in the middle of the map and nothing's really happening. Ideally, you want some action, right? To hit the corner, to cut off the trade, to find the gold mines. You want an objective. There's nothing here, is what I'm trying to say. It's just a fight over position, I guess. Ultimately, doesn't matter much. Anyway, we've got a bunch of hill forts coming up, and maybe these berserks can go and do something. It would be very easy to make a dock here, get over there, and wall off, for example. So we could imagine seeing that sort of stuff. There's still a Yormund Elver. I mean, if this guy was deleted, that's 4 more pop for the army, right? Would love to see that. Or some rams getting added. That's also nice, because the chariots can't snipe that. You could just plow through all these buildings with rams right now. That is why I'm saying basic play, because yeah, you can fight the chariots all day, but what if I told you you don't have to? That Huskar army right now, up Matt's business here. I'm not sure there's gonna be a Matt to speak of soon. Why isn't he casting rain? I don't think there are farms, because Tundra gives you a good amount of food, right? Huntables. He's hunting, he's getting goats. There we go! Finally! Finally! We've broken the basic play. Matador's absolutely about to lose this DC. There's no hope of saving it, no matter how many mercs he makes. Tons of caravans falling off the bat. And he can still just go and take out the Migdol, but I think he's gonna go back, pivot on the chariots. Okay, now they're frozen. Go for the main or cut off this corner, whatever. Do one of the things. Or build a TC even. Why not? It's a good idea. Oh, Huskar's still working here. Do the units in DM get burning pitch? Yes. Yes, so it makes like throwing axemen amazing against buildings, actually. Although we're not seeing any right now. It was a factor in much of the tournament today. The chariots, of course, too. Could take down towers and whatnot. Although they have 90% pierce armor. It's not that much. Okay, a lot of villagers here getting cut down, so Matador's army is gonna be a bit bigger in a moment. He's got enough resources. Otherwise, he still has to respect this force here attacking the chariots. As soon as the thawing happens, he's gotta go. Oh boy. Oh boy! They're going into the afterlife! And nobody made a pyramid for them. Holy cow! 4 TCs for Tiger Boss. I think he's making it, guys. I think this is it. This could be it. This is insane. All those chariots died in a very crunchy way. The corner is cut off. Has Tiger Boss done it? That was nasty. That was quite nasty indeed. Taking 7 games to get us to this. But it was well worth it. Migdol is getting absolutely rammed, battered. This is the way, guys. This is the way. The guy spams chariots. Give him something the chariots can't kill. Take the buildings. Ignore the chariots. Of course, the Sound of Cyrus is gonna hurt you a lot. But yeah. You're still getting Migdol down, right? Well, let's see a bunch of raiding cav and actually take those guys down, or a lot of Huskal and just hit the other TC. There's not many places Matty has to run. He's stuck on this 2 TC situation. Plenty of economy for Tiger Boss. Although his trade has been cut off. He can remake it here. Just break through the wall with the Rams. They're already here anyway. Wait. Trade doesn't matter for Norse because you got infinite recasts of Dwarven Mine. That's the stuff. Okay, now we destroy the TC with chariots. I mean, it works. Look at this damage. It's insane. In fact, Burning Pitch is really, really good. But there's also Catapult. But what does it matter if Tiger Boss doesn't care about it? The TC isn't actually helping him right now. He's not maxed. But he's cutting off the trade. He's cutting off the gold mine. There's still some here in the middle. But I mean, no more trade? That's a pretty big blow to Matador. Healing up the army now, maxing out again. Those are the priorities. Dwarven Mine is about to run out once more, and there's nowhere left to go, really. Oh, wait, there's a 6k mine right here? Okay. I forgot about that. We got the first rain of the game at 21 minutes. Nobody tell me DM games don't go longer than 5 minutes. Granted, it's a back town center setup. Maybe the map pool is too aggressive. We could make a DM map set and just force the more defensive games. There's a lot of options here. Yeah, I know, guys. I know. It's a real problem. But we picked very aggressive maps, to be fair. Okay, this Migdol should be falling. And Matty still has kind of nowhere to run. I mean, his farming operation is still very small, so that rain has helped. He can keep doing it too, it's very cheap. Another Sound of Osiris should be coming in a moment once he finds his Pharaoh. Where is it? Actually, I need to find the Pharaoh. Dun dun dun. I'm not sure it's on the map, honestly. Oh, no one's picking relics. That part makes me very sad. Especially because Retold added so many relics. Are they just not important enough? Or is there too much going on? The whole tournament, no one picked up relics. I'm gonna cry. Okay, Sound of Osiris anytime now. Where's the Sound of Osiris? What if we increase the relic trickle? We could. Or their effects, just buff them, because in standard they were reduced. Some of these unit buffs were reduced, right? Like, it's more 5% and less 10%. Sounds like a Pharaoh what was made. There we go. Anytime now. The Matador is very nicely maintaining his population. Oh god. Can you stop this? Oh, the catapult's trying. Okay, 2 catapults will shut it down, yeah. Plus the Son of Osiris. Nice one. Oh, there's more coming. There's so many. The target boss is all over this now. Which is difficult to get a good angle against those chariots. Oh, that's a great choke point. I think they can take this. I think the chariots can take this. Great use of the buildings. But I'm afraid that while they might be taking down a lot of Huskar, the Rams should go to town on those barracks. Open up the territory for reals. Matty is getting back to a little bit of trading. He has consumed most of the gold mines as well, so things really need to change for him and get back that TC. He's trying to get a wall up. The chariots still absolutely cannot leave. There's just no barracks units in this. I don't understand. So few Axemen. It would be very helpful. But once again, the choke point is breaking the Prathing and the Son of Osiris is just punishing. And you know what, Matador? Although he's doing some really good stuff with those Son of Osiris, I think he'd be so much better off just having 2 citadels. That would be an extra 20 pop. Alright, 6 more chariots. 10 more axemen. You can't tell me he doesn't need that. And then once they're up, they're probably not going down again, so you can just do that first, then get the Son of Osiris. That's, I think, how I would play it. After the first Son of Osiris, that is. Wouldn't recast, instead just get the plus 20 pop, plus 30 pop, because he was free TC for a long time. And then you've used the same favor as the second Son of Osiris recast. Is Baldur better here? Well, you should be making wolves. We've spoken about the Fenris wolves. It's just that Tiger Boss isn't breaking out of what he's doing. So you're supposed to actually get a pack of like 10 wolves, break through the wall, eat all the caravans, get out again when they come to get you. And just heal up by the healing spring, then hit another area. They're the fastest unit in the game. You can't catch them. So what has to be done in that case is the Son of Osiris has to protect the trade. And then you can still hit the other areas. Still has 140 favor, a lot of food, so there's no reason not to do it. Getting the wood in the middle. There's still some in the back, but we're keeping that for later, for the end game. Well, if Tiger Boss doesn't soon change the strat, he will have problems. Because he can't seem to kill Matador's chariots. Matador's micro is just too good. So he needs to hit the economy, the infrastructure, or else. Can't hope for this guy to get wood starved. I mean, you'll just have a better time doing it, because you can't make Huskar anymore then. What are we waiting for? Matty has 2 corners, which is a huge deal. Dwarven mine in the middle once again. Lots of idle villagers. Oh boy. Oh, the TC is getting sieged now. This catapult's being nasty. Could come back to be a real problem. Oh, finally we got an attack on the TC. There we go. The chariots were out of position too. The Ballista are, I guess, gonna get it, but so is the TC. This is exactly what needed to be done so much sooner. Just ignore those chariots. Don't fight them. Go hit the TC. The TC will be dead by the time your Huskars are dead. Especially if you are mobile and hit multiplayer. This is great. This is how Norse is meant to be played. Okay, now maybe it's possible to get the chariots. But they're once again just using the choke points. Well done there, well done. Maybe some of the caravans will go down. Definitely the Migdol will go down. That's a lot of ballista. Oh my goodness, the Son of Osiris better watch out. Hell, the chariots better watch out. This is gonna hurt. Somehow, some way, Matty is keeping the Migdol for now. But, hey, those ballista opening up on the chariots, that's gonna be very, very ugly news for them. 140 maximum population. Is there a house missing? I think so. Either way, the back TC is being finally built. At least 6 villagers and a pharaoh, so that's not too bad. But Matador is broke. He's in trouble, sir. Garrison taken down. There's still a bunch more of those. I don't know about this idea. Because now the units are losing. What's Tiger Boss doing, man? Where's his caravan going? Oh no, to that market? Really? No, we gotta fix that. Overmind's running out again. And this time is not enough favor for another recast. It's 200 now. It's very expensive. Matador has his side TC here back. He can gather some wood. And at some point, he will get this TC too. Okay. We're going back up to Mass Ballista. And then I think if just these buildings can take it out, there's really not many left for Matador. So chariots have to be a little careful. But I mean, they're going to snipe ballista. This is insane. Insane business. The two players are at the same population level. Matador is about to get to 3 TCs. For the first time in a very long time. And he's got a trade route. I think he's playing a better late game here, guys. Even though he's extremely passive. Literally all he's doing is chariot micro. So you see, if the camels went out to go on a raiding run and caught the villagers, or even the camels, caravans, excuse me, that would be so good. Or in the corner here, all these wood villagers. That's nasty stuff if you can catch all that. Well, there's gold. There's gold in the bank, so we're not too worried about that. You just can't hyper-focus with Norse, you know, it's not gonna work most of the time. Chair's trying to get out of the way of the Huskal. Most of them did make it out. Really good back and forth micro with the Migdol Stronghold. The Mercs are now getting added in as well. And I think those Ballista are gonna get it. And this should absolutely collapse the army of Tiger Boss. I think Matador has pulled off the reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen. He's got this now. He's got enough gold income to pump Mercs all day, all night. And they're actually a little bit better on this than on the normal game. Although many other aspects of Egypt are nerfed. Like the Citadel spam. Well, he's trying to tower push, but he's gonna lose the TC. Oh, the catapult actually just last minute. Okay, somebody repaired his TC. Jesus. It's making me nervous. Matador overall still can't do much. He's on 35 villagers. A lot of it is trade as well. Very minimalistic economy. So that's why we're not seeing him push in full force. He's not completely transitioned out of that crappy economy yet. But he's making wills, 3 at a time. Eventually it'll be enough, right? Let's give the man 2-3 minutes. He'll have a lot more wills. But before that, maybe even, he might have a second Son of Osiris. He's saving again. And you know what's better than one Son of Osiris, right? 2 of them. We might get there. This is the worst caravans I've seen. There's nothing here for Egypt, right? There's no reason this should be Egyptian in this corner. Matador with the second layer walls. Yeah, his economy is starting to look a lot better. He has 10 more villagers compared to earlier. Yeah, I can't understand why Matador doesn't just make the citadels. He really wants that Son of Osiris, which is great for his chariot play, but... I mean, when you make a citadel, you get 2 more catapults, right? You're already winning the fights. Make more monuments. He did lose one. He didn't remake it. It's true. But Matty still doesn't have a lot of resources. He's only now reached full pop. So now all the incoming resources are going to the bank. Cherries are doing a great job sniping the towers, of course. Mid burning pitches, no problem at all. Pick the relic. Yes. Myth unit cost reduction. There we go. Will we get some mummies? Wait, the TC's under attack. The chariots are too distracted with the kiting. Although the Son of Osiris is here, there's just too much army for him. The Tiger Boss maybe find a bit of a crack in the armor. He's punching through the TC. I really didn't think that would happen. Okay, time to cut off the trade route. This is the only chance for Tiger Boss. If he doesn't take it now, there's not going to be a next time. If Matty does recover, I think he'll just roll over the Norse. Now's the chance. Take the chance. That is a lot. This TC is just absolutely burning up. Why won't he repair it? Lots of axemen. Oh, but we got a frost. This is the opportunity. Take the trade. Do something. Don't just take the TC, please. Don't just take the TC. No. I mean, yes, you can, but it won't materially change much. You aren't even full pop. No. It's not right. The axemen are killing your guys. Oh. It's the worst choice. I can't even make the TC. Not like this. You're not even maxed. What do you want with another? Oh, no. No. The entire Norse army is dead. What a fail. Oh, God. That was terrible. Oh. That was a massive, massive opportunity. And it got thrown. All we needed to see was a wall here, a wall here. That's it. That's all we needed to see. And a small attack maybe here with some rams. Oh no. What? No. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Oh boy. Tiger Boss is toast. Matador pulled up the reverse sweep. But by these means? That's not fair. I'm sorry, viewers. That's what happened. It's reality. Sometimes we just have to accept. Look at the civilian graph. Like, there's quite a bit of trade here for Tiger Boss. He must have converted a lot of people at the end there to get everything done. Or just deleted some. I'm not even sure. He had a TC advantage for most of the game, but just didn't do anything with it. Resource collection significantly in favor of Tiger Boss, but the unit kills, Matador almost outdoing our man by 50% in a matchup where it should be even at best. That would be a good trade for Egypt if it's even, but no, he was up 50% in that. Very well played by Matador. I wish it had been a bit more active, but hey, he got his other games where he was very active, so why not mix it up? He's your champ once more. As usual. You don't understand players that don't want to pressure all over the map? Well, here's the thing. Tiger Boss isn't a classic deathmatch player. He doesn't play much deathmatch to begin with, but especially not Norse. So I don't think he would know how to do it properly. Actually, many people don't. You're supposed to run around with wolves and whatever. So that's that. Anyway, medals, real quick. We've got Matador, we've got Tiger Boss, we've got Grass and Groom, we've got Darth Nox in first, second, third, and fourth places. So congratulations to all these gamers there. Well done indeed. Good stuff. Today we're not gonna do any sponsored event, by the way, so there's no extra game after the stream. What I can do is throw in a bonus round. Maybe somebody wants to play with me. I'll throw in a bonus round and then we're gonna go and raid somebody. How about that? Yep, so these guys are gonna get respectively 100, 70, 50, and 20 pounds. Multiplied by like 1.35 for USD values. Mommy on Matador. I mean, if he wants to. You want me to play on a special map, but without Japan. Or at least no boats. No, not that god. Alright, well, if any of the tournament players want to try it out with me, I'll be happy to, because obviously we're on a balance mod here. I'll do a bonus round. Thank you very much to all the gamers. We'll make that the bonus round. If we jump into this view. And then what do I need? Oh, actually from... I'm gonna put cam in this one. How about it? Just temporarily. You're in the middle, should be okay. Right. Let's see how we can do. We're probably not gonna get a bonus game, but I've hosted. So anyone that wants to join, even maybe Legend will save the stream. Just a quick one. Do you have the mod? Oh, you don't have the game downloaded, do you? Maybe Revolt wants to save the stream just for the bonus round. Need to install. Man, Disappointing. If Ryuk or Revolt is here, or... I mean, if Matador or Tiger Boss want to, for the bonus round, that's fine too. That's all good. By the way, the replay pack will be available on our Discord. You can join all the things with our links. I think nobody wants to play, so... that's gonna be a rip. I'll wait like 2 minutes. That's how long the ads are. We can even play without the mod. I don't mind. If somebody else wants to. Maybe I'll just search a deathmatch game without mod. Then anybody could play. Nobody? Okay, I'll turn off the mod. And we'll just search a normal deathmatch. How about that? Got a lot of mods here. Actually, I'll just do a custom lobby. How about that? Yeah, let's do that. Where is it? Do supremacy. No. I do that enough on my off time. And I'm not very happy with the game right now because it's a bit unresponsive. We'll do just the bonus deathmatch game. And everyone's allowed to join. Okay, I'm just hosting a custom. Or I would, if it let me. I turned off the mod, so no mod required. Anybody can join. I'll do one bonus game. And maybe I'll just do a match-made game after I shut down the game entirely. No? Okay, we'll wait like 2 minutes here. We're not going to play as Japan. I'm just going to be, I don't know... I'll show you guys how to do that thing before that I was talking about the whole game. How about that? Okay, somebody come get me. I'm in the lobby. Should be available to all. Yeah, of course, Rich. I saw you asked about what will happen in the future. Will I play? Yes. So I'm not playing in the next one. I'm completing this season professionally, but then after that we're gonna scale down on the MetaPlace project because unfortunately with AOM we're just making absolutely nothing. So I'm gonna make it a for fun type of event where people can play whenever they like. So it will be scheduled, I'll play, and it will be a donation only type of prize pool. Yeah, very unfortunate because, you know, without Boyd's raid, we would have no viewers either. So it would be like 20 people watching, and that's just not sustainable for MetaPlace. And actually, it's harmful because it brings down our averages, so we get worse and fewer sponsors. So, yeah. It just hurts our project overall, and that's not reasonable. However, on my personal stream, I don't mind if I have 20, 30 viewers. On MetaPlace, it's... No, I'm not spending money for that. But, yeah, on my personal stream, doing it for free, for fun, sure, why not? And I'll happily play those as well. So, you guys might have seen some of it with Spellforce that I'm doing already. Okay, nobody's joining manually. I'm just matchmaking. Please, somebody search me out. And I'll do the 4 thing regardless. Maybe not on the Maiden's map request, but I was really bothered by the complete lack of Norse myth units in that, so we gotta do something about this. Yeah, Darfnox, you're more than welcome to. There's one money tournament left, that's right. So this year still has another one. Let me check the timeline. Oh, I haven't posted it on the Discord, did I? Oh boy. I think it's somewhere in like 2 months from now. No, that's December. I don't think it's December, I think it's November. Yes, it's the end of November, November 29th, that's when the next one will be. So not too far away. And then in the new year, we'll do 4 fun events. Maybe I can throw one around. Ah, no, I'm not here for Christmas. Yeah, we'll just do something. Maybe early January we'll start them. And then just run them for fun. Yeah, the DM boys need the practice, that's true. You can play on with the mod. Okay, I have to turn it on again. Okay. This will be a moment to restart. Matador says the game 7 is too large for Discord to upload. It's gonna be like a replay pack, you see. Yeah, guys. Sorry to, you know, look at the business aspect for this. I know it's not a great feeling, but at least I'm executing on what was promised. That's the minimum I can do for you guys. You guys have been around for so long, always supporting the deathmatch stuff, even though we're in a pickle now. I think we're just going to quiet down a bit. Go a bit underground, but still have the activity. Yeah, we do need something viable, exactly. Like, the objective is to break even. Make as much with the content as the tournaments cost. That's all I want. I don't care about, like, making profits for the lifetime value. Whatever, just... let's cover the tournaments with the content and the sponsors. That's the goal. Oh yeah, but there's other games we do that are not mainstream, right? Okay, so yep, 4. That's still on. I shouldn't be dark blue though, because it will be impossible to see me. So let's be yellow. Blue on the water maps is OP. Japan boatable abuse? Please no, we've seen enough of that. Anything else? Anything else at all? Okay, gamers, so I'll give you the 4 gameplay. Oh, just make gold mines all game. Right. That's it. That's the stuff. Okay. Right there by the fishies. Should work kinda okay, right? Get our Forseti out. Another house builder, and then we will secure the TC next. Bragi. Well, we do that for the fast wolves. What's cracking? A little bit of a wall here. Get the citizen in there. Get it! No! We can't. Alright, no worries. Let's make some more hill forts. And tier. There we go. What happened with my... How many Krakens am I making? Jesus. Right, we are modded here, so we don't have Infinity Favor. I have to remember that. We need all the burning pitch units we can get. And then make some of these boats. TC should be up quickly enough. I didn't mean to make so many of those. These were maxed out. Well, this is a hell of a spam, I have to say. Oh, we even got the Man of War. 6 wolves. I need more than that. Okay, 8 of them. Now that will do. Let's go. Put the healing spring in the waters. That's how water works, right? No, let's just put it by the berries then. Fine. Okay, time to gold mine. Second TC nearly done. And puppies can go to town. Actually, I'm gonna want to go after the big stupid jellyfish. Those are some really big longbows, bro. Okay, before we get all the villagers killed, we're gonna get the TC. Because why not? There's a villager kills. Very good. Those are some really big boats. Back here a little bit. Oh, we had some TA here. Okay, our puppies did the work. Very good. You know what? We're gonna back off here a little. Are those transport ships? No, they're longboats. They're growing over time. It's amazing. Holy shit. Just build this fast and then off we go to... Oh, no, 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 my puppies are dead. We have to leave. This isn't working. Claw pups. Drop off point. Maybe some Borzorks can go down here. See what we can do with that. Oh, we're getting absolutely overwhelmed. Nasty. But we're alive. So far, so good. I think we're just gonna do the God Power combo. Wombo combo even. Okay, well, we're just gonna pull everyone now. It's time. Attack, 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 attack. Go, 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 go. Yeah, the puppies aren't gonna be the answer here, but heroes are. The flaming weapons is. Everything's going down. This is the stuff. Let's catch those villagers if we can. Oh, the big suck is hurting, but we've got a healing spring nearby. It should be fine. Ouch. But it's okay, we're healing up. We're healing up. We've got more favor, so we're just putting down a second one for extra heal rate. This is probably not gonna happen down here, no worries. We're doing enough damage with this as is. Okay. Quintarius heroes. Did not expect that, honestly, but that's okay. We're just gonna get out some herdmen then. And plow through the middle, really. Oh, wait. We've got some high-value targets. Take that. You can fight my army here if he likes, and then... Oh, damn it. Okay, we're not gonna go for that, but we'll run around the edges, see what we can do that way. Woo! We're in big trouble here. Let's go for some pheasants, or whatever those are. Farming? Fishing would be better. But we don't have many docks left. Let's rebuild. Let's rebuild production in general. We're running low. But on the resources so far. You know what, we need hill forts. It's getting destroyed a lot. All these siege ships are being annoying. Oh. I figured there would be more stuff here. See if we can find some villagers. Probably not. Never mind time. Okay, there's nothing here. So where are all those people? Holy shit, what's happening? We're struggling kind of with the economy here. We have enough food, we don't need all this farming yet. There should be some stuff there. Yeah, we just want to pull back here, I think, and bide our time. Ran through the hero Quintarius. Yeah, good defense, good defense. Against Atlanteans, this is of course not that easy to pull off. Just get some bunch of berserks and Yarls out, we should be fine. Maybe it's time for some rams to destroy the ships, right? Docks again. Yikes. We have enough population to just plow through this, in my opinion. Not quite. I think we would be wise to pull back a little and, in fact, not make that. And just bide our time. Make sure there's nothing sneaky happening on that TC over there. The reason we bide our time is for flaming weapons, of course. Okay, there's nothing here, that's good. Gotta run now. Whatever was going on here is over now. Those boats are huge! Giga boats. Can we just build? I think we will. Oh. It's gonna run away, I guess, so... half of our army can just fight the buildings. In that case. It might even work. And you guys just go plow through all that, please. What is happening? My pheasant operation has been cut down. Time to farm. Okay, this didn't work. Guess I might be on the struggle bus after all. Battle board time. Oh no, I'm not ready for this. I'm gonna lose. I think I'm gonna lose, guys. This is it. Those jellyfish, they got me good. Wolves don't work against them. Oh no, now we have to make houses as well? Let's shank that ship and then hopefully things will be fine. Okay, we made progress, that's good. Oh, very importantly, need to keep him off his third TC. And then we don't have any hill forts, do we? Okay, guess we have to make some of our own cav and maybe some boars orcs. Oh, these jellyfish are annoying, man. Can't go in there. He's all over me. Yikes. What? You guys already have eaten up all that? Jeez. Guess it's a lot of people. Okay, we'll get back there. There's some units here that can build. So let's do that. Then maybe we'll dive that gold mine over there with the cav. Maybe we just have to run here. It's a pretty good amount of cav here. Oh, and he's got dryads. Okay, we're screwed. This ain't happening. There's no gold miners there. Drop some trees, boys. Wow, that position is terrible. Let's get the relics. Some of these are pretty decent, I'm gonna be honest. Population-wise, we're in the gutter. I have like no money. We have to make some wolves. Hope for the best. Oh god. No gold at all. How are we gonna get any? Do we have a market? We don't. That's bad. That's very bad. Oh god, all my villagers here are dead now. Let's take out the weak cav. I'm so scared. Oh no, come on. Drop it off. Siphons? Really? Oh my god. No, not trolls. Wolves. Okay, we have some potential here. Some anti-building damage at least. We have resources, yes! Very good. But we're getting overwhelmed once more. Kept the TC at least, that's not bad, right? Where are more fish? Back there. That's good. Jesus. This can't be happening. Okay. We just build a big army, we'll be fine. It's just really hard against Atlantis to pull this off. Damn it. Well, I did say before, if they make a lot of archers, make a lot of rams, right? You don't have to mess around with all this. Holy cow. Ah, the Arcus heroes are so numerous! What do you even do? Certainly the wolves aren't working. Or maybe the rams will. Let's check what's down there. Alright. It's not enough. We need more stuff. Yeah, shoot my ram, which is regenerating. That's the stuff. That's the stuff we needed here. Paying attention this time. Why didn't he play so well in the tournament? Oh, there's no more buildings for me? Great. Need more buildings. They get destroyed so quickly here. There's like no room. Oh my god. More fish, more everything. God, the archer blob is so hard to deal with. Sorry guys, I can't pull off the wolf strat. I can't do it. It's not possible in this matchup, I think. There's just too many heroes, there's too many divine damage myth units. And I'm down at TC, so it's even harder that way. Okay, stop this villager production spam. Oh no. We're running low. We're getting some progress for the first time in a long, long time. Got our healing back. Very good. Let's get him. Let's pick up those dryads one by one now. And finally the micromanagement is starting to look like something too. Ah, we're back, baby. Still too many of these guys. Okay, yeah. Okay, we need to make some markets down here. There's no choice. We just have to. We looked away a bit. It's really bad news once again. Not any gold. Why do you guys keep going idle? This is insane. Divine damage. Things are so OP, and this is nerfed. Oh my god. Well, I'll happily kill the villagers. Should be able to get the TC up there. Oh my god, why are you going idle? We got TC, yes! I think we should be fine from here. Oh god, mine's up. There's another one up here though. We should be okay. For now. Yes! We're surviving. That's quite enough damage now. Holy shit. It's a lot of Tarius. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, that's not what I need. I need cap. Urgently. Take out that thing. Crazy. At the army, it's actually pretty good here. Now it's the forts again. No, we'll just build some docks then. Do you have some units in this? Oh yeah. What the heck? Oh no 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 no! Please make it stop. Here we go. We have to do this one. Oh, damn the Cantarius, bro. Flaming weapons isn't doing anything because I don't have units. These TA are a bad choice too. Oh, you guys got distracted by a dog? Great. Ooh, that's a very bad flaming weapons. Sorry, guys. I play like crap. I mean, okay, this time there's no lightning ships, but there's fucking lightning Man-O-War. So, did we really gain anything here? Probably not. This is still probably the way to go. I mean, what am I supposed to do? The whole thing about Man-O-War is they're fairly balanced because you don't have to deal with them most of the time, right? Well, apparently I do. So as that TC doesn't get built, we can come back. I think. 75 seconds, eh? But we can't kill these things. There's too many. You're backed by siphons, so... You know. Okay, we're killing all villagers, that's good news. We're gonna have to do some kind of ninja strats and get into the back base or something. Stop the trading because we're overdoing it. Maybe, just maybe we can rebuild here. Oh god, these towers and everything. How am I supposed to do anything, bro? These fucking jellyfish are murdering me. Okay, only one chance here. A mass convert. Get the siphons. And maybe there's hope. That wasn't a mass convert. You guys didn't get converted. Oh man. TC got denied, of course. Not even sure by what, but he did. Well, the main is under attack now, so we're really utterly screwed. Those jellyfish are just insane. It's just the same problem as the other matchup, but now it's Atlantean, great. How much damage on the Man-O-War? Too much. I know the camera's blocking it, sorry, Legend. Now we're gonna lose the trade. $2,000. He's fucking coming into this now. Oh, I hate this so much. This is terrible. And this is nerfed. We'll lose the main TC because reasons. And of course, I can't easily select anything. Ugh. Well, that was the bonus game, gamers. I think I'm dead. See if a big ram attack does anything. It probably won't. Selects the fish under the building instead of the, you know, building. So many towers. How am I supposed to do? Okay, we'll get another hill fort here somehow. See if it works out. Hopefully we can make enough stuff here to make a difference. Okay, our counterattack's looking okay. You guys are all idle? Seriously? We held the TC at least. Progress. Very good. Let's rebuild that one. And no docks. Well, we cut into the TC. Oh no. Come on, boys. Get back there. We actually might have a chance here. This is not looking too bad. All these giga ships and my hill forts are doing work. Although I can't really deal with this. The tower spam is much dangerous. I think we're coming back, guys. Yeah, the longbows do grow in size there. It's great. Love them. And they're the one thing that can maybe deal with the Man of Wars. They're kind of doing okay. There's some decent damage against Mythology. It's 3x. Okay, the Man of War are no longer an issue. But we're still at war. Probably want to build another of these. It's really good stuff. Get the villagers back. Back to work. Go on. The Containers are really going nuts here. Oh, they're taking some real damage there. Yes. Okay. That Bragi upgrade. Will that do for a bonus game? I didn't actually realize that the bonus damage is 3x against Mythis. Oh, he says Nor's too broken. Okay. I just played it incorrectly for the whole game. The Man of War would have been manageable with the big Bragi ships. Alright. Well, that's gonna be GG. I'm gonna go and eat something. It's like 11 PM. Been here all day. Thanks, gamers, for watching. Much appreciated. I'll do more of these on my personal stream at Nakamura RTS. No space, no underscore, no nothing. Hope you enjoyed the tournament. We're gonna go raid somebody. Yeah, that was a good game by Darth, definitely. Man, those it really requires some work to beat the jellyfish. Anyway, let's raid someone. Thanks everyone. Hope you enjoyed today. Bye bye.